This is an awesome car. I must be honest.
Really quick. The Chevron B19 from the Can-Am Racing Series.
Yeah.
I think that was it. Which I think at one stage was rivaling Formula One. For track times.
Yeah.
That was a scary racing series that really challenged the drivers.
And I mean, you take these cars. I mean, they're also dangerous riding it. I mean, there's open cockpit. I mean, anything can happen. But the guys are brave enough, and they go flat out with it, and that's
Of course, you know, we see in modern Formula One, in modern IndyCar, that the cars have halos. They have shields, obviously to make the cars as safe as possible. But when you're racing these historics, I suppose you just need to take into account that you don't have all those modern safety features on your car.
Look, the thing is, you got to race a car as fast as possible. I mean, if you're going to slow it down, you might as well not come and race. But it's a risk that you're taking all the time. But you know what? These guys have done it so many times before. I don't think they even realize they haven't got a halo, or it's not that safe. But we do it for the sport, and we do it for the fun.
And you love it.
And we love it.
It's in your DNA. And Franco, we have some new fastest times. Andrew Schofield and Franco Scribante are currently in a bit of a class of their own. Although Andre Bezzedino did post a 44, we have Andrew Schofield in second place right now with a 43.5, and Franco Scribante in the Chevron in a 43.091. He currently leads.
Close, eh?
He currently leads Classic Car Friday. So very tight at the top. And you will see that the fastest cars up the hill are generally the single-seaters and the similar cars like the Chevron of Scribante.
Jerry, you must understand those cars, they make around 250 horsepower, if not more, but they're only weighing 500, 600, 700 kilos. So, you know, you can't compare it to a tin top, what we call a tin top. I mean, those old cars are like 2 tons. So, battleship around. I mean, Page is riding a ship around the corners. And
yes.
I mean, So, but as long as we're all having fun, that's what it's all about.
As Colin Chapman, the founder of Lotus, said, add lightness.
Take the paint off, and the car will go faster.
Yes, so Franco, I believe we have another Colin ready for us, or perhaps we don't. We'll wait for confirmation that he is ready for us. So that is the end of practice 2 for the Simola HillClimb Classic Car Friday right now. And things will be, the drivers are given an opportunity to just grab an Energade, and the mechanics will also be able to attend to the cars as well and make sure that the cars are in good shape. What's your backup like when you race up the hill? What's your team like?
I've got a crew of about 4 people, especially when we come to the hill climb. So everybody's on one corner. We've got tire warmers and things like that need to be left on the tires as long as possible. And each guy knows exactly what to do. So, in other words, each one is on one wheel. One guy's looking after the radios, the other guy's making sure that everything's tight on the car. So, and every time we come back, we make sure that the tires. The most important is the tires.
The tires stay on the car.
So
that does sound particularly important. Yeah, and in terms of, I mean, if worse comes to worse, right, and a big part needs to be changed, you're prepared for that. You do have the backup for that.
Yeah, Chiro, the first year that we came here, we broke a gearbox, and Colin was interviewing me, and by the time he had finished interviewing me, the gearbox was out already. So the guys, we've been doing it for 37 years, and we just make it very, very, very easy to pull in and out, and that's motor racing, you know.
Yeah,
you have to do it.
I mean, your racing cars, especially the older ones, are quite modular, I suppose. So it's a couple of bolts, you know, and the car, you jack the car up, you get underneath, you get the gearbox out. Yeah.
This is, you know, it's not like you take your car for a service and it takes 3 days to take the box back out and back in again. You know, with our V8s, we've got, let's say, 2 hours between the 2 races, and we've got to repair it. We've got to take it out and repair it, or put another one in, and that's doing it for so long, the guys know exactly what to and where to take which bolt out, and you don't have to strip off the car. You just take the few parts off, put it next box back, and we were ready to rock and roll for the next heat. So, yeah.
I'm always very jealous of those with mechanical ability, and I think right now we're going to go back to the pits and go back to Colin, and I imagine, well, we're going to see hopefully teams with no problems and their mechanics all having a relaxing morning. Let's head over to Colin and see what's happening in the pits.
In the pits here, and they've just done another practice run. I want to call Trevor Tuck. Trevor, you've been a little bit, you're taking it easy.
Getting into the swing of it, enjoying the breeze today, and just getting into the swing, cleaning up the changes on the car, in the right way, too much pressure.
Okay, cool. We'll talk to you just now. Cheers. We've got a bit of an audio issue, we know. Ari, I'm not sure if there's, on your side, we can do anything about it. Right, we're back. This is the gremlins in the machine. Let's just have a look at who the quickest mini
by a margin.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Well, clearly you've got all the right groceries in there and you're doing a good job.
Painted the engine green.
And split side drafts. What else is going on
Inside here.
Dog box. So no synchros to crunch. And yeah, LS diff.
What are you revving it to?
In practice, only 7.
But in the qualifying and the final runs, you'll go to what, 7.8?
8. Yeah, I'll rev it to 7.8.
7,800 RPMs on a 3-main bearing crank with a huge long nose and a flywheel sitting out there and a gearbox underneath.
In line with the driver's fun parts.
And it's got the starter gear around the outside of it, so it's basically a saw blade.
Yes, yes.
It's a pleasant thought.
It is, yes.
But we don't think of those things. We listen to the magic of the motor.
Oh yeah, we do.
Awesome. Keep it going, Carl. A beautiful example of a Mini Cooper S that is actually fast as anything. Another Mini Cooper S driver. We saw her earlier. Second run, Nadia. How did it go?
It went better than the first run, and I've bettered my time from the previous year, so we're in the green.
So far, success.
So far, success. It's the nerves are out now, so feeling a bit better, and yeah, that's it.
But now, you can go faster.
I know. I'm just going to get those revs up to 6,000, even a bit more, and keep it there, and let's see what's going to do.
Collie built you a proper motor. You know that this motor could probably handle 7.5. So what? Yeah, it can do it. But it makes such beautiful music at high revs.
No, it's awesome to make that sound at the high revs. And Collie said, just keep it like between 6.5 and 7, but I'll push it to 7.5 or 8. Let's see.
Go for it. Good luck. 3-main bearing crank. Greetings, Squire.
I love the jacket.
Thank you very much.
Very English.
We're trying. Somebody called me, said I look like a London cart boy. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. How's the porker going?
Yeah, going really well. First run this morning, we just got a bit of temperature in her. Second run, we tried a bit harder. So third run now, we'll try and finalise the lines and braking points and refine it a bit and see how we go.
Barry, there's something I need to check. Because we know Barry Engel. What tyres have you got on here?
This is what they call a P7 Cinturato. So it's a road-going tyre, commercially available throughout the entire South African market. And only tyre that fits here. Unfortunately, we don't make a P0 in this size, but these are good enough, hold the road beautifully, and yeah.
And it's a Pirelli.
It is indeed.
I was just wondering. Go, Barry. Thank you. We love having a little bit of fun in the pit lane because we can. and because we try to bring you some of the joys of what is happening at Simola. I want to talk to the firemen. You guys, this is full fire kit, am I right?
Yes, sir.
You would normally go, well, I suppose fighting any fire.
Yeah, we suppose we fight any fires, car fires, house fires, field fires.
Is there any particular, when you've got a car fire and a petrol fire, any particular precautions you take, or what should we look for in a petrol fire? Don't use water.
You use water sometimes, and then if on foam, put some foam on the water, on the fire.
Lovely stuff. Good man. Thank you for your service. We appreciate it. Fireman, always good. Old dog in the BMW was having some fun and chitter-chatting with the guys. I'm just going to jump in here. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Kurt, how did the Fiat go?
It can go better, Colin. Missed a gear twice up the hill, so it's just about finding the gears in the box, and it's a very difficult box to work with. But we've got a few more to go, so excited about where we can end off, I think.
Lovely stuff. Old dog, Peter?
Yeah, I'm improving. I went 10 seconds quicker the second run, so I'm trying. I'm not revving the car, as you know. I'm gentle with engines, as you know, and I'm very gentle with engines, as you know. So I just, but Graham's saying, you better rev the car properly now, my boy, and go a bit quicker. So I said, I'll try.
Well, we've got to get from Graham. What have you told him to rev it to, Graham?
I've told him he can rev it to 7,200 RPM.
And you trust your engine building abilities?
Absolutely.
Because you are Grumpy Graham. Well done. Keep it up. Look after the old dog for us.
He's having fun. He's having a great... Look at his face. He's having an absolute...
And fun is what it's about.
That's what it's about, yeah.
And let the kids look after the old timer a bit.
They must do it. It's about time, man.
It absolutely is. Right, we're going to carry on up here. We're going to jump straight in to Mr. Mortimer. How was you've had 2 runs, Jeff?
Yes.
Is it just getting back and you're having fun?
Yeah, warming up. Yeah.
It doesn't really count now. You've got qualifying to get into the class finals, and you can go and do it again.
Yes, that's right.
Fantastic. And then, no doubt, there's some particular grape juice that might attract your attention tonight.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure which variety Steve has got arranged for us, but I'm sure it's going to be the best.
You partial to a Merlot or a Pinotage?
How did you know?
That's merely a question. That's a wild guess.
The first one was was the right guess.
There's some wonderful Merlots. Right, let's talk to Steve and find out what he's got.
Okay.
Steve, of the Merlot varieties, which one would you recommend for young Jeffrey?
Mind you, he's not shy of a fat bastard Shiraz either.
Oh, so they're calling you a fat bastard now?
Okay. Well, there were days, but I think I've lost a bit of it.
You're looking as fit as ever, Jeff. Thanks for chatting to us. Have fun. Be good. Ford, because side drafts, because stuff. Jeff, can you tell us what's going on here?
Yeah, this is a Pinto engine, 2-litre Pinto motor with 2 side drafts on it. These things are quite potent. You know, you can make them quite potent, which he's done here. Probably a camshaft and the carburetors and a few other things, tweaks.
So back in your day in rallying, this was just the business. Right, we've heard our version of it. Tell us about the motor.
This isn't my motor.
Fine.
This is my opposition, though.
Okay, so tell us about... No, this is your... Okay, so tell us about the motor.
We're both driving escorts, so... I've got that escort, and this is...
All right, we're gonna get to your escort. While he's here, you having a battle. Tell us about the motor.
So it's a 2-litre Pinto, same year model as the car. The carburetors, I don't know what size they are. I think they're 38s. I'm not sure about that.
And you've got a proper cam in it and stuff.
It's got a cam, it's got high compression, we run avgas in it, and it pushes about 132 kilowatts.
And what do you rev it to?
The gauge is all over the show, so it's more off of ear, but usually until 6,000.
Awesome. And so now you've heard that, what changes are you going to do to your car?
132 kilowatts, that's a lot of power. No, I can't do any changes. My car's at as fast as it can go, really. It's just the driver that's got to improve.
But isn't this part of the camaraderie of this whole event and this whole day, Classic Car Friday at Simola, where you sit and you're chit-chatting to each other, you're having fun. Yes, it's competitive, but it's also about enjoying the day.
I mean, I was asking Liam, what gear at what turn, and we're racing together and just having a blast. So,
lovely stuff. I'm hoping, while we're on Ford, what do you think of? I mean, that is proper. Eh?
Absolutely love it. And he painted those colours to commemorate the Lamar car.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful car.
Very, very special GT40. Right, we're going to carry on up here because I want to talk to Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout, he has got his dad with him. Yeah, the Bezuidenhout. So yeah, what you got? This is energy food?
Just some protein.
Don't you run away. Come here, man.
Giving me some good tips.
It's quite remarkable. So, his first racing car. We'll get to your dad now because at some time, fathers need to let and I know your father's not last, but let the sun shine on the sun. I'll get
hand over the mantle.
Yeah, hand over the baton.
No.
So he's letting you learn in this.
Absolutely.
And then there's some special toys that he's got over there that will make your eyes water.
Absolutely. I think it was my first Simola a couple of years back where I said, and I think that's really where the penny dropped, where I said, the last thing I do, like to be able to drive the Gould one day, wherever that is, might be a dream come true. But it's amazing to start in this. It was good fun.
Andre, that sentence there, it would be a dream come true. As a father, to be able to enable your son's dream could be a very special thing.
Is there a court case here? Have you been appointed as his spokesperson? Because it sounds to me as if there's only one answer from my side. Look, time will tell. You know how you.
Oh no! There's the blooming advocate coming in here. May I approach?
Of course you may.
No, okay, now I've got the microphone.
You just answer back. Yes or no?
Yeah, no, Andre. It's we jest, we have fun, but I'm a father, and it's just my son's a little bit older, doesn't have any interest in cars, but that I can imagine that bonding moment, that pride, and there's dust in the air because. There's dust in the air. The emotion is strong, and to me, it's brilliant.
No, you're putting it beautifully. Look, as a father, you always hold your hand in your heart when the kids go out, when they do anything. You say, "Man, are we doing the right thing?" But Andre is a mature man. He's decided this is the right moment for him, and he must do as his career progresses in this. To start off with a Turbo Cup car, I mean, what a dream,
It's not any Turbo Cup car, your father's first racing car.
Yeah, well, that's a special part of it. But the Turbo Cups were, Porsche at that point in time were in the deepest of trouble. They were going down. And miraculously, they took this 924 front part and they built a 944 Turbo Cup and then gave a cup. And until today, you hear Super Cup and you hear 993 Cup, 964 Cup, all comes from this car. So it's got a legendary position, this car, and the history and the fibre of Porsche. And it's a great privilege that Jan Reis can drive this, and I'm really in support of him. You see, I'm less up there and more down here.
What advice do you give him?
As little as possible. You know the big story about motorsport, about fathers involving themselves. They don't normally get it right. Some get it absolutely right. I mean, look at the Verstappens. But Jandre has been practicing for the last month. He was in the hands of Dani van Niekerk. He spent some time with Nathan Motorsport. So he came here well prepared. Divan is running the team for him today, so he's in good hands. My comment is, it's the last run that counts, not the first one. And that was the advice I gave.
Awesome. Well done.
Okay.
Keep going. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carl.
Thank you very much, Colin. We really appreciate it. Colin Hasey there in the pits for us on the Simola live stream. Welcome back as we go up the hill right now. One of the classic minis making its way through the S's, and the driver being very brave in that little car.
It sounds like he's keeping it flat through all those corners.
One of my favorite stories about the classic minis is my uncle's business partner in the restaurant industry. He's a big guy, and one of his first cars was a mini, and it was in terrible shape, and the indicators would break and all the rest of it. So the way he would indicate is out the right window. Out the right window, he'd put his hand, but he could also lean his hand out the left window, so he could indicate when he was going left.
One of my little favorite cars is the little Fiat Abarth. I mean,
yes,
superb, very, very nice, turned out little car, and the guy drives it very well. I mean,
an Abarth is a lovely car. Yeah. It almost drags its engine behind it on a trailer. It's so far out the back of the car. But wonderful little car, that.
Yeah, he's got a fancy exhaust system that he can't even close the boot on it, so it all sticks out. But
that's always been such a curiosity of the Abarth, is that there's just no nod to practicality.
Yeah.
We need a big engine in a little car. It's like, we can't close the boot. Oh, well, it's not that important.
Leave it off.
Exactly. I think if my eyesight is doing me well, this is the first of our Beamers going up the hill here. That looks like a 2002 making its way up the hill.
It's Peter K80's car, I think.
Wonderful car, that.
Yeah.
2002 is one of those classics that's definitely rising all the time, appreciating in value all the time, and we appreciate him bringing the car up the hill with us this weekend.
Well, I must say, Peter K80, the old dog, he's done so much for motor racing. You were telling me he must have had like 50 drivers go through him, that he sponsored and looked after, and every single one of them appreciates it.
Yeah.
He's done lots for us.
And a car close to your heart, Franco, an Alfa Romeo now going up the hill?
Yeah, that's Julia Rally.
The Julia Rally.
Yeah, from Trevor Tuck. I mean, the man can drive. He's a brilliant driver. And that's one of the nicest cars, prepared cars I've seen in a long, long time. I mean, you can actually eat off the bottom of that car.
Wow.
That's how clean it is.
And it dates back all the way to 1974.
Yeah.
And it is in great shape and really some real speed there up through the S's.
Yeah, he was telling me, because I'm very interested in the car, and he was telling me he's only going to get about 157 k's an hour, but the man drives it so well. I gave him a few pointers that I think he should do and try. But he drives it for a while, and he's won it every single time he's come out with that car. He's won his class. So
amazing.
Brilliant.
You know, talking about pointers, Franco, last year when I raced the electric BMW i4 M50, which will be back in action this weekend in the hands of a fantastic racing driver and car journalist by the name of Thomas Falconer. The one corner that always caught me out, and I'm not ashamed to say that I got it wrong every single time, was turn 3 under the bridge. The exit is unsighted. It tightens on you as you exit. I asked everyone for advice, and I still couldn't get it right. What's the trick there?
The trick is to actually slow it down a little bit before the corner.
Okay.
The guys try and go right into the corner. You're going so fast you can't see the apex of the corner.
Yes.
So slow it down a little bit, go as wide as you possibly can, and then turn it in.
Okay.
Deep as possible, and then turn it in.
Apex a bit later. Yeah.
And that'll actually give you the run up the hill, a better run up the hill.
Okay. You know, for a relative amateur like myself, having an unsighted exit on a corner just scared the willies out of me because I was going into the braking zone of turn 3 at 180 k's an hour. So you know you've got a lot going on. I mean that's some speed.
Yeah. Well, the scariest part for me was the year that we ran in the dark. I mean,
yes.
My Mustang, my Jag didn't have any lights on it. And we came to that top of the hill at about 240, 250 km an hour, and I couldn't see the corner. And if you actually look at that footage, I actually went sideways through those corners. I think I frightened myself. But, I mean, I had to finish in the top 3, and that's what we did. I mean, that was flat out all the way.
Well done. No, it does take some real bravery, I think, to go into that corner hot. It really does. With the bridge and the unsighted exit and the way it tightens on you. And right now, Franco, we've got 2 classic Volkswagens going up the hill. One, a very, very special Golf Mark 1, a Golf Challenge in its original trim from its previous glory days in racing. And that is a real treat to see going up the hill.
I actually raced that car many years ago at the old Goldfields.
Amazing.
Yeah, when they first brought it out, they actually raced it in Clubmans, and I raced against that car with my Alfa. So
okay, so it was one of your rivals.
That was, and that's a special car. It's one of a kind. Yeah.
No, that's a real treat to see go up the hill. And another treat right now in the hands of Paige Lindenberg is the Fairlane. She's sort of going yachting there. That's a big car.
That's a battleship. That. And you know, it's amazing for a young woman to drive that car as big as it is in all sorts of formulas. She doesn't just do the HillClimb. She actually races that in historic racing, and she drives it very, very well.
No, that is certainly not an easy car to wrangle up the hill. And now the Porsches start. You know, the older I get, the more interested I become in classic Porsches. I really want one.
Yeah. You know, I'm actually sitting here, and I mean, I'm usually down in the pits, and it's amazing to see these old cars ride. It's wonderful. I think next year I must bring them out. I must build something old and come and race it as well.
Yeah, why not? You might as well compete in Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
And one of the 2 Daytona coupes going up the hill right now. Currently, the session is being led by Peter McPherson with a time of 56.1 in the number 54 car, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, the Ford GT40 currently. And that's also another massive treat to see go up the hill. The Ford GT40 is just an iconic car. But I do love the look of that Daytona coupe. My word, what an evocative shape that is.
Yeah, and it's a special car. I mean,
yeah, proudly South African as well.
Yep.
Big motors in there, lots of torque, very lightweight as well. I'd imagine.
I think so.
Yeah. It would be nice actually. Maybe when I head out just now, when we tag team with Sasha, I'll go have a chat to the Daytona coupe guys and just see how light those cars really are. Yep. Although most of the weight is probably engine.
Well, those cars' chassis are so thick as well, so it will just make the car very heavy.
Yeah. And we are starting to get closer and closer to the top of the field right now. Running on the track, I do believe, is the number 21 car. But no, I got that wrong. It is the number 18 car of Jennifer Abbott, a 911 ST. And the first of 5 BMWs now goes up the hill in the hands of Robert Gearing, the very special, South African special 333i.
That's a beautiful car. If I had a car like that, I would actually leave it in the garage.
You know, those are trading hands now. I've heard of ones going for close to 2 million rand now. Those 333s. Only 210 were made. I've had the great privilege of driving one. A good friend of mine has a wonderful BMW collection, and he said to me, "Come up, and we made a film for the Cars at Koza channel. And it was my first car was an E30. It was a hand-me-down from my dad, a 320i. So getting to drive what is probably the rarest E30 on earth was a real privilege.
Yeah.
They took a 7 Series motor, the 735 motor, if I'm mistaken. Yep, the 3.2, and they shoved it into the smallest car BMW had at the time. They made a South African special because, well, one of the reasons was because we never got the E30 M3 because that was never made in right-hand drive. Another South African special here, the 745, the Group 1 car in the hands of Neil Botha. I think this could be a first for Simola as well. I don't think a 745 has gone up here. That looks a bit sideways under braking there.
I don't think he's actually set up that car too good. But,
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well, we'll see.
I mean, those big heavy cars, and with these old braking systems, you know, modern cars have great tech so that when you brake in a straight line.
Yeah.
But I mean, these older race cars just don't have anywhere near that sort of tech.
And you must understand that they are running on semi-slicks, probably a 215 tire. I mean, such a narrow little tire for such a big car. So it also makes it snake around a little bit.
You know, it's always fascinated me, Franco, is on a race, right, a typical circuit race, you've got a bit of an opportunity to warm the tires. You can get some heat into the tires over the course of the first few laps. With a hill climb, okay, you've got tire warmers perhaps in the pits, which does help a little bit. That 530 MLE looked a little close to the edge there. But let's say you're not running tire warmers, and the tire warmers perhaps don't help as much. You're starting on cold tires, and by the time you get to turn one, they're not really warm yet, are they?
No, they're not. In historic racing, you're not allowed to have tire warmers in the first place. So it makes it more difficult. You know, people look at these guys and they just keep on going around up the hill, and they say, oh, the guy should have done this and should have done that. But I tell you something, it's very, very difficult. Like you said, tires aren't warm. On a circuit, you go around and around, you've got to warm up, go out lap and a warm up lap, and your tires are fairly warm by then, and the car starts gripping. With this, you've got no chance. You just got to do what you have to do and drive it to the best of your ability.
So as a driver on slicks, you adjust the driving as you go up the hill, and you get a bit more heat into the tires.
100%. Look, on the King of the Hills, we're allowed to put tire warmers on the car. So, and it's still not as hot as what the tire should be. So with these poor guys in the historics, there's no tire warmers. You just got to hang in there. You play with tire pressures to make it grip a little bit more. But if you go too soft, then the tire folds. If you go too hard, the car slips. So it's a fine line that you're actually working on.
It's a wonderful thing to see a Ferrari driven this hard. The 348 in the hands of Enzo Kun, who is an exceptional driver, an exceptional campaigner here at Simola Hill Climb. And he is not sparing the horses in that Ferrari, is he?
Yeah, he's not. He's actually driving it to the limit already. And, you know, usually you build up throughout the whole day to get to the finals. And I think he's just putting it down.
He's been let loose in that Ferrari, and he is going to get it to the top of the hill as fast as humanly possible. But I mean, that's the racing driver mantra, right? I mean, you don't really want to hold back.
No, you know, you've come here. You don't want to ride as fast as you can on the last heat. I mean, then you don't even know where the limits of your car is. So you progressively go faster and faster. But you know, some mad people like myself, by the second time you go up the hill and it's flat out, then we know what the car can really do.
It's I think last year, for the first time, I understood why racing drivers and mechanics and team principals, why they do what they do. When I got to the top of the hill, and I was absolutely overwhelmed with emotion when I realized that I'd set the EV record, and that feeling I will never forget. It was, you know, it's like drugs. You chase that feeling.
100%.
Yeah.
Gerard, I've been doing this for 37 years, and every time that we win, I mean, it's like, wow. And I mean, we won a small trophy, and I mean, I could have actually bought the whole factory of making the trophies, but just getting that trophy means so much to us. It's a drug. You can't get away from it, and you want to go faster and faster and faster. I mean, that's what it's all about, and it's hard to explain to people the thrill that you actually get of going up the hill, you know.
There's that 50, well, for me, 49 seconds where nothing else in the world matters but you in that car. Because at the end of the day, there is some risk to your person. I mean, you can't get away from that. And the risk, but you know, builds the adrenaline, of course. The speed builds the adrenaline. The sound builds the adrenaline as well. But for those 50 seconds, nothing else matters.
The difference between hill climb and circuit racing, Chiro, is that on a hill climb, it's you, the hill, and the clock. So you can't make a mistake. You've got to go flat out all the time. Where a circuit racing, if you didn't do it too good a lap, you've got a next lap to do it in and catch up, and you've got so many guys around you. Yeah, you've got to have it on the limit all the time. So it's a different adrenaline all the time.
I think perhaps something you might only appreciate if you do get a chance to send a car up the hill is that from the moment that flag drops, the pressure, the real pressure, is to get everything right. Because one misstep up the run and pretty much the run's in the bin. That's it.
Yeah.
So the start has to be perfect. Your first braking point has to be perfect. Turn 1, turn 2. You have to nail every single aspect of the course, or you're just not in the running.
You're not in the running. And especially the level of competition these days, the guys have not just increased it by a little bit, but improved so much. So any little mistake, you might as well go from first to fifth, or first to. It's crazy. That's the level of the competition these days in this hill climb. Eh?
In your 4 campaigns up the hill, were there moments where you knew, okay, I got that wrong? So perhaps you turned tricky turn 3, or maybe the start wasn't what you wanted to be. The starts are tough, especially in a rear-wheel drive car, especially if it's wet as well. And is the mentality, let me get the best out of this run, or is the mentality maybe let me save the car?
With my rear-wheel drive car, you must understand that we have no traction control. We got no launch control. Everything was controlled with my foot. So to get the launch was the most difficult thing that I had to do. Going through the corners wasn't a problem for me because, I mean, the car was specially built to go flat out through corners. But it was the launch. I was losing at least 1.5 seconds to the corner, where a four-wheel drive
guys
was just launch and just go, you know. So that's where I used to lose out. And but after the bridge, it was flat out for me. I could actually pin it, foot flat, right through to the end. And that's where I made up my time. I mean, yeah.
So you were flat from the bridge to the top? Goodness me. Yeah. That's courageous.
The first year that we arrived here, they said to me my brake lights weren't working. So I said, well, what are you talking about? And so the guys went and sat on the corner to watch me. And I would turn, what they call turn 2, flat out. I mean, I wouldn't even ease off it. To me, it was easy. So they said, but how do you go flat out? You're the only ogre that's going flat out through it. I had to make up. Okay, sorry.
That's the thing as well, is the guys who come here with the all-wheel drive cars, that, like you say, there's that second and a half, which they've kind of got in their pocket from the start to turn 1.
Yeah, now try and make up 1.5 seconds on 1.9 kilometers. I mean, it's crazy. So I had to do what I had to do through the corners. So that's the only place I was losing out. I was making up on the rest of the track, but I was losing out on the launch. There's nothing else I could do. I mean, it's a rear-wheel drive car. It made 700-800 horsepower. Try and not spin that car. If you start spinning the car, you're going nowhere. So you had to have that balance, and that was the most difficult thing that I had to do. But you know, I still managed to do a good time up there.
I think your best was a tie second. I think it
was a tie second with a 40.2.
Wow!
I mean, that's
very
pretty quick.
Very quick for a tin top car.
Yeah, it's fastest normal aspirated car to ever go up there.
Fantastic. So that's actually quite a nice record to hold. Fastest naturally aspirated car, so no turbo, no supercharger, just a normally breathing big V8. Which is one of my favorite engine configurations in the entire world. Franco, such a pleasure to chat to you today. Thanks so much for joining us. The cars out here, of course, now on Classic Car Friday, I mean, you know, definitely no traction control, nothing like launch control.
Well, but that's what makes it nice. They're all equal. So there isn't too much of a variance of, I've got traction control, I've got launch control. None of them have it. So that's what makes it very interesting in the classic cars. So it makes it equal for everybody.
I think, actually, I wanted to quickly give a shout out to my colleague Gero Lalaika, who's going up the hill this weekend. He is in a particularly old car. I'll just pull up the details for you now quickly. It is a 1931 Ford Model A. Everyone knows the Model T. The Model A was also quite popular back in its day. Gosh, we're going back almost close to 100 years now, I suppose. And he's, I think, got all of 35 kilowatts under his right foot. And not a particularly light car. But he also doesn't have any doors, and not much of a bucket seat. So he's probably
on the floor.
Yeah. he's probably not too interested in being thrown sideways with the lateral G-forces going up the hill.
Giro, it doesn't matter what car you've got, just going up that hill. It doesn't matter what speed you're going. It's thrilling. It's exciting. And
It really is.
Yeah, something special.
The nerves last year kicked in for me when there was that particularly big off the Audi RSQ3. So that that exit, I mean, as you know better than anyone, as you go over the hill, your car goes a little bit light.
Yep.
So if you've got a little bit of steering angle in at that point, you
might go sideways.
Yeah, you can potentially, as the car settles down again, then you're pointing in the wrong direction.
You might
basically
have a big problem.
Yeah, and I think that's what happened. Also, this being a road, there are, if you're not familiar with the road, there are quite deep water trenches down either side of the hill, and I think the Audi put one wheel in the trench and it went over. And when I was sitting in the pits, I think that was the Saturday, it was that wet Saturday, then there was that moment like, okay, there is some real risk here. And it does get you under your skin a little bit.
Yeah, Chiro, you must understand, if you're looking on the TV, you actually got the wall, the embankment on the one side, and you've got a cliff and a water drain on the other side. So you got to push it, but you got to be careful, and you got to put it in the right place, You could be in serious problem if you touch either side.
Let's head back to the pits now. Colin is with Trevor Tuck now down in the pit lane of the Simola HillClimb.
Trevor, you've wound up the wick a bit. You're having a go. What happened to your tacky?
I ran out of rubber.
How are you going to fix that?
I don't know. So I was going to tape it together, and I only had a pair of Crocs in my bag and some other shoes that I wore. So I'm just going to see if my son's got some decent shoes, and then I might take his shoes.
Or what size are you? Because we could give a shout out to the Sparco guys, and they could come and deliver the right kind of shoes to you. What size you got?
Well, the left foot is the clutch, so I'm a size 7, and the right foot is the accelerator, so I'm a size 13.
I love that, Trevor. What size do you really take?
10.5.
10.5. Sparko, bring a pair of racing shoes for the car that I think, Mr. Tuck, wins the Concours d'Elegance for today.
An event like this, it's all about the spirit. Look how we dress, look how we present ourselves. And the cars are, the cars are the stars. So they have to be presented beautifully and they have to look good. And that's what the crowd want to see and that's what people want to see. So it's very important to present a car beautifully. And it seems to give less hassles when it's presented well.
That is one of the most amazing things about cars. They have a soul, and when you treat them with respect and give them their dignity that is due, they reward one.
Yeah, they've got souls, especially Alphas. Alphas have got souls and personalities. So it just depends what day of the week they wake up. So you've got to treat them well, you've got to look after them well, and present them well. And usually you find less problems that way. So.
Awesome. You're up against Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout in the 944 Turbo. Little 2-litre Alpha of, what year is it?
74.
74. What's that? Nearly 1 or 50.
Nearly 50.
Against an 84, I think, Porker. With turbo?
Yeah, with turbo. I mean, that's the beauty of the event. The mix of cars is so great. You've got the ex-Westbank Golf, you've got the 944 turbo, and then you've got a naturally aspirated 4-cylinder Alpha. So that's the beauty of the event. So you've got to drive to be able to keep up with these bigger things. So she is a bit old, but she's still fighting, and she will.
Awesome. Keep going. We've got to get on and talk to some more. Look after Julia Caesar, the machine. Fantastic machine. Now he's up against Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout. We were talking about the Porsche. 4-cylinder, 2.4. You remember the Racing Cup, and he is nowhere to be seen. He's probably gone up to his father, who had a minor issue with an oil leak. So what we're going to do is walk this way and see. We've got another. Here he is. Jean-Ray, you were quickest in the class now?
Yes, it was definitely some improvements, finally getting a feel for the track and for where the limits are. These guys I know are very, very fast. Not yet.
I'm hanging on.
All right, so no, it's good fun. You know, it's just really here to learn. But yeah, amazing race.
What's the hill like to you now?
Well, it's getting a bit easier, a bit more comfortable. You asked earlier what my dad's advice was for me. His advice was just the earlier you're on the throttle on the hill, the better, but be there at the end. So, you know, I feel like that's good advice.
Be there at the end. And most importantly, have fun, young man, have fun.
I think you can see there's a smile that's struggling to go away at the moment. So, no, it's going well.
Well done.
Thank you.
Good luck. The struggles continue.
Yes, we've been hanging on for dear life going up the hill, and I've been telling all the guys it's sketchy, sketchy, sketchy with a couple of four-letter words afterwards, and this last run was, I thought I was going to die.
Okay, when you say sketchy, what is the car doing?
So the straights are scary and the corners are wonderful. So what's happening is it's just doing this, and
LS diff hooking up?
No, steering column wasn't tight enough. Steering knuckle. Just found it now.
Steering knuckle.
So now we can go fast. Now it shouldn't feel so sketchy. I was counter steering all the way up the hill. So, yeah, a bit of error on my part. So at least we found it. And hopefully now we can chase the 944 Turbo. Lovely car. And the other Golf is going very fast. And then I think tucked through in a time as well. So pressure's back on me to try and get up there. But I'm feeling a lot confident that we found something loose, because I got on the phone. We need to find something. Something's loose.
History of this car, built for the manufacturer's challenge. Proper lightweight aero.
Silhouette.
In its day, was a magnificent machine.
It was and still is. It is. I race normal Golfs, and when you get in this, it feels like a Golf, but it handles like something special.
And it's got a bit of go in it as well.
Well, yeah. Now that we put a little turbo on it, it's going very well. I thought it was just the torque steer, but it actually was the steering knuckle.
Well, I'm glad you found it.
No, so am I. So let's see how we go. Hopefully, because now there's no, it's qualifying. So hurry
now
the
it
hell
really
up.
starts.
Yes.
Hurry the hell up. That's magnificent advice. Let's go and talk to the captain of the ship, Paige Lindenberg. She is right here. Yes, get them into racing early, Paige.
Hello, how are you?
Fabulous, how are you?
Good. Rem, are you going to say hello?
Say hello, boy.
Say hi.
How old is he?
1.
1 year old, and he's clearly, you've got the kart sorted out. It's coming, another Lindenberg racing driver.
He has no choice. His dad races, his uncle races, his grandpa, me. I've got no choice. I'm the auntie.
So, as captain of the boat, how's it going?
Good, getting there. My times are coming down nicely. The first run, you couldn't see a thing. The glare was crazy.
Yeah.
Now I'm just trying to get my gears and pull off right. The pull off in this car is difficult. Like, you can't drop the clutch in this car at all. So you got to find that happy medium to pull the tank off the line without wheels spinning and not breaking a clutch. So it's a bit tricky, but hopefully we'll get there.
You've got the skills. You can do it.
I will definitely do it. Thank you.
Right, let's find Mr. Kimber. Where is he? Right at the back there. Young man.
How are you?
Fabulous. How are you?
Good, yeah. Could be worse.
How
Is to put a bit of a banker in on the run 1, and then try give it another go near the end. But it's just important with these cars just to look after them off the line. So I don't want anything to break before we get to the finals. So.
And you've also got to look after the clutch. You can't give it too much clutch slip because you overheat that, and then you end up with major disaster.
Absolutely. On our side, it's not so much the clutch. It's because we've got it's really the input shaft and the gearbox and the side shafts. So we've got enough grip on the rear, big rear tires, so there's too much grip, so we normally snap those off if we go a bit too hard off the line. But it's just a matter of giving the wheel a roll or two before we bring the power in. If you just shock it off the line, then you're going to have action. But look, the goal is to get it comfortably into top 10 and then have a real go on that last run.
Because once you've gone into the top 10, actually everything that you've done is only your confidence, your times are erased, and you've got one shot.
100%. Yeah, so for me, I think our main goal is to try to walk away with a nice class win. And then going into, as you said, the top 10.
So I got to tell you, it is great to be back in my studio. Although I must say, Franco, it's one of those where I'm like, man, I was just so enjoying it outside. But it's great to be here, listening to you, Chiro, being outside with Colin, seeing the cars, the atmosphere out there in the pit lane. And I mean, you know it from a racing perspective. And most of the time, I'm stuck here in the cubicle. So, you know, and feeling it. All of a sudden, they've had 3 practice runs, Franco, and now all of a sudden, oh, how far am I behind there? How far? Is that how it goes?
Well, that's how the pressure goes. You know, you run up the hill and a few times. We've got 3 practices, and suddenly the pressure comes. And you think, I'm too far behind. What do I do now? Where do I find 1 or 2 seconds? Yeah, it makes it exciting. The pressure's on, and you can see who can handle the pressure and who can't.
Yeah, the pressure is on, and I tell you, the track starts off relatively green. For those who don't know, green means that there's very, very little grip. Now the weather's getting hotter, the tires are getting warmer, the drivers are feeling more confident, and this is where it all begins. We've got qualifying coming up in a couple of minutes from now, but the whole town of Knysna is just alive with Simola HillClimb 2023. And of course, yesterday we had this wonderful parade of so many cars out in the town. Let's have a quick look.
Hi, I'm Farouk Dengo from Speedy Car Sales in Clarksop, Northwest. We've
So
got
I
an
even get
original BMW 325i Showdown. So this is a very original car, one of only 2 that are in South Africa still available. It's our second Simola. Last year we came with the GTR in the King of the Hill competition, but we had an overheating problem, so we didn't finish. My late son has competed 3 events before that already.
My name is Jason Webb. I'm a 4-time South African drift champion, and this is my 2nd year now at the Knysna Simola HillClimb. And yeah, looking forward to going sideways up the hill in this beauty of my Monster Energy Ford Mustang. The most special thing about this event is the unique cars. You don't see a lot of these cars on even racetracks, so it's good to see the cars going up the hill. Especially the way most of these guys drive up the hill. It's insane, and I love to watch it. I love to now I get to be a part of it. I've always wanted to drift up the hill. Last year was the first time, so I'm excited to do it again. Know the track a bit better now. We dialed in the car, changed a few things as well. So this is a 5-litre supercharged Roush V8. It's a convertible car, which is a lot of people say it's a Mustang Bucky, but it's actually a convertible that we left the roof off. We just think it's really unique and really cool, and Yeah, it's got the Roush supercharger on it, 800 horsepower, and yeah, full drift spec. So if you excuse me, I gotta go and start this parade.
Hi guys, my name is Nadia Viljoen. I am from Vatswaye or Vintage Car South Africa. This will be my second Simola HillClimb. It's one of the most prestigious motorsports events in South Africa, and that's why we come back every year and compete here every year and just enjoy this whole space. And I'll be driving my 1967 Mini Cooper. My personal goal is just to better my previous time, which won't be too hard. My biggest competition will be the Alphas racing against me with their very big engines. There is no other motoring event like this in South Africa. You see classic cars, you see the most awesome race cars, new race cars. You've got international drivers, you've got drivers from all around competing. It's the most awesome event in South Africa. Bring your earplugs and make sure you wear them.
I am Gerald Alaka. I'm a motoring journalist working for Cars.coza, and I am driving a 1931 Ford Model A Speedster. This is my second Simola HillClimb, and I'm looking at getting onto the podium this year. In the H1 class, we are handicapped, so essentially we are racing against ourselves. So it really just depends how the car performs on the day and how I perform. So we just have to take it as it comes, because we are racing under handicap.
Welcome back. It is Classic Car Friday. We're into qualifying one. We have a beautiful Alfa Romeo GT Junior that is out on track at the moment. Franco, they're going to 3 qualifying sessions now in order to get the hierarchy per class. And then, of course, we have a top 10 shootout amongst all of the classes at the end of the day.
Yeah, what I actually do and what I actually do and most of the guys will do is they slowly build up in the qualifying and have the last run as the fastest run.
Yes.
I'm the other way around. I actually try
as we know.
Yeah. I actually try and put my fastest lap on the first qualifying. Then the pressure's off.
I think it's also a very, very good idea to do that as well. Then you sort of understand exactly where your limit is. And you say, okay, you know what, I'm there, now let everybody else chase.
Chase me, yeah. And that just puts the pressure on everybody else. And it's funny how it works. Many times it just works. It can also go wrong, that you actually push it to the limits and you make a mistake.
Sure.
Then you start all over again.
Well, one has to do that. But the track temperatures now, tyres are feeling good. The guys will have a lot more confidence as well as they go up the hill.
Yeah, look, this morning it was ice cold out there. It's slowly warming up. I think if the track temperature gets to about 30 degrees, I think it'll be quite good for these cars. Because if the temperature is like 10 degrees, I mean, it just makes it so slippery up there.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think we've got Kurt Wesson, who's going to be going up next in the Fiat 1962 124. Wonderful to see the Mini in front there. That is the Austin, Kyle Brink, going up there. I mean, these cars are just so magnificently prepared. You know, just walking up and down the pits. There's so much attention to detail, so much pride that goes into preparing these cars.
Yeah, look, you must understand the cars are old. And, you know, spares are getting very limited as well. So you don't really want to go break the engine or smash the car. And so, you know, the guys have really done a good job of these cars, eh?
And also just the wonderful sounds of these cars as well. That looks like an Abarth. Yeah, a little Abarth. I mean, that's like a little 500, 600 cc in there. Just trying to find it on our timing sheets as well. And all of these times now really count. We've got Peter McPherson's fastest at the moment at a 54.7, Barry Engels a 56.5. The Fiat 124 Sport making its way up the hill. And I suppose though the competitors, Franco, that come year in and year out, it's a question of just wanting to do better than the previous year.
I think with historic racing, like Peter K. Eddy there's pulling off, he just said to me he's not there to try and win the race or whatever. He's just trying to improve his time. And I think, look, the competitions will always be there that you want to beat the next guy. But, you know, you've got to accept what the car can really do and what you can do. And if you can better your time, fantastic. That's all that counts.
The wonderful thing about any form of motor racing is the weather. And that's why people come year in and year out, because last year you might have set a time, but it could have been damp and wet. Now you're going, oh no, but I want to go faster, so I'm going to come when it's dry.
Yeah, when it's damp, especially up this hill, I mean, most cars actually wheel spin all the way up the hill. It just makes it so dangerous. But you know what? The thrill is still there. It's still exciting, eh?
Yeah, here is Richard Wiederholt, also in a Fiat 124. These are all in class H5, so these guys will all be sitting and looking at each other's times so that they can ensure that they get into that shootout.
Shootout, yeah. Well, you know, it's not that easy. People think it's easy out there. We can go much faster. Believe me, it's quite hair-raising at the end of the day. The cars are on the limits, what the car can really do, and you try and push it a little bit further, and you might make a stupid little mistake.
This wonderful Ford Escort, I mean, you can even hear it through our speakers, or through our, our microphones. I mean, I've never heard an Escort sound like that. Amazing.
I think I must actually go and have a look a little bit later, but I think he's cut that exhaust off somewhere along the line. But it is what it is, but it sounds great. I mean, the car's going great, it looks great, does the parts, yeah.
Just wonderful to hear the sounds of these cars going up this hill as well. It's just so wonderful. Here's Trevor Tuck in Julia Caesar in his exceptionally well prepared Julia. Very, very competitive class, I've got to say, that these guys are in.
Yep, and I think it's one of the best classes there, besides the top runners. But I mean, with Trevor Tuck, I mean, like I said just now, that car is so beautiful. I mean, so well prepared. And the man drives it out as well. I mean, he drove it so hard that he had the tacky burst, I see there. He's looking for another tacky, another boot.
I think so. So, yeah, I mean, and it's just magic to see how this class has grown. And you've got normally aspirated cars as that is, but you've also got turbo Porsche 944. So just, that is. I think he's pushing it a little, Franco. What do you say?
I think he's pushing it. I told him what to do in the first corner.
Whoa! Well, there we go. He's pushing it well. He's done a 51.8.
Hey, that's 3 seconds
quicker.
faster.
So now here, this is his main competition. This is Andre Bezuidenhout's son, Jandre Bezuidenhout, in the 944. Let's see how he goes. And maybe Trevor's listened to you, Franco, and said, listen, let's lay down the marker. And now
run.
let's see
on the first run
what the guys, if the guys can get there. So, sure, that was some exciting looking racing.
Yeah, Sasha, I'll tell you something. It just works for me. You know, put the gauntlet down on the first run. It's amazing how it works on everybody's head. We got to catch, and then make mistakes after that. So,
yeah, I must say, I do like that philosophy. I do like that idea. Let's see what young Bezuidenhout can do. He's, wow,
whoops,
3.6 seconds off Trevor Tuck. So that immediately now he gets back to the pits just now and goes, whoa, how did Tuck do that?
Yeah. I mean,
and the pressure's on.
The pressure's on. I mean, straight away. Well, I don't know if I did the right thing of telling him what to do, but it seemed to work.
Any advice in racing is usually good advice, and one should always respect that. Let's see. This is also in the same class as well. And I mean, that's an original Golf body.
Yeah.
You know, that's a MK1. Although, let's be honest, it's definitely not the same suspension, brakes, or engine
inside that car. But the car's awesome. I mean,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautifully prepared, an iconic shape as well. I was chatting to the guys at BMWs who were watching Paige Lindenberg coming up in this beast. I mean, cars this size, Franco, they cannot be easy to drive.
It's Peter Tutoya actually invited me to go and race the Galaxy there and the Bel Air.
Yeah.
And I mean, I tell you, they're actually tanks. And they've got so much body roll that you can see going through the corner. And for a woman to race that car like she does, fantastic. I mean, she handles it like any guy would do.
That's a tremendous amount of skill, something that big. Here's another one of the Lindenberg Shelbys.
Daytonas, yeah.
Yeah, Daytona, beautiful looking car as well. I mean, just iconic with its pedigree of racing as well. So wonderful to see a car like that going up the hill.
And now these big cars are actually very, very difficult to drive. I mean, you think you could go faster through a corner, but the size of the tires that you run in and whatever just doesn't allow you to do it. So you're on that edge all the time.
All the time. Another one beautifully prepared as well. Also, the thing, you know, you and Chiro mentioned it earlier, you know, there's no ABS, there's no traction control. A lot of these cars don't have power steering. These are beasts to handle.
Yeah. It's man and his machine, and that's it. There's no aids to it. And, it makes it difficult, but you know what, it's still, I think it's more thrilling than having launch control and traction control and all the gizmos. I think these cars are fantastic.
All right, James Temple has gone fastest now. He's in category H6. He's done a 48.6. So let's see what H6 is at the moment. Quibus Brits has done a 54, so he's 6 seconds off that pace. In H7, we've got Tuck with a 51.8, Jandre Bezuidenhout with a 55, and H2, Peter McPherson with a 54.7, also H2 Barry Ingle with a 56.5. So times are definitely coming down, the competition is coming down. At the end of this run, when they all make their way down to the pits, they'll be going, okay, now things are getting serious.
Now what sort of changes can we do? Tire pressures and all sorts of little things, shocks, you know, soften up or harden a little bit more. So it's very difficult.
But Franco, also, it's not as though you have a tremendous amount of time to change setups. So a lot of this preparation is done prior to actually coming up the hill.
Look, you might just do the alteration and you might just go slower. That's the problem.
That's the biggest issue.
Yeah.
Very, very good point. Isn't this iconic?
That's a
Patrick Gearing in the 333i from the BMW Museum. BMW celebrating 50 years in South Africa, the first ever manufacturing plant outside of Germany, still going in South Africa, very, very strong and iconic brand worldwide, but especially here in South Africa, and a South African built Triple 3i. I mean, it's just amazing. A car that has no aircon because they needed the power steering. Beautiful car, magic sound. Those wheels are also iconic. So it's very special to see it here at Simola.
Well, it's a privilege to see it. You don't see those cars laying around anywhere and everywhere. Like I said just now, if I had a car like that, I would actually leave it in the garage covered.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too beautiful, man.
Very nice. Jennifer Abbott is going up the hill as well in her Porsche 911 ST. This is her daily runner, by the way.
I didn't know that.
Yes, this is her daily runner. She prepares her cars herself with a little bit of help from her father, but most of them by herself. Last year she was in a 914. Wonderful young lady, and a peddler as well. She can go.
Very nice.
Yeah,
I mean,
but that's her daily runner. So
amazing, eh?
One would be a little cautious, I think.
Well,
not you, Franco.
Yeah, no, I'm crazy. But I mean, if you take her, she drives that car every day, so she knows it like the back of a hand, and that makes it quite easy to drive. Just a little bit faster.
Yes, just a little bit faster as well. I mean, this Tony Viana.
This old car.
And this was a beast. I mean, that is a really big car. But wow, I just remember those touring car days when that was on the track. It was just wonderful. To watch.
Yeah. And it's quite a heavy car. I'm not actually going to ask him what the car weighs, but I would be surprised if it doesn't weigh about 1,600 kilos. And we watched it going up the hill, and it squirmished a bit. And I think it's just because of the braking and the uneven of the circuit.
Okay.
It makes that car like squirrel around, you know. And let's watch it if he's going to take maybe a different line and see if he's got it straighter.
Let's listen to the 745.
You can see it a little bit, but he took a better line through there.
A little bit of braking.
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Beautiful sounding car as well, and just also wonderful to see that on this hill climb this year. You know, iconic cars of South African motorsport that sometimes, unfortunately, spend too much time in museums.
And that's the biggest problem.
It's a Lola! Listen to this.
That's V8. That's a V8 power.
That's Franco's language.
That's my language.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the design of this car. It is, and I mean, that's what, 50 odd years old.
Yeah.
Beautiful design. So now we're getting into a couple of the big hitters now. I'm just there. There we go. It's Clive Corder in the Lola. It's a 1969. Exactly. 54 years old. Incredible. The Jaguar of Clinton Lawrence. This is one of your personal friends, personal sponsors.
Well, he's a personal sponsor. I think he's just got a problem there.
Oh, that's not good.
Pulled him off there.
Okay.
Something must have happened to that car. So, pity.
Yeah, so that's going to bring out probably a red flag.
Oh, yeah.
And then hopefully they can get that car out. We'll have to wait for Enzo Kuhn in that beautiful, I mean, the sound of this car is just very, very special. But it seems as though we're going to have a little bit of a delay, a little bit of a break with the Jaguar that's stricken on the right-hand side of the track. There we go. We can see the pace cars going out, and well, hopefully not a tow vehicle, but more than likely a tow vehicle. Bring it back, and hopefully it's nothing major.
Major, yeah, maybe just a plug wire or something jumped off and the car's died out or whatever. Yeah. Hopefully it's not a gearbox or a side shaft, because that's what usually happens on the pull-off. Guys just break a side shafts and or the clutch disintegrates. Yeah,
exactly.
The guy just drops the clutch too hard and then it just disintegrates.
The most important part of a hill climb is the launch. I mean, you cannot make up if you don't have a good launch.
Sasha, I was telling Chiro just now, the biggest thing that I had on any form of racing, and it's not just me, it's all the rear-wheel drive cars. I see the Jaguar's going.
Oh, he's going again. Wonderful.
Must have been a plug wire or something, or ignition switch.
Oh, that's great news.
Yeah, that's great news. And it's a good sounding car. I mean,
that V12 is.
But the car's too heavy, and I've been trying to tell him bring it to me, I'll cut it out for you.
I'm sure he's sitting there saying, you know what, I actually do like driving it on the road here and there.
Yeah.
Franco, leave it alone.
Yep.
Beautiful,
It's a beautiful car.
Yeah. But going back to, we'll get Enzo Kuhn going off in a couple of moments. That launch, rear-wheel drive, you say the difference between a four-wheel drive.
Look, there's a few of us in the King of the Hill that are rear-wheel drive, only single rear-wheel drive, not four-wheel drive.
Yes.
That we actually battle. That's our downfall to the car. But with my car, I had, and there's been Sav and them as well with the BMW that also only rear-wheel drive. You've got so much power, and you just cannot get off the line. And that's where we lose out, is that
initial launch.
That initial launch of 60 meters. You've lost out 1.5 seconds. Try and make that up.
Yeah, that's the point. So I think, in these qualifying runs and these times now are definitely do count.
Very crucial.
You've got to ensure, and that's what you've got to work on. Maybe slightly lower revs or higher revs, and then where to let that. Let's just listen to this.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Nice little car.
Beautiful looking car. Here we go, Enzo Kuhn.
Multiple rally champions. So you can handle that car. Hear that car.
Yeah, let's just enjoy the symphony of a Ferrari V8.
And it's also an old car.
Yeah.
Now he's not holding back at all, eh?
Well, Enzo Kuhn, as you mentioned, listen to this. Oh! He is a spectacular racing driver. Here we go.
What's better than that?
Not much better than that. A 52.18. Okay, here come the big hitters, but just to give you a perspective, a 52.18, and he's only fourth in the timesheet.
So you can imagine how fast these guys are really going.
Yeah. No. Here we go. Ian Schofield. Yep, in the March 1977, a 2-liter single-seater, the beautiful colors. The car originally raced by Noel Sneeman, the late Noel Sneeman.
Yeah. Beautiful car, that.
Yeah.
And that's only got I'm sure there's only got a 1600 motor in that car.
I think it's 1600 or it's a 2-liter. 2-liter, four-cylinder. Yeah, very special.
Wow, 42, eh?
Wow, that's going.
Yo. He's pushed it out the ball.
That is very quick. Oh, that's Andrew Schofield, not Ian, sorry. Andrew Schofield. So I think you were right. I think I've got my...
Page is a bit wrong.
Perhaps, yeah. Try and keep up with all of it. Beautiful Porsche going up the hill as well. Sure, 42.8. I think that's the quickest so far we've had.
No, our whole day, yeah. You probably listened to me talking to Trevor Tuck.
Yeah, exactly.
That car was in that on the truck where it burnt, and they've rebuilt it. They've rebuilt that car.
My word!
They've done a fantastic job. I must be honest. Yes, Franco.
Yes, Franco Scribante in just a spectacular car, so beautifully prepared. That Chevron, also just a 2-liter 1970 car, is immaculately prepared. Last year there were all sorts of shenanigans with his gearbox, but this year it's all back and
all
perfect.
Original, yeah.
All original.
And he's just proving a point as well.
Leave it original. Franco, listen, talk to yourself. Leave it original.
You're pointing fingers.
Nothing is original with Franco. If you can make it faster, he'll make it faster. Beautiful sounding.
What time?
Let's have a look what goes. Scribante, 42.0, 8/10 quicker than Schofield. Here comes Bezuidenhout. Let's see what Andre Bezuidenhout can do. This is also just a wonderful man. But also such an accomplished racing driver as well.
He takes his racing very seriously. When he does it properly, and that's the right way of doing things.
You have to. It's a very dangerous sport, and if you're not prepared, you can land up with issues. Let's see what he can do. They know. Andre was the guy saying to me, "How far am I off Franco?" So I said, "No, you're about half a second." So let's see on this first qualifying run this morning for the Classic Car Friday, Simola HillClimb 2023. This will be the last of the vehicles in qualifying one. Scribante, Bezuidenhout goes third. Okay, a 43.0. That's a full second. Franco,
Yeah,
a full second
slower. Yeah.
off Franco Scribante. So they got a little bit of work to do.
I think they're going to go back to the drawing board there and have a good look at maybe suspension set up a little bit. I think, look, you must remember they don't come here to come second, eh?
Not a chance. And also, I was chatting to Andre Bezuidenhout yesterday when we all arrived, and he's just had a hip replacement. And I was just saying, Andre, you're fit and ready. And the wonderful thing is when you come across people who will not make excuses, you just sit there and say, you know what, Sasha, new hip, feeling good, ready to go. So he's fit and healthy, and now it's going to be a question of can he find a second in the qualifying to catch Franco Scribante.
Yeah, maybe he's just holding back a bit. Maybe he's playing the other game. We'll try and put it on the last run. Maybe, I don't know. But maybe they go back to the drawing board. We must actually go and have a look and see. If they're setting up, then we know. They're looking, they're scratching.
We're setting up. So listen, I just want to say, so this is the cap that I arrived with this morning, because we do have a Formula One weekend. Okay. And amazingly, I've just bumped into people, and then my good friends at Canon gave me a cap. And then, of course, the Lindenbergs will never ever lose out, so they gave me a cap as well. So I'm
unfair. What about me?
Paige, are you watching? Please, Franco wants a cap. By the way, just speaking of people and whatever, Canon are supplying all of the cameras for the live streaming. So wonderful to have them on board. They've been at every single Simola HillClimb, and they're here on force. And they are just so wonderful that if you've got your Canon camera, you can go into there and sit there and say, "Oh, can you loan me a bigger lens or something like that?" So very, very cool people. Wonderful to see.
Without those guys, we wouldn't be here.
We wouldn't
be here.
Although we do have Peter. We need a nickname for Peter because he's our director at the moment. And then we have Fritz the Magnificent. We have to call him that. He told us we have to call him Fritz the Magnificent. Now, we can tell you, that is qualifying one for Classic Car Friday right here at Simola. And thanks for joining us. Please share the live stream wherever you are. And we've got some great surprises for tomorrow as well, but we'll leave that until then. At present, qualifying one, Franco Scribante fastest, and that is in the H9 category. Unsurprising, the top four cars are all H9. Andrew Schofield is second, he's 8/10 off. Andre Bezuidenhout is a full second off the pace. And Charles Arton, he's quite a few seconds off the pace. But wonderful from our good friend Rui Campos.
He's up there,
He's right up there in class H8. He's at a 47.9. Clive Corder's at a 49.0. So there's also a second between them as well. You've raced a lot with Rui over the years.
Yeah, we've come a long way. When we raced the V8s, the V8 supercars, they were racing the VSPs.
That's right.
Yeah, we raced together. We actually combined the two. And it was exciting.
Yeah, a guy who also just loves his motorsport. Very
fanatic, and his two kids.
Yes.
One family.
We've got somebody's mobile phone in our studio. No, it's not. It's maybe I don't know whose phone
is that.
I don't know.
Just switch it off.
Anyway, they will get hurt. Okay. Listen, if you're joining us just for the first time, welcome. Simola HillClimb. This is Franco Di Matteo. Franco should actually have been racing this weekend, and I'll tell you the story about that a little bit later. But we're getting ready for Q2 in Classic Car Friday. Let's go to our intrepid and very dapper Colin Hasty, who's in the pits.
Neil, Tony, the honours, 7:45. You just had your first qualifying run. How did it go?
Good, I'm happy with the time, a little bit quicker than the first practice runs. The car is amazing, the guys at Public Lot Racing have done a fantastic job preparing the car. So yeah, to take over the reins from Tony, so to say, is a real honor. Of course, very emotional for me because it's such a unique car, you know, it's a South African creation and a very unlikely race car. Tony said, no, we can go racing with this engine because it's got the M1 engine, the M88 from the M1. And yeah, the car is fantastic. It makes power, the whole rev range.
What are you revving it to now?
Just over 7.5. So yeah, trying to be conservative because there are not a lot of these motors around. So, and it makes power all the way. You kind of, the rev limiter kind of surprises me every time. So I've got to shift a little bit before that.
Because these things, when they were in some of the sports cars at race, they rev to 9.2.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Tony revved it to more than 9, and I know that he actually had the Germans scratching their heads, going, you know, how's this possible? You know,
I think Tony made the Germans scratch their heads a lot.
And you know, the cool thing is we've actually got one of the engineers here from Germany who actually built the car, worked with the development team in developing the 7454 for South Africa. Because the issue over there was we had the 745, but it was a turbocharged car. So they couldn't make it right-hand drive because the turbo plumbing was in the way. So they came up with the idea of let's put the M1 engine in it, which is so insane. But of course, it was a fantastic car.
Brilliant, brilliant, absolute brilliance. Enjoy.
I certainly shall. Thank you.
Cheers. Right, let's go a little bit more down here, because we want to talk. In fact, Rui, qualifying again, you've now got it nailed, you've putting in some times, it's look, you're looking strong.
Yeah, I think for class, yes, but overall it's going to be a battle when all these single-seaters start going, you know.
But it's tough out there.
But it's warmed up a lot. I mean, I was nearly a second slower now, but we got some more qualifiers.
Awesome, good luck.
Thank you, Colin.
I want to talk to Ian Schofield. Ian, it looks like there's a proper BDG fight going on here now.
It's looking a bit that way, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you enjoying it?
Very much so, yeah.
Car is sounding quite magnificent. Now, you went out in that qualifying run on brand new tyres. Yes. Are they going to be good for the top 10 shootout?
Yeah, they were good straight away, actually. They switched on a lot quicker than I thought they would because it was a bit tentative into turn 1. But, yeah, the grip was there straight away, so, yeah, looking good.
So next run, it's attack turn 1.
Yeah, a bit more, yes. Yeah.
Lovely, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, no worries.
One of Ian's drivers in the GTC, the incredible Robbie Walk, looking at times. Robbie, what are you seeing in those times?
Not much, slow.
But it's how's that Ford of yours going, Formula Ford going?
Yeah, it's going well. It's handling well. Just struggling. Don't have the right ratios yet, unfortunately. So it's a bit of a pity. I think it could, it could be in the top 6, 7 quite easily. But
you woke people up last year in the Lola that you had, and it must be a little bit frustrating driving a car with not ideal ratios.
Yeah, it's basically a 2-speed box. It's second and third are the same, and fourth's too long. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
But you've got another mission as well. It's to build up to the pull beam tomorrow and have proper go in it.
No, of course. Today's just a bit of fun, getting your eye in. It's always fun being in historics anyway, so enjoying myself up there. The car's challenging in itself, you know. It's quick through the corners. Just yeah, I'm sure tomorrow will be a lot faster, a lot more fun.
You mentioned there the challenge. It's you might not be beating other cars, but you always want to beat yourself and beat the last run and pull every last dreg of speed out of the car.
Yeah, I think that's it. We know what sort of times the car can do, so a bit frustrating that, you know, you're not close to where it should be. But yeah, I mean, you're always trying to push yourself, so we're always trying to go faster. Yeah, we'll go faster the next run and yeah, inch our way closer.
And the smile is there. That tells it all.
Of course, it was always fun. Always fun being here.
Lovely. Thank you, Robbie. Good luck. Right, let's go. Right, what was wrong with the launch?
No, the launch, I blew the launch, I'm afraid. I've got the new sticky tyres on and I just wasn't quite sure how they worked, so hopefully the next one will be a bit better. But, we did a 52 the first run, a 47 the second, a 46 now. So
if you keep chipping it away.
Keep chipping it away, yeah. If they give me 11 quali runs, I'll get there eventually.
You've got another 2 quali runs, then a class final.
Yes.
But your 2 quali, you've got to get into the top 10 to get into the final in your quali run.
Yeah, I do. No, I've got a bit of work to do here. But let's say for a car that only ever turned a wheel this morning for the first time on a track, it's doing just fine.
Driver's reasons, I call them.
No, exactly. I know, it's just solid excuses. These are legitimate, solid excuses. Do you understand?
Out of page 397,
Yeah, of the
chapter
driver's book.
58 of the driver's book of reasons.
That's him. No, I've got them all. But you see, he's going to fix it now, so it'll go faster.
Okay, what's he doing to the thing?
It's still a bit loose at the top. I just not got enough grip at the rear. So we're actually going to disconnect the anti-roll bar at the rear now. Try and soften up the rear a bit more and see if that gives us a bit more back grip.
So let's have a look here. You're already on full soft adjustment over there. So next step is take one link off.
Just take the anti-roll bar off completely, yeah. But I mean, look at the way these cars are built. Each piece is jewelry, isn't it? It's just magnificent.
It's quite spectacular and a privilege to work on and a privilege to drive.
Oh, they're beautiful to drive. I mean, honestly, it just feels, it's got that that little buzz you get when you get into a car. Sometimes you get it when you get in this car. It really is great.
It's got Ford's finest 1600 cc's of BDA, 10,000.
One has to look off. We're revving to 9.5. It's 9. I've had it over 9 years. A whole crew playing with it. And Nick's looking at me and saying, and keep it at 9.9 is good, he's saying. Don't blow the motor up today.
We have many requests to hear a BDA at going up to the bridge at 10,000 RPMs. We know it can do it.
Okay then.
As long as you have a bond on your house.
Peer pressure. No peer pressure here.
We have to wind you up. Lovely. Enjoy this magnificent beast.
Wonderful. Look, the ladies are loving it. Some lady came to me just now and said it's the most beautiful car here.
Well,
and that's why we do this. We do this to pull the ladies, just so you understand. That's what this is about.
That's the
Oh, well, it seems like Colin has gone a little bit AWOL up in the pits. Just wonderful to see the happiness of everybody. Franco, I mean, everyone's in a great mood, but they know they've got to try and find something a little bit more now, but they're feeling confident. There seems to be such an amazing vibe down that pit lane.
Looks like Colin, the little picture that we saw with Colin, I see the guys are actually stripping Franco's car there, and I was actually a little bit surprised, but the vibe in that pit lane, you can't describe it until you're actually there.
It's very special. Great crowds already in on this just about lunchtime, it's still early, 11:25 on a Friday in Knysna in the southeastern part of South Africa. We always have good crowds on a Friday, and then of course tomorrow it's just crazy.
Yeah, it's a Saturday as well. The guys are still working actually. I think tomorrow the hype will be much more than what today. But I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, the crowds are going, the guys are in and out. And I think the pressure's on the drivers more than the crowd. I think they're just enjoying it.
Yeah, I think the crowd also. The wonderful thing about a Classic Car Friday is that, you know, people who may be new to motor racing, or people who bring their kids along, or youngsters or whatever, and sit and say, "Oh wow, what is that?" And you experience, you learn about motor vehicles from the past and the icons of racing.
I wish more youngsters would come to watch the old cars, because I mean, they all know about fuel injection and computers and all sorts of things. These cars don't have all that. So, you know, learn about a carburetor. What is that? What is that? You know, distributor, things like that. It makes it very interesting. But
spoken like a true petrol head, that's for sure. Yeah, they are special, and it's just wonderful to see them all out there. We're going to have another qualifying session that is going to be coming down. You can see some of the marshals there dropping a little bit of sand on the track. Some of these old cars might spill a little bit of oil here and there.
Yeah, I mean, the cars are old, the engines are old. I mean, everything is a bit worn out. They try and keep it as best as possible. But I mean, at the end of the day, some cars will leak a little bit of fluid. But if it does leak a lot, they'll just push it off. But I mean, that's just a little bit, and they just throw a bit of cement on it, and it's clear.
Yeah, very, very easy. The preparation, in terms of some of these old cars, and, you know, Franco, your forte is more on you know, what we're going to see tomorrow, and brute power. But in terms of these older cars, parts, you know, if these guys have to rebuild something, do a lot of them go and actually manufacture themselves?
I think they do, but look, overseas, you can still buy parts. Guys are actually manufacturing because there's a bigger selection of spares and things like that. But the parts are getting so expensive with exchange rate and all sorts of things.
I was going to say, with our monopoly money, anything's expensive if you have to bring it in.
Yeah, there's a certain oak down at the pit. I mean, he's paid like 400,000 rand just for an engine, and I mean, what do? You got the car, you need the engine, so
yes, of course.
you can't do nothing else. So yeah, spend the money.
Yeah, you got to spend the money. It becomes a passion. There's a brilliant saying in the world of motorsport, and that is, if you would like to become a millionaire in motorsport, start with $1 billion.
100%, 100%.
But it's all passion.
But it's a passion behind it.
Of course.
Of course. You know, Sasha, 37 years in motor racing, you can imagine what I've spent. But you know what? I will not change it for anything in this world.
These HillClimb events, everyone knows of something like Pikes Peak, which is quite a crazy kind of event in the United States. But they're growing all of the time, and they seem to be getting more and more popular.
Yeah, I think it's you and the hill and the time. You know, you're not challenging. You're not worrying about the guy next to you. Like circuit racing, you're worrying about the guy next to you. Yes. Is he going to give you space, or are you going to bump? All sorts of things. Yeah, it's just the pressure's on. Just you and that hill, and go as fast as you can.
So Franco, let's go through. So we start. Okay. Let's say you're doing your final run. You're into the top 10 shootout. Okay. You're in the top 10 shootout for Classic Car Friday. The way that I see it is, got to have the launch. Okay. So if you've got the good launch, your brain is now going, I cannot mess this up. Is that correct?
Yeah. Because if you get that right, okay, you know, okay, I've done it. But you can't relax.
No, of course not.
Because the next corner might just catch you out. So the pressure just gets more and more and more. And you can't believe the relief that once you go over the finish line, it's like somebody's actually pulled the plug out of you. Yeah?
So, because you know, as you say, all of a sudden you've hit your best launch. Okay. Yeah. Now all of a sudden turn one comes to you quicker.
Because the car's accelerating quicker. You're excited that you've made that launch 100%, but I can't make a mistake. And that people think, oh, you can't make it. No, you can actually physically make a mistake on the thing, because it's now,
And eventually, I mean, this all comes down to, you know, hundredths of a second, because you're all in the same kind of tire, and I'm talking per class. You know, but this can come down to hundredths of seconds
as well, 100%. And I mean, one stupid little mistake that you make, you could lose it. I mean, come in second. I mean, winning is winning at the end of the day, you know, and that's what you aim for.
When a lot of these guys will sit there and say, man, my goal is, yes, to win my class. Of course, you want to win. And then no matter what class you're in, you want to try and make that top 10.
That's your aim, is to do the top 10. I mean, there's 80 cars over there, and to just finish in the top 10 is an achievement.
Incredible.
100%. You know,
it's wonderful stuff. We are waiting for qualifying 2. That is going to take place in a couple of moments from now, and then of course we'll have a qualifying 3, and then we'll have a lunch break. And then there afterwards, of course, we're going to the afternoon sessions where it'll be class battles, the top 3 in class battles, and then the top 10 shootout as well.
That's going to be exciting.
Yeah, tremendous amount of excitement that is still coming through. Let's go through our top 10 currently. We've got Craig Wessels. He's in 10th position at a 51.0. Times are not that relevant right now, but the pecking order could change. So we've got Craig Wessels, class H8 at present. Robert Walk, and listening to him speaking to Colin, seemed to have sort of the wrong gear ratios.
I heard that. And it happens. I mean, they've been here so many times.
I know. But how do you make that mistake?
You try exactly what I was saying just now. You try something and you think it's going to work. Meantime, you go backwards.
Now, the problem is, it's not as though, hold on, we got enough time to now all of a sudden take those gears.
It's not like a tire pressure that you can just go up or down.
Yes.
You got.
They have to live with what they have.
You're going to have to live with what you've got.
Okay, there we go. So Robbie Walk in 9th position. In 8th position, Josh Dovey, Clive Corder in 7th, James Temple in 6th, Rui Campos in 5th, Charles Arton, Andre Bezaidner, Andrew Schofield, and Franco Scribante. Those are our top 10
for now
at present. And of course, you're going to have people who are going to be just out of that top 10 who are going, man, I've got to try and get in there.
And believe me, they will drive even harder. And sometimes driving even harder makes more mistakes.
That's a very pertinent point.
Yeah, you got to be so smooth, and especially with these cars, it's not that you got the brute force. You've just got to be so gentle and so smooth, and that's what makes the cars faster.
And I mean, is this right? Sort of slower in, faster out. Unless you're Franco Di Matteo, then it's fast in and fast out.
You just keep your foot flat. No, with these old cars, the trick is just try and carry speed through a corner. And the minute you start tapping off, you're just losing that 3-4 kilometers, and
then you're in a much more difficult
situation to catch up.
It's quite an amazing amount of vehicles that we have today, and the first that go out are the really, really old cars. You know, we go back to 1934, 35, 35. Which is also spectacular to see, because the one thing that we have noticed in South Africa, and that is also because we have not the strongest currency, Franco, is unfortunately a lot of cars that have been in South Africa are being exported out because they're receiving great money for them, and that's rather sad. So it's nice to see when people actually decide, no, we're going to keep
and enjoy their cars.
Of course, you've got to enjoy what we have.
That's exactly.
And that's why whenever you have the opportunity to go to some of the spectacular museums we have in South Africa, car museums, you just sit there and say thank you for holding on.
For some people that actually look after these cars,
and keep them.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, the classic car market also has just grown phenomenally over the last couple of years.
Yeah, if we only knew what we had in the younger days. We won't go there.
We won't tell you that story.
No, we won't go there.
But a little early, before we crossed over to Colin, I did say that, Franco, I mean, you've raced here many, many times. You've won your class quite a few times. You've made it into top 10 shootouts. Why are you not in the car tomorrow, Franco?
Sasha, look, my car's ready.
Yes.
We had the special engine built that's on the rack. We had the special gearbox that's next to the gearbox, the nitrous that we were running. Everything's ready, but we just couldn't find a soft tire to put on that car. So, yeah, Pirelli do make a good tire, but it's a hard tire. And we're talking a few thousandths of a second between the top 10 guys for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And if you're 2 seconds off the pace, it doesn't help me come in here and wasting my time.
No,
I come here to win. I don't come here to try and come second or third or whatever.
No, of course.
And for me, it's a challenge. But what can I do? It's part of the game.
Is it?
And now I'm sitting here talking to you.
Yeah, which is wonderful. And getting the insights of somebody who's done this so many times and, of course, raced for the last 30-odd years. Yeah. So it's wonderful to get the insights of a racing driver. But are there issues, of course, after the whole COVID situation that the world went through, and all of a sudden parts were so much more difficult to get across the world, is it still an issue?
Yeah, it's actually become a bigger issue at the moment, especially with American parts and things like that. But what on the tire situation, I mean,
yes.
we run a 16-inch tire on our cars, on the V8, supercar V8s, and the rest of the world has gone to 18s, 19s, and 20s.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that was the biggest problem. That they're not going to just manufacture a set of tires just for me.
Correct.
So that was my problem. So next year...
But do they know who you are?
I should have phoned them direct.
You should have phoned them direct. Okay, we've got track action. We're into qualifying 2. These are some of the classic cars. Margaret White in the Austin, a 750cc 4-cylinder, 1937 vehicle. These will not be the most rapid up the hill, but just a delight to watch. You go back nearly 100 years and this car was out there. I mean, just look how beautiful they are.
I mean, just to race one of those cars up there, I mean, would be an awesome feeling, I think.
I think it's an amazing. I think that's the MG of Roger Lewis. We've got the Riley. There we go. I think that's Margaret. Look at Margaret. Just beautiful.
I just admire old cars like this.
Yeah, those skinny little tires.
I just wanted to say as well.
Just tiny little tires. And this is what people 100 years ago raced. Just fabulous.
If we look at the new generation of cars, we run cambers on our cars. Positive camber, they run negative camber at the end of the day. So it's like...
yeah. Just, totally the other way around. Doesn't make any sense.
That's the way they work.
Yeah, the progression is just wonderful. Patrick Gearing, fastest at the moment, 1 minute 7 seconds up the hill. Margaret White in her Austin 7 Special, 1 minute 35 seconds. Tomorrow in King of the Hill and Sunday, we will have cars that will go 1 minute faster.
Exactly a minute, yeah.
Exactly a minute quicker.
Maybe even faster than that, than 35.
Yeah, all depends. Weather could be a factor. In this part of the country of South Africa, the weather does change as it pleases.
Well, we mustn't talk too fast, because if it does rain, heavily rain tomorrow, these cars will actually have a faster time than most of these cars tomorrow.
Probably. So currently out on the track we have Jero Lilek and Gino Noli, who are going up the hill. Patrick Gearing, and Patrick is driving, of course, his Riley, and then of course he gets in the 333i as well, with BMW. And the reason why it takes a little bit longer for the start officials is that they know that these cars aren't going to be too rapid.
Yeah, and it might just happen that something happens to them then, and it just delays it even longer. You'll fetch a car and coming back.
Yeah, there we go. We've got Roger Lewis 4 seconds off the pace. And Jero 2 seconds faster than Margaret. These are all in one class of category as well. So just spectacular every year that at Simola HillClimb we do have the advantage and opportunity to see some of these really, really rare and old cars.
Spectacular cars.
Yeah, they are very, very special. So I think we're getting into
on the GT40 there.
Oh yes, yeah. So we definitely, that is not from 1930,
but also fantastic car, beautiful looking car. I mean, nice V8 in it.
Yeah, magic. And I think that is, yeah, it's a 1964. That's Peter McPherson. Beautiful colors, wonderful shape, incredible achievements on track.
Yeah, and that shape, 1957. I mean,
incredible. Yeah, just wonderful. There's a classic Jaguar D-type, beautiful, beautiful looking car as well. And of course, Jaguar followed the Alfa Romeo way when it came to building engines. Yeah. Beautiful to see these cars. So here we are. We're into category H2. And at the moment, Peter McPherson, a 55.1 in his spectacular,
all, eh?
in the Ford GT40, you know, from 1964.
That's actually a good time, eh?
Very, very good time. 55.0. And of course, now we're getting into, we've got the Jaguar, we've got a couple of Porsches in this category as well. Yeah, I think Barry Ingles one to watch. This is the Austin of Hedley Whitehead. It's a 1.2, it's a Cooper S, but might have a little bit more power than it had in 1964.
And of course, Barry, I mean, he's not a bad driver at all. I mean, he's quite a reasonable good driver.
Yeah.
And I think he'll put up a good time. I mean, he's been fastest and second fastest throughout all the practices in his class. Let's see what he does now.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, this 550 Spider replica, what an outstanding car. Won his category last year with a 55.1. And at the moment, we've got Peter McPherson, who's also on a 55.1, which is this year. So it's going to be interesting to see. This is a 356B. Jacques Picard going up the hill as well. Also that iconic shape, and I don't think that he's going full tilt. I think it's one of his prize collection, but he's there to have fun.
Oh, he's actually gone slower than Mac.
Yeah, by 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Barry Ingle. So definitely a lot of time that he can find in that car, considering he did a 55 last year.
Exactly. So something else is wrong, or
yeah, could maybe on the launch, maybe made a little mistake. I didn't follow the whole of his lap, but yeah, that's going to be quite spicy.
And also, Barry was riding in that Porsche, and he was, if you look at it, it's actually a left-hand drive car. Nobody actually noticed that.
It's true. Here we go. One of the Alfa Romeos that are coming out. It's a GT Junior, Ashley Bowd. It's a 1967, a 2-litre 4-cylinder, classic Busso engine in there. This is category H3. It's also a very, very competitive category.
Yep.
With a lot of the Alphas and the Fiats.
All Italian cars, basically.
Yeah, looks like it. So currently, as you can see on your screen, Peter McPherson ahead of Barry Ingle. Those in H2, Hedley Whitehead. They've got Hedley and Barry got a lot of work to do if they want to try and catch Peter McPherson.
He's also driving that car off the limit.
Yeah, well now it's crunch time.
Yeah, it's crunch time. He's got to do it now, or else he's only got one more chance.
One more chance, yeah. And this, of course, will give us classification of the class, and then it's only the top three from the class. An iconic-looking car, the Alfa Romeo, the step nose, and people call it a Junior, and other people call it a Julia GT. It's very confusing, extremely confusing. I just call it a Junior. I call it a Junior. But the Alfisti will call you out on it. We got one of the Austins or the Minis that we're coming up, a Cooper S and a Cooper. Kyle Brink, Chris van der Walt up on the track. And these cars are just magic fun to drive. Very small, but fun.
Yeah, you can't believe a little 1200 can go up like that little gear like that. And what's deceiving to all of us on TV is that uphill on that at the Simola, it looks a little bit uphill, but come down that hill and you realize how
steep it is.
Steep it is.
Very, very true. Unfortunately, television doesn't give us the best indication of how steep the hill is, but it is much more steep than you think, that's for sure. These are cars that you don't see very often, the 124s Fiat, so lovely to see them out on the track as well. So this is a very competitive class, H5. We've got a couple of Fiats. One is an Abarth. We've got the Fiat 124, and that is going up at present.
I've been watching some of these guys' lines coming through, and so for that 124 Fiat has actually had the best line coming through under the bridge.
Okay.
Well, what I can say.
Yes. Well, you know it. You know it better than most. So we will take you on that. Here we go. One of the Minis. That's going. He's going.
Okay, he's going very well. Oops, he's using the whole road for a little Mini.
Yeah. Maybe for Minis, they should actually just sit and say, no, you can only drive on one side of the road.
Yeah.
And also sounds spectacular as well. So many Minis in South Africa, and they get this incredible, I don't know what they do to them, but the power that comes out of them is incredible.
But think about it, Sasha, they were reckoning they were revving it to 8,000 RPM.
Incredible.
I mean, it's like a motorbike.
Yeah, Peter K. Eddy in the M10, the 1965 model, only 820 kilograms.
Yeah. Look, Nathan works on that car, Graham Nathan,
Okay.
and I mean, he does a superb job. And the car's the best it's ever been at the moment. Peter K. Eddy was telling me.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the BMWs, their 4 and 6 cylinders are just stunning and wonderful engines to work on as well.
Yeah, and they run all day, every day. I mean, and I mean, that old dog is, I think, 80-something years old. And he drives it, and he drives it very well.
Yeah. Speaking of overage gentlemen, Jeff Mortimer, 88 years old.
I think he's one of the oldest racing drivers around that are still driving.
And he still goes.
And he drives very well. The lines that he's taken through there, I mean, it's brilliant.
It's one of the Porsche 924s from the Checkered Flag Museum in Benoni in South Africa, in Johannesburg, which is just one of the most iconic South African motorsport curators. I don't think you will find any more South African motorsport than you will find at Checkered Flag. Wonderful, wonderful. And also kept all here, which is great.
Yeah, that's what I like about it. And, you know, and it just expands it every time we go there. The museum just gets bigger and bigger because guys are just giving more and more
stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's wow. Jeff Mortimer in 6th place in that Porsche.
A dead flat, a 1 minute flat.
Yeah.
Well done.
Incredible.
Nice little escort this.
Oh, beautiful. And sounds incredible. Trevor Tuck in the Julius Caesar. He'll be chasing that top 10. He was just outside the top 10 with a 51. So he'll be looking at that and going, "Whoa, I'm going to have to up it a little." So let's see. We saw him getting very sideways towards the top of the hill.
I think he's nearly put it flat through there. It looked like the line that I was telling him.
Yes.
Going in quite deep and then turning it gently into it, and looks like he did.
Yeah, this is where he got a little bit sideways last time.
Much better now.
Oh, much better there. Much better there. So let's see what Trevor Tuck can do in the Alpha Giulia.
I mean, that car has been around a while, and the only thing that he told me that he actually done with the car is bring a new exhaust system in it.
Yes. So he's got a new exhaust system, and that's all. So let's see what he can do. A 55.1 is what you want to chase. He's done a 51.7, which is slower than his last time. And here is his big competition in his class. This is Jandre Bezuidenhout, the 944 Turbo. 2.5 litre, 220 horsepower, 1985 when this car came out. A successor to the 924, which was the Audi engine, even though they're all owned by the same families nowadays. This is a crazy looking Golf.
I'm not too sure. That car was built in the 80s, I think.
That Golf?
That Golf, yeah.
Okay, I'm not too sure. You know, we've got, oh no, yes, it's 1981.
81, I was right, because I actually raced that car at, remember when they launched that car at Pekisa, and I raced against it, and it was...
That's got 155 kilowatts.
Yeah. Wow. From then to now, I think they've upgraded the engine, but the bodywork and the suspension and everything is still as it was.
Yeah. And here's another one of the Golf 1s from that class as well, Quibus Barnard. And yeah, this is going to be an incredibly quick class as well.
Yeah.
Although Bezuidenhout, I've got to say, still 4 seconds off Trevor Tuck. Which I would have thought.
No, Trevor Tuck did a 51.
Yes, but he did a 51.5.
Just
in the run previously, where he was more sideways.
Yeah, I think he was more. I think maybe he just took it a bit easier now.
Maybe. Well, let's see. These two Golfs are what? Well, there we go. Rob Pierce has gone through at a 53.3. So he's still 1.6 seconds off the pace. Let's see what Quibus Barnard can achieve on this run.
56 too.
56. And these cars are turboed, by the way.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoop. He went sideways.
You see the drone.
Drone around the car.
drone going as fast as the car. Wow. Okay, I think we're into class H6. This is one of the Porsches. I think it's your Honda Brain.
The Brain, yeah.
Yeah, going up. He finished second last year. 48s. So let's see.
Let's see if he goes any faster.
Because this is now we're getting into guys who can potentially challenge for the top 10.
And
wow, here we go. Now, beautifully prepared cars.
I just wanted to say, the way that car's handling, it's
very solid.
Very good, very.
Oh, beautifully prepared. And that flat 6 Porsche. Very special engine. Okay, let's see. Your Honda Brain just about to come over the line.
And we were saying just now, I mean, that road is so bumpy. It just, you can't believe it. And people think, well, if you look at it, it doesn't look that bad. But when you're in the car, actually, it's quite bad. But it makes it exciting. I mean, for everybody.
It's the challenge.
It's the challenge.
It's the challenge. I mean, that's the beauty of hill climbs. They're normal car roads that people drive on every single day. If it was just a flat piece of tarmac, then it's just brute force that's going to get you there. You know, brute power. So Clayton Kimber at 53.
That's the 333i BMW.
Yes.
Such a awesome
beautiful car. Okay, so Clayton Kimber, that's in the H4 category. It seems as though we've missed one of the cars because he's actually in the Daytona. So we'll catch up with them in a short while. But here is the beautiful 333i. Beautiful sounding car. Very, very rare. Waiting for it to make its way. Not nearly as quick as the Porsche, but I don't think Patrick's pushing it. I think he's pushing it, but
not to the limits.
No.
I wouldn't either.
I wouldn't either. Well, if it was me, I'd be going a lot slower than that. I can promise you that. A 57.3.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yes, I think you'd be very happy. With a car like that and a driver like Patrick, I think he's just sitting and saying, if I can prove in every session, I'll be more than happy. Yeah. 325 IS, also magic iconic car, beautiful sounding vehicle as well. Whole host of BMWs that are out here. This is Oliver Broom, or is it Farouk? Whoa, that was a little bit wide. That was a little bit wide.
Deep in there, eh?
There you
just steered a little bit, or just left the braking too late.
Is there, how much braking is there up this hill as we get cars that go faster and faster?
And the problem is, Sasha, that you're going up the hill, you've got no brake marker. There's no thing to indicate to you 50 meters from the corner. So it makes it very difficult. On the racetrack, you've got a 300, 200, 150 meters.
Of course.
There you don't have. So you've got to actually pick something in the bushes there or something that you can just pick up with your eye and say, that's a 50-meter mark. So all the practice that you have, you've got to find that marker somewhere along the line.
And you've got to hope the wind doesn't blow and move it out the way.
Or the guy moves the pole around and move it down the road a bit.
The brilliant 745i Neil Buerter at the wheel of this. The heritage cars from BMW out at Simola this year, which is wonderful. Tomorrow, of course, they've got a whole lot of electric vehicles that they'll be displaying. And, well, I can't promise, but maybe we'll make the noise for them.
I think so, yeah. Look, it's different. That's a new generation. That's a new,
of course,
way the world is going. So, and they're also exciting, I must be honest. Just to see like that, just going up the hill and no noise.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that too much. When I just see and hear everything that's happening outside our door, I like the noise.
Yeah, I love it as well.
Good to see the Jag back up. In the previous run, it did actually stop on the side of the road, but managed to get going as well. So this is going to be a crucial run for your good friend.
Yeah, you're going to have to put it together, Clint. Do it now, or you've got one more chance, my friend. And he does so much for motor racing. All the jackets at the offices all come from him, all sponsored by him. So he's putting back into motorsport, and that's what I enjoy about the man.
Yeah, wonderful. It's you need more and more people like this, which is really, really good.
Oh!
He
had it sideways, and that's one thing. He's got too much power.
That's a tremendous amount of power in that car.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I suppose, you just put it down at the wrong time.
And it goes sideways, yeah. And not bad time for a heavy car like that.
Very, very heavy, but looking good. The beautiful. I was going to say Rui Campos, but no, it's the beautiful car that Rui Campos is driving. Sorry, Rui, you're a nice guy, but your car's beautiful.
Yeah.
Magic car.
That is a magic car.
3.8 flat 6 911 RSR. Enzo Kuhn has just gone up in his Ferrari. He's 0.2 quicker than Trevor Tuck, and that I think that's going to be the call for 9th and 10th.
Yeah, cool. I think so. It sounds like a jet.
It's beautiful. Magic. That's a really, really 46. Yo, that's going.
Yeah, he's put the Gordon down.
Yeah, that's a very, very quick time. Okay, is this Craig Vessels?
Could be.
I think it is. 250 horsepower coming out of this RSR IROC edition.
Yeah.
This is his 7th Classic Car Friday. Yeah. Yes.
That's not a bad run, that.
Yeah, it's looking very solid at the moment. Andrew Schofield has gone up the hill in a 42.5.
That's fast.
That is very quick.
That's fast.
Rui Campos 46. Wessels does a 50.4. So he's significantly off the pace of Rui.
It looked faster.
Did.
Well, he's in 4th place.
Yeah. Okay, our single seaters
now
coming up here. Schofield with a 42.59. Now it's a question, let's push. There we go, Charles Arton with a 45 up the hill.
That's
that's
what.
That is for a single seater.
He's gone wide.
I think he's.
That was on the limit of the.
He felt that, Franco. He definitely felt that.
Yeah.
Scribante up the hill. He's chasing a 42.5.
That's an awesome car. The guys that actually work on that car, they actually does a fantastic job.
Yeah. Robert Walker's gone up, much better this time, a 48.6. We're just waiting for Scribante to go off, up
probably
and cross over. Robert Walk. Franco, 42.3.
That's fast.
That's, well, it's only 2/10 quicker than Schofield, but very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
I think the gap was, in the first practice, the gap was a bit bigger.
It was bigger. Yeah. No, Schofield definitely
that's something,
yeah.
Let's see, 47. Okay, so he's...
Yeah, 47 for Dovey.
How many more guys to go?
I think that's it. There we go.
Oh, well.
So that's what it looks like at the moment. And now, the top 10, Tuck is into the top 10. So he's gone, well, somebody's gone slower than he did on that run. So top 10 at the moment, Andre Bezuidenhout has gone quick as a 42-1. That is going to upset Franco Scribante.
And you remember I said to you, they're going to go back and do something small on that car, and it's not big things that you've got to do, it's that fine details, and I think that's what they...
And Franco, it's, as the driver, you've got to feel how that difference is.
Yeah, you got to understand your car. You got to understand what the car is doing, because you get back to your workshop, back to your pits, and you tell your mechanics, the car, you don't know what you're doing.
100%.
But if you can come back to, Franco Scribante, Andre Bezuidenhout, they've got good mechanics. So if you come back to them and say, the car's understeering, the car's pushing that little bit of nose, the guys will know, okay, let's go a little bit harder, let's raise the car back. Now, there's lots of little things that you can do. Small things.
Yes.
You cannot do big things, because big things might just not
go the wrong way.
So, and I think that's what happened to Andre Bezuidenhout. They're doing small things and getting faster.
Slowly, quicker and quicker.
And I think at the end of the day, he'll be there.
Oh, it is getting very, very tight. Yeah. It is the Simola HillClimb. It is Classic Car Friday. Andre Bezuidenhout, the fastest man. This is qualifying 2. We've got one more qualifying session, which will be coming up in a short while. What happens, for those maybe tuning in for the first time, all of the cars are now at the top of the hill.
Yeah. So it takes a while.
Once the session is completed, then they all come down the hill, but not in race pace. They just come down and then they get back into their pits and they have a few minutes to try and set up their cars. And then, of course, the marshals and stewards sit there and say, okay, let's go for Q3. But this is all about qualifying. There are all various different classes as well. We've got class H9, first, second, third, and fourth. Currently, the difference between first and fourth in that class is 3.8 seconds. But the top 3 are split by 0.4.
0.4 is nothing.
Nothing when it comes to racing.
One small mistake, your 0.4 is gone.
Yeah, Rui Campos is leading his class H8, with a 46.0. Next in his class in H8 is Craig Vessels with a 50. So Rui's looking very comfortable there.
4 seconds.
Yeah, I mean that's very, very comfortable. And then I suppose the big surprise, it's H9, H8, and then we've got one of H7, Trevor Tuck in the top 10. But his gap with a 51.7, and I don't have who's in 11th at present, but I think it's marginal.
I think so too.
So these guys know that in this next session they really have to push if they want to get in the top 10.
I mean, Trevor Tuck went slower.
Yes.
And he's in the top 10 now.
Yeah. So somebody else definitely. Also track conditions.
100%. It's getting warmer. The guys are not changing tire pressure, so it all counts.
All counts. Very, very important.
And the top guys, like the Franco Scribantis and that, will have guys monitoring the track, the temperature, and all sorts of things. So they experienced guys. And Rob said, no, same thing. They will monitor, and at the last minute do the changes. And then go out. That's what we do. If you want to run at the top, you have to do all these little things.
Yeah, I tell you.
But it's fantastic.
The fun is, it's just getting more and more fun during the next couple of hours here. We have got one more qualifying session. Let's cross over to Colin, find out the ins and outs of what's happening. Colin, what's happening?
He just used all the petrol and just moving already like that.
He's not using it.
They ask us what's happening. How's it going, Clayton?
Man, I'll tell you, the competition is tight this year. We've got 3 of us in the sort of, we're going to be in the final, I think. But between Gavin and myself, running low 53s, I think there's a bit more in it for both of us.
He's done a 52.
He's done a 52, and last year I did a 52. But since last year, I only got this car back last night. It blew the engine last year, not at the HillClimb at a later event, but new engine. Trying to get used to it, trying to get used to the power. It's got a bit more power. But it's been exciting, eh? So started off really slow for the day, and each run just getting better and better and better. And so we got one more quali, and then the class final, and then we got then it's hell for leather.
So this next quali will determine. Well, you should go through to the class final, but it'll also determine if you're going to the top 10.
Yeah, I think you've got to get into the very low 50s or even a 49 to be in the top 10.
Hey, give it all.
But we're going to go for it. I mean, what the hell? That's what we're here for, eh?
Absolutely love it. Right, thank you, Clayton. Good luck. I'm going to go straight to Gavin. You've got a lovely fight going on here, hey, Gavin?
It seems so, yes. I'm somewhat outpowered, so I'm hoping he duffs it on the run.
But it's a Porsche. And Porsches are Porsches.
But it's a 2.7 litre Porsche versus an 8 litre monster over there.
Yeah, but that's heavier and this is lighter.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely. So let's see.
But don't you just love that you've got 2 disparate cars and such close margin?
Very close, very close. We drove down in this car. So I drove down from Joburg in the car. It's very comfortable. It does 12.5 litres per 100. We obviously stayed over in the crew for one night. We took it to dinner last night. Now we're going up the mountain, doing a race.
And you're going to take it for dinner tonight?
Take it for dinner tonight, and I'll drive back home on Sunday or Monday. So that's one thing that's remarkable about this car. It is a true road car, and it performs.
Tell us a little bit more about it. It's a 911 2.7.
It's a 1970 911 2.7. It's got a stock standard 2.7 litre motor in it. It's got a fairly aggressive cam in it, so the cam gives us a little bit of push that's matched to a little bit of a tighter gearbox. But other than that, she's 100% stock for a 1970 911.
It's a 53-year-old car.
Absolutely. it's remarkable. I mean, I build these cars. I mean, I restore them. But the fact that they built them then to this level, where today they're performing at this level against, the likes of these. I mean, 52 so far up the hill in quality the best. I mean, we've got racing cars up there that are doing lower than that, and down here that are doing lower than that. It's amazing. It's the flexibility of a single car to be able to drive you to work and back, and then up the track and back it's a lot of fun.
It's a wonderful event, this, isn't it?
It is my favorite event. All racing events are fun, but this is definitely my favorite of the lot.
Lovely camaraderie, lovely spirit. Next year we need to see you get into the spirit and have some dress up.
Some dress up?
Yes.
I'm dressed up. I don't know if you noticed, I'm in my suit.
Period suit.
I'll even put my hat on later when I get in the car.
Lovely, Gavin. Thank you very much for chatting. Good luck. It's getting real now.
It is. Thank you.
Gavin Root. James Temple is somewhere around here. Paige Lindenberg is over there. Let's have a quick word with Paige in the tank. How did that quali go?
Yeah, much better. I managed to get into 54s now. So yeah,
that's quick, eh?
Yeah, getting there. I've definitely got a lot more in me, but yeah, I've just been struggling with the pull-off of this car. We can't drop the clutch. It's so heavy, so to get off the line is always a bit of a struggle, and we never do standing start with this car, so it's very unusual for it. So you just got to play it safe so you don't break anything. And then the gearbox, second gear, and I'm not getting along at the moment. So the whole year I've struggled with it, but today I've struggled once or twice. But this last run I managed to have a decent pull-off and managed to get into second without a hassle and did a 54. So
now you've done it once, you can do it again. It's easy now.
Absolutely, yeah. We have to find at least another second or two, which I have in me as long as I get it all right in this last qualifier. I'm more than sure I can do it, but yeah, I've just got to get my head right.
Lovely, good luck.
Thank you.
You've got to love how drivers talk and the reasons they have, and then they go and do it. So while what's happening now is we're in between runs, so there's some passenger cars, and this is a passenger Audi, 4-seater. It's a race car, and they're taking people up the hill in a 4-seater race car. You get the real proper experience from Master Drive. All round, really, really nice guys. They'll sort it out. We want to talk to the tallest racing driver in the world. We don't want to talk to you now, Rui. We will come back to you because Mr. Rui Campos, while we're here, quickest again. You looking strong in qualifying.
Yeah, look, we just went faster than last year, 0.3 faster. So.
That's always a bonus, and it's hotter than last year.
Yeah. So we're going to skip the next practice, I think, to save the car for quali. What's the finals? What's it? Group?
Yeah, you got quali. There's one quali, then you got class, and then you got the shootout.
That's it. So I'm going to keep it for the next year now. See now. I presume you don't need to do all 3 qualies. Right?
No, you don't.
So I'm done. Also, the driver needs to rest.
The driver, Grandpa.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Exactly. But you'll have Carter soon to deal with, my grandson.
How is that gene gets into, that petrol racing gene gets in?
And we're going to get a girl as well, because I think Isabella with Keegan and Tassie, I think she'll be guaranteed getting in a car. You know.
I mean, what racing genes is that? The Pepper family and the Campos family.
I think Ian Pepper will never let her go and do ballet or tennis. You know, he's going to buy a go-kart. I just know he's going to buy it, not me. He is.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll buy it and then you run it.
Yeah. No, you'll run it.
Thank you, Rui. Let's talk to the tallest racing driver in the history of racing drivers, and to make him even taller. I'm gonna.
Oh, don't worry. Let me do that part.
Enzo, the music machine.
It's just all about the music, isn't it? A red car with a nice sound to it. So
it's quite phenomenal, and you just having a lot of fun.
We are. I think that's what this classic day is about. You know, meeting special people and seeing all the people that I shared my life with for many years as a professional rally driver. So what a privilege to be here.
Have you had a look at that WRX car down the road there?
I have, and I don't want to go too close because, you know, it just pulls me in. I just want to open the door and get seated and strap in.
A true work of art, but it's lovely. Now you're up against the Lola. It's part of the beauty of this event that you can have this is a 348 challenge car.
We made it a challenge. It's just a normal 348. So, you know, in honesty, they were never very fast, these cars. And I'm up against real race cars. But that's good. I like a challenge.
And at least in this one, you don't have to cut a hole in the roof to fit it.
You remember that, yeah. So
who can forget?
We stopped running the Lola because the door wouldn't finish with my my helmet and my head being so tall. And they, thankfully to the organisers, they actually did allow me to run that here, and we had duct tape on the door, slightly open.
That was hilarious.
I feel a bit safer now that I can at least close the doors, and so do the scrutineers.
And you can have the air conditioner on as well.
Of course that's on, you know, those creature comforts at our retired age becomes important.
What's this, our retired age you speak of, young man?
For both of us.
Enzo, thank you so much, good man. Let's talk to Lola's. Because Lola, T70, nonchalantly sitting on a work of art.
We're here for fun, that's it. And it's all about getting to the end of the line. That's what it is.
And you're having great fun.
Having fun, that's it.
What? That's Chevrolet's finest 7 litres.
No, this is 6.2. It's a Brodix all aluminium block. So it's all Brodix heads, Brodix block, everything else. It's just fun.
It's music.
Apparently it sounds quite good. I don't know. I never get to hear it.
What's it like taking a 70s car? What's this? A 69. A car that is 54, 55 years old. Forget my maths. And it's in its heyday. This was the fastest sports car in the world.
It was one of the fastest, yeah. But I mean, it was up against the Porsche 917 and the GT40s.
And also 512 Ferrari?
Yes, absolutely. But these cars were produced a lot more than all those cars. I mean, privateers used to run them back in the day in Le Mans. But Le Mans, they never were successful because they always blew up the engines. They had the wrong compression ratio, so they just, after about 10 laps, they were popped. They even tried Aston Martin motors in these. Yeah, also didn't work.
Put a NASCAR motor in, it'll be good.
It would be good, yeah.
Isn't that what they did with the GT40 eventually?
I know the GT40, as far as I know, they put the 7 litre in, and that's what won the Mans.
Crazy stuff. Thank you for enlightening me on my history, which is a bit blooming dodgy. All I know is that red cars are beautiful.
Oh, we're here to have fun, that's it. Yeah.
And you seem to be having it. Good luck for the last qualifying.
Cool, thank you.
Cheers. So, and then we get, this is Rui's machine. Now, you see how he's nonchalantly taking it relatively easy. But the minute they bring out the tire warmers, and they are on, you know, they are C for serious. We want to go to the single-seater cars now, because these are lightweight. They're running 2-litre BDG engines, Ford's finest. They rev to lots, and they cost gazillions. They sound absolutely magnificent. You stay here. I'm going to run around the corner, and then we can approach from the side here. Greg Canny, all good on the car?
Yeah, we've got a bit of competition though. It's very close between all the BDGs.
But that's how you like it. You've got to have a race, huh?
With Scribante, I don't think we'll beat him, but we can have a BDG race. Yeah.
Awesome. Let's talk to Robbie and Ian. Are you scheming about
looking for speed? Need to go faster.
I thought it was about the next GTC race that's coming on, and how are we going to look for speed and go faster there as well?
We're already on that. That's sorted out.
You got Stewie on the job.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Now, worrying about today, you've got to do one thing at once.
Yeah.
A bit like football, you know, a bit like you take one game at a time. This is today's game.
Okay, right. Today's game. There's probably 3 more runs. Last qualifying, and you're on a ladder of small changes to the car, small changes to the driver, and tuning both for that ultimate shootout. Am I right?
Yeah, that's right. So just trying to be as consistent as possible and try 1 or 2 little different things. But, you know, we're pretty much maxing out where I believe we're going to get to with the car today. There might be a couple of tenths on the table here or there, but it's not a lot.
What are you revving it to at the moment?
9,000.
Can it go more?
Ask him.
Greg, how many revs is maximum on this car?
9,000.
I heard 10.
I might do it for 1 run.
That we have to wait for. 10,000 RPMs on a BDG of 2 litres of Ford's finest, breathing through Weber's finest, sucking, squeezing, banging and blowing, and making absolute music. Robbie Walk, thank you, Ian, and good luck in the quest for speed. Robbie Walk, you are enjoying yourself. You had a good getaway there in a smaller car?
Yeah, better run. Gears are certainly better there. Just unfortunately, still not right, but we're having fun. I think the car's handling well, so it's enjoyable to drive up the hill at the moment.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, let's go over there. Because over there... But before we go there, let's have a look at this march. The way they made them is quite spectacular. Aluminium skins riveted onto bulkheads. So you've got a bulkhead over here, and then another one down there, steel roll bars. Look at the workmanship on this thing. It is just quite spectacular. The riveting, the lovely aluminium work. I touch this with reverence because racing cars, because things of beauty, the gear lever, the gear shift. For those of you youngsters, back in the day, drivers changed gears with a thing called a gear lever through a shaft into a dog box Hewland. Some of them were dogs, some of them were boxes. They were absolutely beautiful. The steel work, the 1600 cc's of Ford's finest BDA, belt-driven assembly. Here's the belt, 2 camshafts. These things are absolutely priceless. Little, Steve, 40 DCOEs? 45 DCOEs on this one, Steve says. It is a work of art, is it not?
Yeah, the solid riveting is a very time-consuming thing to do. You know, it takes... You could put 4 or 5 pop rivets in the time it takes to put one solid rivet in.
But solid rivets is the real deal.
Solid rivets are the real deal. I mean, they're aircraft spec, is how aircraft were put together. Technically, the Marches, they were customer cars, so they were built to a price. But if you specify the solid riveting, you could have the solid riveting. You paid extra for it, but and Charles desperately wanted that on the car. The other car was like that before its untimely demise. So, yeah, we did all that for him. There's certain places you just can't reach to put solid rivets in, and even then, the pop rivets are not your common garden from Builder's Warehouse pop rivets. They are graded.
And this ran as a Formula Atlantic car, am I right?
This ran as a Formula Atlantic car, yes.
1600, wings, slicks, lightweight, Hewland box generally, and proper. There was the Ford, the Alfa, BMW.
So the majority were Ford Cosworth BDAs. They evolved the Formula 2s into the BMW engine, the M12 engine. But as Atlantics, no, the vast majority were all Ford engines. In South Africa, yes, they went to the rotary engines.
Which sad day that was, but it kept the series alive.
It kept the series alive. They were cheaper to build compared to rebuilding one of these, and they made more power. So, yeah, the gearboxes, familiar Hewland FT200, the staple of Hewland's design from the late 60s, and you can still buy from Classic Hewland a brand new box now. So from Hewland's point of view, they made very nicely out of these boxes. And they're, as you say, H-pattern gearbox, gear stick, dog leg first, but you look after them and they're pretty robust.
And they give a really, really quick change when you do it right.
When you do it right, yes.
It does need the cooperation of the driver.
It needs the cooperation of the driver, but not the clutch on the way up. You don't use the clutch. It actually slows it down. It's better for the gearbox not to use it.
Beautiful stuff. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you.
Cheers. Right, Formula Atlantic. And on that note, we shall go to even older cars as they scream up the hill back to the box.
Right, so ladies and gents, this one, look out. You're qualifying 3. You want to make those class finals and you want to make the top 10.
Welcome back. It is the Simola HillClimb. This is the final qualifying run on Classic Car Friday. It is me, Sasha Martinigo, joined by the legendary racing driver Franco Di Matteo. And of course, we have a third wheel as well, Ciro Di Siena. He'll join us a little bit later on as well. Now we have something rather interesting. Everybody knows the times that they need, Franco, to get into their class final. And that class final, as far as I can understand, is top 3.
Top 3.
That's it.
And that's it. If you make the top 3, you made the top 3. Otherwise, you haven't. You haven't made it.
Unfortunately, yeah, there we go. You pack up and go home earlier. So once we have finished this out of the classes, we will have a top 3 after lunch. That'll be a class final, and that'll determine the winners in each class. And then those times from the classes, then we have the top 10. That's how it works. Yes.
I think that's how it works.
Yes. Yeah. I've just worked it out. It's incredible how this brain of mine is just so bizarre. Anyway, but here we have the classic cars going up, and I mean these are vintage cars, 1934s, 1935s, and they are just here out for the spectacle, also to give these cars a run, because they don't run that often.
Once a year, maybe. Maybe you'll take it around the wine farm. I don't know.
Yes.
But at least you'll take it up the hill for once a year, and that's I think that's enough for those cars for
the year.
For the year.
I mean, it's just wonderful. You look at the design, and these were the racing cars in their era. Beautifully prepared cars, as you can see, road registered as well. So maybe on the odd Sunday, go for a little drive, but not too far.
That's the thing. You wouldn't go too far with it, but you know what? They'll probably do 40, 50 Ks and take it home and clean it and polish it and leave it there for a couple of more months or whatever. I would do that. I would still enjoy it.
Oh, without a doubt. So Patrick Gearing has gone up in his Riley. He's done a 107. Margaret White has improved by 2 seconds in her wonderful Austin 7 Special. So her best time has come now with a 1:33.9.
You see, like I said, or you do it in the beginning, or you're going to do it at the end.
Yeah, so that's just wonderful to see. We've got Roger Lewis, Gino Noli, who are going up the hill at present. And Roger has just gone with the 1:11, and I think that's also a massive improvement. Huge improvement. And I suppose there's just that element of satisfaction.
Yeah, you know what? If we make it, we make it. If we don't make it, we don't make it. But let's give it all and see what happens, you know? And that's exactly what these guys are doing.
And this is now where it counts. I mean, okay, this is Class H1, and there aren't that many cars, but there are more than 3, and you want to make it in that top 3 if you can.
Yeah, and you always try and win it. I don't care what racing driver doesn't want to win.
Of course.
Yeah, you just go out there as fast as you can.
Just something very, very special to see these cars going up the Simola HillClimb 2023. Magic atmosphere out there. While we were watching, Colin stepped outside, huge crowds in, beautiful scenery. It's a really magic event.
I tell you, every time we look at and we go outside, I mean, the embankment is just getting fuller and fuller and fuller. I mean, people, I think they actually ran away from work and they were all coming to sit here.
Does anybody work in Neisner? Sorry, no offense, no offense, no offense. All right, here we go. We're getting into Class H2 right now.
The GT40 is
the
going out as well.
GT40 1964 GT40 driven by Peter McPherson. He came second last year in his class with a 55.3, and I think he did a 55 in his last run. So he'll know he will want to go a little bit quicker. His main competitor will be Barry Ingle, and so far he has been quicker.
He has been quicker than Barry Ingle, and Barry Ingle's won it in the last 2 years, I think. So, yeah, Barry.
Let's see. Don't forget, this is still quali
3.
Yeah,
that's your final run.
It's your final run, but if you get into the top 3, then it's the class final afterwards. But you want to ensure that you are up there.
Yeah, you got to make it.
And of course, it is your fastest time over the 3 quali sessions that will
determine,
get you through.
Yeah, determine if you're going to the finals.
So this is not like a Formula 1 style where this is the time that counts. It's the combined times. So Patrick Gearing still the fastest man with a 107, but yeah, Peter McPherson a 54. So that's very impressive. That Jaguar doesn't seem to be going very fast.
No.
No. That's
But
Brian Bruce.
Yeah. Or maybe he missed a gear there or something.
I'm just saying, yeah, there are a couple of cars that are out of sequence at present.
That's was that 53 car?
Yeah, Brian Bruce a lot slow, 1:03. So definitely something not right. Maybe misfiring somewhere along the line. The beautiful 550A Spider. This is Barry Engel. He knows
he's got to give it all now.
Exactly. He wouldn't have seen the time.
Yeah.
Set by Peter, but he knows he's been on the back wheels
all the time. Yeah. So yeah, I think he knows it's all or nothing now.
Yeah. Hedley Whitehead has just come across in the Austin. He's gone second with the 101. So definitely something wrong with Brian Bruce's car. Hopefully they can sort that out.
Yeah, it looked like he was stuck in gear, or he missed a gear, put in the wrong gear. Because the minute we saw it going so slow, it could have been a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that could have been the issue. Beautifully prepared 356B 1600 Jacques Picard in that car. Oh, Barry Engel seems to be really pushing.
Got it on the limit.
Yeah, he's showing he's got to do something. Okay, he's still 2 seconds. He's still 2 seconds off the pace.
Exactly 2 seconds, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
But that is definitely improvement. But I think he must be scratching his head, Franco.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he's actually had new tyres on that car, and I looked at it. So something, maybe a tyre pressures or something didn't correspond to that make of tyre. So let's see.
Yeah, this is Nadia Verleuren in the Morris car that she's prepared herself completely, and also just looks immaculate in that Martini Racing race suit.
In that suit, and but I mean the car is also
beautiful.
Beautiful. I mean, very well prepared, built by her.
Yeah, totally.
So.
Just stunning. All right, the Porsche 356 still making its way up the hill. Jacques Picard a 1:21. So also there's definitely something wrong there. I can't remember his time from the last time, although he is taking it easy, let's be honest.
Yeah, let's be honest. But it could also be the pressure that they're trying too hard. We don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. There we go, one of the Fiat 131 Abarth rally. That's Francis Cousins.
That's also a beautiful little car.
Oh, magic car. Very few of them left in South Africa.
100%. I used to enjoy that car when that used to have all the spats there, both with all the spats on it or whatever. But where do you find those cars these days?
You know, I learned how to drive in that, well, it wasn't an Abarth, but a Fiat 131 Mirafiore, which my mother had. The strange thing about it is that the spark plugs are underneath the car.
100%.
And the crazy thing is, so when it would rain and you drive in a puddle, all of a sudden the car would stop.
Misfired, yeah.
Oh man, it was so funny.
Italians,
can only do the Italians. Oh, listen, we put the spark plug underneath. And then you go, but what about the rain? No, we're not worried about the rain.
No rain.
No rain. All right, great time there from Francis Cousins, a 59.9, breaking the 1 minute in the Fiat Abarth. Here comes one of the Fiat 124s making its way.
Little Mini's coming up the hill.
Yeah, Mini's up the hill. Wonderful to see all of these cars. So we got Richard Vierdeholt in the 124, and it's Chris van der Walt in the Austin, the Mini 1962. And we've got a Cooper S coming from Kyle Brink as well. So wonderful cars that are coming up on the Simola HillClimb.
That Mini's going.
Yeah. He definitely is pushing.
He's pinned it to the ground.
Yo,
see what I'm saying?
That is going.
He's not coming off that accelerator.
Oh, that is so stunning. Beautiful to watch.
101.
Superb.
Oh, well. No, sorry. That
was just a blip on the TV. Yeah, still going. Oh, it's another one. There we go.
The green one, yeah.
Yeah, this is Kyle Brink. Yeah, I tell you, this is also a hugely competitive class, H5. So everyone trying to push now to get through.
Well, if you don't make it through, you're going to have to load your car and go home.
Yeah.
That's it.
So H5 at the moment, Chris van der Walt, fastest on a 101.392. There's the little Fiat Abarth.
You know, it's so awesome just to see these old classics.
Yeah.
Just
and being driven to their limits.
Yeah.
Wonderful
no
to see.
holding back, no nothing.
Oh, Kyle Brink with a 54.7. That is spectacular in that little Mini Cooper S. That was the one.
You see.
That's faster than a Ford GT40. Who would have thought that?
But I could see him, the way he just came out that corner.
Yeah.
That guy's going now.
He was going. Magic. That 124 looks like it's going. I know the BM looks very slow.
Peter K80.
Peter K80.
Yeah. He probably missed the gear there. Because now it's going.
Now he's going again, yeah. And I mean, that just, you know, that just nails your whole day. No, he's definitely going slowly. Oh.
No, I think that's his
speed.
Yeah.
He's happy with that speed. There we go. Jeff Mortimer, an icon of South African motorsport.
Yeah.
In a Porsche 924, 88 years old, and still going.
And he still pedals as fast as anybody else would.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Wonderful guy. Always at all of the motorsport functions. Just a real ambassador for South African motorsport. Yeah. Wonderful to see. Jeff Mortimer.
And I must be honest, he's a hell of a good mechanic as well.
Is that so?
Yeah. I mean, when the V8 used to run, he used to be sold off on a mechanic, chief mechanic.
Incredible.
Yeah. Now he's an all-rounder.
Yeah.
Very good.
Very much.
Yeah.
So just looking at the various classes, H5, Kyle Brink, and he tops the timesheets. Peter McPherson is leading in H2 at present. Francis Cousins in H3. Jeff Mortimer's popped into 5th place in H7, 1 minute flat. and Ashley Bowd, he's H3. He's 3/10 of Francis Cousins.
But look at the 1 and 2. There's
nothing between them.
There's 1/1000 of a second.
But they are different classes.
Yeah.
Quite incredible. Oh, that beautiful Fiat 124 and the magnificent Ford Escort. That was such a popular car in South Africa in its day.
This really wants me to come and race historic racing next year.
I think so. You might have 1 or 2 cars in your arsenal, Franco.
I do have.
I think you do.
It's just time-wise to put them together or finish them off.
That's a poor excuse, Franco. We expect you to have Friday and Saturday. Okay, how's that for a challenge?
That's a challenge.
There we go.
Okay.
There we
100%.
go. Live on TV, that's a challenge. Trevor Tuck, his best time is a 51.7. So let's see if he can improve on that for his class. And I
he's
think
got it on the limit there.
Yeah, he's really pushing it. Very, very nice line coming out there. Car straightened out beautifully going through that right-hander. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, he's going. Whoa, that is okay. That's a bit hairy.
He's got it pumped. You can hear it. He hasn't come off the accelerator.
He's definitely going. So let's see. A 51.5 from Trevor Tuck. He's gone faster. So Q1 he did a 51.9, 51.7, 51.5.
Yeah.
So there we go.
He really wants to get into it.
Yeah. Here's Jean-Ray Bezaidnout, the son of Andre Bezaidnout in the beautiful 944. And we've got another one of the Escorts going up the hill as well.
Andre Bezaidnout's son is in the same class?
Yes, same class as Trevor Tuck. Yeah, so H7 at present, we've got Trevor Tuck, and second at the moment is Craig Redlinghase. Craig Redlinghase, he's second at the moment, but he's a good few seconds off the pace.
Yeah, 3.3 seconds, 3.2 seconds.
And that's the Ford Escort. But I think in that class, the challenges are going to come from this Porsche and these two Golfs. Yeah. So there we go. Jean-Ray Bezaidnout goes into second, but he is 2-3 seconds off the pace of Trevor Tuck. But let's watch these Golfs. I think they've been waiting for the session. But don't forget, only 3 can go.
Only
3 can go
can
through. Yeah. So one of these, or both of these, have got to beat Jean-Ray or Trevor for the class.
That Master King Golf sounds like a jet engine when it comes past there.
Crazy. Yeah, and listen, he has put it into second place. He is now a second off Trevor Tuck.
Whoa,
and they were 2 seconds off the pace. So where's the other golf? At the moment in that category, it's Trevor, Rob Priest and Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout. We're waiting for that last golf to come across.
He's going to put it in between. Let's see.
Oh, no, he goes
55.
Yeah.
He's slower.
So he's out.
So the top 3.
The top 3 at the moment on your timing sheets on your screen are the 3 that are going through in that specific class.
Well, let's see how Paige goes through. She's hanging that car out as well. Look at that.
I mean, that is skill. That is that's a tank.
And talking to her, she actually loves that car.
She loves it. The original Ford Fairlane, 460 horsepowers.
Yeah. No, it's crazy.
Ah, the beautiful Porsche.
She done a 54. That puts her 10th. No, 54.
Yeah. Where is Paige? 4th at the moment.
Yeah.
Wow. There we
Not
go.
bad at all.
Not bad at all. And that's in H6 as well. So this is now all H6. So let's see if Paige can hold on to get into the top 3 of her class. Very competitive class this as well. Johan Brain going up there. He was second last year at a 48-1. So Paige Lindenberg maybe a little bit out of this, but we'll see.
53. That can't be.
Yeah, 53 from Quibus Brits.
That's Quibus Brits.
Yes, it was Quibus Brits. There's the Ford Daytona. It must have been a very confusing time in the late 60s with the Ford Daytona, the Ferrari Daytona.
And if they painted the cars all the color, you had to actually have a very good look at which car's coming down the line.
Quite incredible. Quite incredible. All right, Clayton Kimber has just gone into 3rd place from H4 category.
52.8.
So 52.8.
What did the brain do?
I'm trying to see.
I haven't seen his name come up.
I haven't seen it either, so I'm a bit confused. I thought that definitely was Johan de Brain's colours.
Yeah.
So maybe something wrong with his transponder, but definitely no time recorded for Johan de Brain. Okay, Gavin Rook has gone into 3rd place. 52.8 in a Porsche 911.
Yeah, we haven't spoken much about the Mustang thing.
Yeah.
Also a beautiful car.
But let's be honest, not the greatest handling car.
The cars are standing too high, and I just don't understand why they don't bring that car down much lower. But I don't know. I think the 2 exhaust pipes that run under the car make it difficult to lower the car.
Or maybe they just use it on the road.
Could be.
James Temple, topping the timesheets of 48.2 from James Temple.
That's quick.
Brute sound.
Yeah. 54.9. Not bad for a tank.
Not bad.
And here's the everyday car.
Yes. Jennifer Abbott, that was a really good launch. Very good launch. Now, what about turn 1? Is it a corner you can go through flat?
Not many cars can.
Okay.
It's just the
little bit.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of a bump, but it also banks on the opposite way. So,
I see.
So if you go through there and you've got it on the wrong side of that bank, you're going to land up on the grass. So it's a catch-22, but many guys just cannot. They just ease off and get back onto it.
All right. Oh, listen to that 325 IS.
It's a beautiful
magic sounding as well. We got just a wonderful Farouk Dango in one of them. What a wonderful man.
Now, if she doesn't make it, does she just drive home with a car?
we'll go and ask her. We'll go and ask her.
She had a pretty good drive.
She's had a wonderful drive so far. So she's in class H4. Gavin Root the fastest on a 52.5. So let's see where Jennifer gets. 54.9. That's Oliver Broom and Ivan Marks.
Yeah, that's 18, 19.
Okay, where is Jennifer? Oh, Jennifer is at a 59.3. And she looked like she had such a good launch.
Yeah.
All right, Neil.
Like I said, you just mess it up through one or two corners, miss a gear, and that's it.
It all goes Pete-tong.
And that's why I always say, try and put it in early.
You don't put the pressure on yourself.
100%. And then if you do make the mistake, you've got a second chance or a third chance. You
Correct.
can do it, try and do it on the last run, and you don't put it together, you're
going to be pretty difficult.
Yep.
Okay, Neil Buerta in the massive 745 BMW back from 1988, car that was raced in Group N racing by Tony Viana, the late Tony Viana. What an incredible racing driver he was.
He was just one of a kind with the BMWs. He just knew things that other people didn't. Not even the factory team knew what he was doing with their cars, and it was so superb. The cars were so fast in those days.
So it seems to be a little bit of a delay. Not entirely sure why the delay is there, but if we do get any information, we will let you know. Maybe there's a car that's stuck somewhere at the top of the hill. But that gives us a little bit of delay. Most of the cars have gone through. We've got this class of H8 and then, of course, H9, which is going to come through as well. And, of course, those are mainly the single-seater and
the top cars,
yeah. I mean, they quite incredible, those as well. More about Tony Viana and this specific car. I mean, why did he not go for like a 530 or 535? Why did he go for like a 7 Series? I mean, it's such a big body.
I think those times, as the car came out, it's not like today that every second week there's a new car.
Fair enough.
So I think that year that car came out, and he was given a car and say, develop it, and that's what.
Actually a clockwise direction circuit, and you came down the long straight into Crowthorne Corner. You know, it was a kilometre long. It was quite amazing. So here's the pace car, the safety car that is going up.
It's just a pity we don't know what car it is and who it was.
Yeah, we haven't seen any pictures to see if anybody has gone off, and if they have, hopefully it's all okay. But from the pictures we saw, what about the Johan de Bruin? But we saw cars that went out after that.
So
yeah, so it couldn't have been
so
him.
it must have been the last car.
Either that, or there could be track inspection as well. It could be debris on the track. There could be something, but we haven't heard anything from the officials.
But isn't that the finish line?
That
looked to me like the finish line. So something must have happened after the finish line.
After the finish line, and it looks like that's one of the recovery vehicles. you know, you can lose your brakes at the end of the finish
look,
line, and
what's
it's not as though
happened before.
you don't have a tremendous amount of area to stop.
Yeah, there's only about 150 meters between the start and finish, the finish line and where you actually park.
Yes.
And going to the Simola HillClimb estate.
Yeah.
So there's not much runoff there. I know one or two guys that actually went straight there, went up the slipway. The other one landed up in the bushes. So
it does happen.
It does happen.
Does happen, and well,
hopefully it's not
hopefully it's nothing serious.
Yeah, for sure.
And they can figure it out. Otherwise, you know, somebody in the wonderful Simola estate might have unexpected guests.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are waiting for confirmation as to what is happening.
This corner, we'll talk about it later on. This is my corner. They're going to call it the DiMatteo corner. So
Okay.
we'll explain it later, not now.
We'll explain it a little bit later.
Yeah, well, let's see. And I must be honest, it's when it's a finals and something happens like that, and you're standing on the start and finish
Yes.
line, especially our cars.
Yes,
Sasha. You've got the tires warmers on and everything, and you get to the line, and everything's hot and ready to roll, and your mind is set, and then you've got to stand like this poor guy in his BMW for let's say 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Your tires have cooled off. You're not concentrating. Everything's just changed. You might as well push that car back, put the tires warmers back,
and start again.
and start again,
and reset.
Reset. You have to. It just.
Franco, would you be allowed to take your car back?
It happened to me, myself and Peter Zilli. Peter Zilli lost, I think it was the back diffuser on the last run, and I was allowed to push my car back, put the tires on, and they gave me like 10 minutes. So
you've got to make it fair for everybody.
Yeah, they've got to make it fair to everybody, but yeah.
All right, seems like racing is just about underway, so whatever is happening at the top of the hill, I'm sure we'll find out. But good news is, here we go. We got Neil Buerta in the 745. Just listen to this.
Yeah, that motor car. It's still wheel spinning by second gear.
Beautiful. Listen to this. That's the bump.
Bumps.
That's a bump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The car
You
goes
can
into
hear
wheel
it.
spin. Yeah.
Yeah. Incredible. Listen to this.
What an awesome car.
So action aplenty right here, Simola HillClimb. We're going to have a lunch break after these qualifying sessions, and then we will get into the class finals, which will be the top 3 from each of the classes. And from there, the best times will be into a top 10 shootout. That's a pretty decent time at 54 for Neil Buerta in the 745. Here's your good friend, Clint.
Let's see what he didn't do. But I'm just looking at Farouk's car.
Yeah.
I mean, he is driving that car on the limits as well.
Yeah.
He's
just a lovely man.
He's a fantastic person. Yeah. And he does it for the enjoyment of it.
Totally. I was chatting to him earlier, and he's just, a wonderful man. Okay, we're going to shut up and just listen to the Ferrari. We're not being biased, but listen to it.
It's such a beautiful car, that.
It is. It wasn't the fastest Ferrari they ever made,
but
beauty.
I see Clint went a bit faster.
Okay, there we go. Nearly broke the 1 minute.
Yep. Now you can hear that Ferrari.
Enzo Kuhn, a 50.9. There we go.
Wow.
That's pretty good. I think it was in the 51s last time. Yeah. So James Temple at the moment, H6 with a 48.2. Enzo Kuhn, H8 with a 50.9. Trevor Tuck, H7 with a 51.5. Rob Priest in H7 with a 52.5. Here come the big hitters. Is Craig Vessels, I think. Yes.
Yeah. And one thing we never mentioned, those little poles that are on the side of the road, on the corners.
Yes.
Now, when you drive an open wheeler, you can actually see them. When you drive a saloon car, you see like those there?
Yes, you can't see them. Oh, goodness. Oh, and if you hit them, you get penalized.
You get disqualified.
Disqualified.
So you're out of it. So you've got to be pinpoint without touching it. And it's so difficult because they're so far down that when you're sitting in our cars and the Skylines and whatever, you cannot see those. You can only see it from a distance.
Yeah.
Where in an open wheeler, you can actually put it right up against
Right up against it. Very interesting point that Franco Di Matteo is giving us. The single-seaters going.
See how close they get to them?
Yeah, there we go. Incredibly close.
46.
Sure, there we go. Charles Alton with a 46. And now there's going to be needle. Andre Bezuidenhout for the first time in any of the sessions in Q2 was just a touch quicker than Franco Scribante. Psychologically, that's got to have an effect, Franco.
Of course. I just had a chat to Franco. They were coming past when we had the break. I had a chat to him, and he reckoned he missed the gear.
Is that so?
Yeah, so that's a little bit of pressure.
Of course it's pressure.
Yeah. That car's smoking a little bit.
And I saw it in the last run and I thought,
yeah.
No, there's something, he's going slowly. That car's, oh my word.
That's pity.
That is huge news here on Classic Car Friday. We are definitely going to have a safety car intervention. Something is broken.
Yeah. And that's
probably gearbox.
Gearbox or something that's probably gone there. Yeah, and that's
the nature of racing.
Of motor racing. Yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt.
You're right at the top, and one little thing that goes wrong, you way down. Now, like I said, these guys would have tire warmers on their cars.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Now you will sit there. They're probably going to push him back, but it depends how long they're going to take. See,
yeah, they're
the first car getting pushed back, so they can put the tire warmers up and keep the tires at the right temperature.
This is
there you are.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a delay because more than likely they'll try and turn that chevron around and actually roll it down the hill.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't that far up the hill when all of a sudden Franco Scribante had some mechanical failure.
It's just a pity, man.
Very sad.
We wanted to see the shootout.
Exactly. We wanted to see Bezuidenhout versus Scribante. Listen, take nothing away from Schofield.
100%.
He was right up there as well.
The three of them were very close.
Very, very close. The thing is whether or not during the lunch period
they can get that car going.
They can get that car going. You've got to say, with the times that Franco Scribante has set, he's definitely in that top 3 of their class.
Yes. Now you will be.
The main thing is, do they have enough time, whatever the issue is, to repair it?
And that's, if it's a small thing, it's fine. I mean, it doesn't matter if he's missed this. He's still qualified.
Yeah.
But if it's something major, then it's a problem.
Yeah, very much.
Then it's a problem.
I think, and what goes through your mind now, Franco? You've done all the preparation. You've done 3 practice runs this morning. You're just about into the class final, and bang, your last qualifying session. wow, you're out.
You
could be out.
You could be out. Yeah, you know, it's so disappointing. You know, the highs are high and the lows are low, and that's the biggest thing that we have in motor racing. It's not like in between. It's.
Oops, I'm just getting comfortable. Excuse me.
So. Yeah, I feel for Franco. I mean, I've had many occasions where, I mean, one year we were racing Swartkops, and all I had to do was finish the race. Okay, I was 3/4 of the race.
Yeah.
Well, we had one lap to go basically, and my lead was at Swartkops. I was on the opposite side of the circuit, and the Orbeez on pit side of the circuit. I just had to
finish the race,
and the spindle broke. Okay, I lost that race to Mark or Jimmy or Brandon, one of the two, by half a car. I drove that car on 3 wheels. They beat me by half a car.
Just happens.
Just happens, and that's motor racing.
Yeah.
Last year I had to just finish the race. I get to Kailami, I just had to finish in the top 5. I would have won the championship.
Yes.
Okay, I had no power steering. I took it home. There was nothing wrong with the power steering. That's motor racing. So the highs are high and the lows are low.
Yeah, that's the nature of the beast, and I think that's why everybody loves it so much. Yeah. It can be soul destroying. There we go.
He's drove it back.
He's driven it back.
Or he freewheeled. One of the two.
As you mentioned earlier, it is a lot steeper than you think. Yeah. But he's getting it there as fast as he can, because clearly
he's got to.
They've got limited time. But maybe he realizes maybe it's not as severe. We'll find out. We'll find out from Colin. He'll be in the pits in a short while.
I think the poor mechanics are going to be into that. And Marco with a computer and not much of a computer on that car, but they will all climb in and find out what really happened, and hopefully they can get it back. Hopefully,
yeah,
we would like to see the top 3 to be there.
I mean, that it would be sad. Let's not forget that last year both Franco Scribante and his car was sort of disqualified for a technical reason, so he couldn't run on Classic Car Friday. And Andre Bezuidenhout was all ready, and bizarrely, one of the cars were coming down the hill and drove straight into his car.
Yeah, I mean,
I know that his car is very low.
Yeah, I don't think the guy actually realized that guys were standing still. You know,
and just drove into his car.
Yeah,
so
stupid mistake. But it cost the poor guy not to race.
Correct. All right, speaking of Andre Bezuidenhout.
And this was the car.
This was the exact car. Yeah, here we go. That's a very good launch from Andre Bezuidenhout.
No wheel spinning.
So he'll definitely know that that's... Oh, no, it's not...
No.
Sorry, it's not Andre Bezuidenhout. But Andre will know that he's got to put in still a very, very decent time, and also he wants to hone his skill. You know, he's here to win. He can't feel sympathy for Franco.
No, and that's the cruelty of this game. You know, you can feel sorry afterwards, but when
not in action,
not at all.
There
we are. There's the car.
That's a great launch. Wow, look at it squirrel a little bit into second gear. The fastest advocate in South Africa.
Yeah, well, that's for sure.
Beautiful sounding, magic through the gears.
And the man drives that car.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I've driven fast cars. That must be an awesome car. I mean, the car was like 500 kilos.
Yeah. No, it's
X amount of horsepower.
It's an amazing car. It is a Lola Cosworth, the T460. It's only a 2-litre engine, 220 odd horsepower, 475 kilos. That's it.
I wasn't that far off of it.
42.2.
That's the fastest.
That is supremely fast. So yeah, Andre Bezuidenhout. Also, he's seen his main competitor, or one of his main competitors, not going out. Speaking of which, we didn't see Schofield go out.
No,
we don't have a
haven't.
time. Okay, he's not going to do the run because he's very happy with his thumb. So he'll save the tires and the car.
And save the car. Very clever move.
Yeah. So
he knows what he's got.
Good.
So it's fun.
So let's go through Bezuidenhout H9. Charles Arton, H9. Josh Dovey, H9. All a 42.2, a 46.3, and a 47.7. But out of those, you've got to believe the fastest times of the 3 qualifiers will be Bezuidenhout, Scribante, if he can get there, and Schofield. If Scribante can't get there, then I think it'll be Charles Arton. Charles Arton, there we go. So our top 10, with a couple not finishing, we've got Bezuidenhout, Arton, Dovey, Temple, Wolk, Wessels. So Robert Wolk, unfortunately, is going to be out of the class run. Wessels, Enzo Kuhn, Trevor Tuck, Rob Priest, Gavin Rook of our top 10. But you've got to add 2 in there. So, but that doesn't really mean anything because it's all about classes now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Wow. So, yeah.
No,
lots of
it's
fun.
Exciting.
Lots of fun going to be happening this afternoon, Franco. And then I'm sure we'll find out also what's been happening with Franco Scribante's car.
Yeah,
and
we'll go find out.
You just got to sit there and hope that it is something that can be fixed.
You know, sometimes I'll sit here as a mechanic and as a driver and I feel like going there and giving the man a hand because, I mean, you just don't want to see the guy sitting out there. And also for Andre Bezuidenhout, let's say he'll be the fastest, but you haven't raced all the competitors. You know, your rivals are all out, so you're racing yourself. So, but if you're still the fastest, you're still the fastest.
Although Andre will sit there and say, you know, to my previous run, I was quicker than Franco, and we don't know what would have happened this run. So I think he at least can say, I was quicker. Already.
It would, 100%.
Okay, so what is going to happen is we're going to have ourselves a lunch break, and then we have got qualifying, which is only going to...
pasta.
Yes, we brought pasta for all of us.
I've been sitting here for a long time now.
And you've done exceptionally well, Franco. So we are going to take ourselves a lunch break, and then when we come back, which will be just before 2 o'clock, we are going to be crossing also live to SABC, which is going to be wonderful. Earlier on, our intrepid investigator, Colin Hasty, managed to catch up with a whole bunch of wonderful people. So let's find out what Colin had to say.
Nadia, you're looking very nice. Martini, ladies team. What you done to the car this year?
Good morning, Colin. Well, not much done to the car. Got a new head and a few adjustments, but nothing serious. So ready for the day, just to enjoy it and have fun.
And it's your second time here, so you're a little bit less nervous.
Less nervous this time, and in time at least.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Josh Dovey, morning.
You well?
Very good. You have sorted out some gearbox issues on your Chevron?
Yes, the 5-speed box, the dog leg first, which I just couldn't get my head around, is gone.
Yeah.
So we're now back to a standard sort of 4-speed configuration, which hopefully will mean I can pull away in first and not go straight into fourth.
You excited?
I am, yeah, looking forward to it.
Awesome. You better go and get your photograph
done. See you later.
Rui Campos, you're looking nice and smart. Martini Racing, how's the Porsche?
Porsche should be fine.
How's the driver?
The driver is fresh. You know, we didn't have too many beverages last night.
Yeah. It's always an exciting day, Classic Car Friday.
Oh, it's wonderful, you know. Couldn't miss it.
Really good luck, have fun.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Colin.
Great, Jeff, you've had your photograph. Jeff, don't run away.
Run away.
You've had your photograph, and now it really starts.
Yeah, what an amazing privilege to be back here again. You know, this has turned out to be a world event. The presence of a Peter Solberg and all the likes of a Mikko Salo is not because of just something happening. It's 10 or 15 years of hard work. Guys like Jeff that come back every year, I mean, he's the legend. I'm just a wannabe. This is the real man.
Jeff, you've won this race overall in a Subaru. You're back in the Porsche. What was it?
I can't remember.
The other one, a Mitsubishi Evo, yellow one.
Yeah, that's right.
In the rain, but now you're back with a Porsche. It's fun times for you. It's just about enjoyment.
That's it. That's what we're here for. Have a good time and be here.
And catch up with all old friends.
For sure. Yeah.
Good luck, Jeff. Thanks a lot for talking.
Thank you.
Andre, you've got your the guy drove into you yesterday, I mean last year, not here now. You're a bit happier.
I've got no idea. Look, that's past us. Don't want to think about that again. Took about 15 seconds of the event last year to be out of it, but we're here this year. The car's ready, and it's going to be a serious battle between me and Franco.
Big fight on the go. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, no, fantastic.
Good luck. Thanks for talking.
Thanks
to
so
us.
much.
Cheers. Franco, car's getting warmed up. The excitement really starts now.
Yeah, adrenaline's pumping, eh?
You got a big fight with you and Andre on.
I think it's not just Andre, it's all these Formula 2s here, yeah. There's 3 of them, so I think we've got more than a two-way fight.
But as a reigning champion, you've got a bit of confidence there, and your guys have done good work with the car. Can you do it again?
Yeah, I'm sure we can do it again. We're going to try and go the fastest we've ever been, so more than that, can't do, eh?
Awesome, good luck. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks, Colin.
Your car is looking spectacular.
Yeah.
It's a Phoenix now.
No, well, in fact, they say, you know, all cars that burnt get called a Phoenix, so it's a bit hackneyed. So Rob Cooch is writing a story for Octane magazine. He calls it the Flaming Sambuca.
The Flaming Sambuca.
Flaming Sambuca.
And very roughly, on the way back from Simola, it burnt out.
Yeah, 2017 on the way back from the HillClimb, just outside Sedgefield. One of the 6 cars on the transporter caught on fire. It set all the others on fire. And this whole thing burnt. It was terrible. Oh my God, probably one of the worst days of my racing life for sure.
But over the last couple of years, you've sourced parts from all over the world, and you're back.
Exactly. We bought a new tub in Santa Ana, California. Been sitting in somebody's loft for 15 years. I tracked him down somehow, got hold of him, bought it, bought a whole lot of parts from England, and then Steve Humble at Half Motorsport. They started in January, and they've been working absolutely 24/7 on this car. Last week, the holiday, Thursday they worked, Friday they worked, Saturday they worked, Monday the holiday they worked, and we got it down off the trestles at 11 o'clock on Tuesday night. First time it stood on 4 wheels in 5 years. Took it to the dyno, couldn't get it to rev past 7, 8, but we had to come. So we loaded it, brought extra parts, fixed it yesterday in the pits. So it still hasn't turned a wheel in anger, but they've done every last rivet restoration. It is beautiful. It's like jewelry.
It's a stunning build. But now.
Well, I haven't driven it in anger yet. So when we get to the line, that'll be the first time I sit in the car. Steve jokingly said to me yesterday, he's driven it 50 meters from the pits to the dyno and back. So he's got a whole lot more meters in this car than I have.
Well, good luck. We'll talk to you during the day.
Brilliant. Thanks, Colin.
Farouk, morning.
Morning. How are you?
Farouk, I'm very good. So lovely to see you here at Simola again.
Likewise, I'm very happy to be here too.
And you always bring beautifully turned out cars, but you've got a very, very special memory, and your son Mo will be with you in spirit today.
Absolutely, that's why I'm doing it. I used to let Mo drive the last few years, and I used to be like a team manager, giving him all ideas what to do, what not to do, how to drive. I taught him at a very early age, at 13, at Kailami, and I'm doing it in special memory of my Mohammed, because he would want me to be happy in doing it. And my cars are all original. They've been restored by late Mohammed, and it gives me special pride to come and enjoy the cars here.
Farouk, thank you very much for sharing with us everything of the best. We'll be watching. Good luck.
Thank you very much, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks. Johan, lovely to see you and Oris again. You ready for today?
Yeah, Colin, you know me, as ready as can get. Always ready. Ready for fun, games. It's going to be fun, yeah.
A very, very special event, this Classic Car Friday.
Absolutely. It's, you know, there's so many clashes on the calendar, and but we had to be here. And on Classic Friday with a car like this, it's almost like that race at Swartkops in the beginning of the year. You know, the passion for speed, can't miss that.
What are you expecting for today?
Class win, definitely. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No.
You got a fight in your hands.
Yeah, we do have a fight. I mean, it's we're very we've got very competitive cars here. 6 liters and 7 liters and V8s, big V8s against a small 6-cylinder.
Shall I get a violin and
play you a sympathy song?
If you can, or just throw money.
Jan, everything in the best. Good luck. Have fun.
Thanks a lot.
Trevor Tuck.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very well, and you?
Fantastic. Sorry to interrupt your dressing.
No, it's fine. Up a little bit late.
The car is looking quite stunning. It's polished, it's clean, it's neat.
It still needs a bit of a clean, but I'll after the first quali run, I'll give her a bit of a wipe down and just make sure that she looks good.
You bring her out once a year.
Once a year. I drove her last a year ago, so she comes out once a year for the Simola, and yeah, see how she goes. Huh?
We've got Sasha Martinengo in the booth, who's, as you know, a complete alpha nut. Basically, they just want us to talk about alphas the whole day.
It would be nice, but you have to share. There's so many beautiful cars around this year, the BMWs, the VWs, there's so many beautiful cars. Obviously, Sasha would root for the alphas, and I've got the boys at home, they're bunking school. Hello, Sebastian and Carl, they're bunking school to watch. So everyone is supporting the alphas. It's great, it really is great. But that's the camaraderie of the hill climb, that's what it's all about.
Very, very special event.
It's the highlight of the year for me. It's the one event that sort of keeps you awake at night for a few months before the event, and it's just something that I hope we can continue to do for a long time.
Well, we'll leave you to continue your dressing.
Thank you.
Have fun, good luck.
Thank you very much, Colin.
Good morning, Andre.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Absolutely fantastic. 1981 car, yes. 1981 driver.
91 car. The car's are 86. I'm a 91 model. So the story about this car is it was my dad's first racing car, which he bought in 91. So it's an absolute privilege to be here and to be able to do the same and to have my first time around Simola.
Well, let's call your dad in here. Let's just get him in. Andre, come here. This is quite remarkable. Father, son, your first racing car. Is that a tear in your eye and a proud moment for you?
No, it's one hell of a proud moment. You know, I raced the car for the first time. It's my first Porsche that I raced, and I got it back about 3-4 years ago. And Jandre has always been interested in motorsport, but there's always a thing you never push somebody in. And his mother always said, don't make a racing driver out of him. So I had strict instructions not to go there, which I respected. But as time tells, you know, Jandre is in it now. It's going to be his first Simola, and I'm very proud of him. And I had 2 racing suits from the 9 hour at Kailami, so one got donated, so it looks a little bit, not by choice, it's the only stuff we had, so that's a handout.
Well, right, your dad is king of the hill. He's got the record up here. You've got to be super proud to be here at your first time at Simola.
Absolutely.
With a champion like this.
Yeah, look, and it's a couple of years coming. Honestly, I'm much less worried about myself. I watched back some videos from previous years, just seeing him again doing the record runs. That's a lot more stressful just being on the sidelines, seeing the King of the Hill doing that on a Sunday. So I'm just here to learn and to have fun. I'm really excited, and it's an absolute blessing.
And it's a very, very special event.
Absolutely, yes. One of the most special in SA, I think.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bezuidenhout Junior. Bezuidenhout Senior.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for looking so dapper.
Thank you for approaching. Steve?
Yes.
Beautiful day for a hill climb, isn't it?
Beautiful.
And you've got some superstar drivers, an ex-champion, a champion in a Mitsubishi. He's, we'll call him the steering wheel king of Simola. It's quite a privilege to have Jeff in your car.
When he does retire, I will give him that steering wheel so that he can remember it. Yeah, no, it's an absolute honor having Jeff driving for me, and it's an honor. He's a legend. He's iconic in the country. You know, Sarles and he's in that league.
Jeff, you've gone from 9,000 horsepower in the Mitsubishi and those hair-raising runs in the wet with max boost, maximum attack, to a more leisurely gentleman's approach.
Yes, well, of course, you know, you've got to do these things. You can't just keep doing the same old thing. You've got to have some change.
But you're still enjoying every moment of it, aren't you?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what we're here for, is to enjoy it and to be here.
And it's a super special event, friends, family, an occasion that is just magnificent, unequaled in South Africa.
I think so, and it's becoming more and more like that. And as they were pointing out, what's his name? The organizer. Yeah, as he pointed out, it's now become a world event virtually. Yeah.
Jeff, everything of the best. Steve, remind him just to make sure that the steering wheel's clicked on and have fun.
Thanks, Colin.
Good luck to him.
Thank you.
I am so much better now that I see an ABOL. It is magnificent.
Absolutely. I think little go-karts on steroids. So let's go and have some fun.
This is a car that got Italy moving in its standard form. And then, of course, Italians need to modify because Italian.
Well, I suppose so. And then we bring it to South Africa and we do some special modifications to it further from there. And yeah, pocket rocket, here we go.
It's lovely. What are you expecting from today?
Look, I think the first trick is to get up the hill. That's number one. And then if we can break a minutes, that's where we're going.
Awesome. Good luck. We'll talk to you during the day.
Thanks. Cheers, Colin.
Ben Jack?
That's my name, yes.
You keen? You ready to go?
I'm sitting here just waiting to go. It's my first time, a little bit nervous. We'll see how it goes. Take it slowly on the first two runs, and then we'll see what happens on the third run and the qualifying runs.
Tell us a bit about the car.
Fiat 131 ABOS. We got it a while ago, and I spent about 8 years working on the car. Every year, I live overseas, so I come back for holidays, spend some time in the car. I race it at Kalani. I'm fortunate to have a guy, Stuart over there, who looks after the car for me, and just out here to have some fun.
Well, enjoy it. We'll talk to you during the day. Focus on that first run. Bring it back safe.
That's the plan. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben Jack. Have a good day. Thank you. Old dog, Peter K80.
Good morning to you.
Are you good?
I'm fine, thanks.
Lovely to see you back.
Thanks, Colin. It's great to be here. I enjoy coming here. This is, it says 13, but this is my 10th year here, either myself or with my team and the guys that I help. And that's I got a call from I call him Little Jeff, but he's taller than Graham. He's 6'8". That's Jeff Goddard's son. And Little Jeff has asked me, and he's driving the Showdown up the hill. So we're all having fun. BMW have got a lot of their cars. You'll see the 530 MLE, the white one that Bradley's driving. I donated that car to BMW. That belonged to me. So
it's a beautiful machine, and that car is the first of the motorsport editions. It's the birthplace of M Power.
In fact, it's the first M racing cars they've built worldwide. I've got number one, which was built in Germany, and I'm doing a book on it at the moment. So this year, maybe it's going to leave our shores, maybe to the museum, or maybe to the highest bidder. You know, I've put in, as you know, millions over the years, and you know, I need a little bit more income, which I've got properties in Joburg, but with what's happening, landlords have got no more control anymore, so my cash flow is not that good anymore. So I've got to look after myself. No one else does, but the old dog's busy all the time.
And the old dog looked after so many people, but let's talk about this 2002.
This 2002, as you know, I bought on a farm about 35 years ago in Natal, here in Shongweni, near where I live now. And after all the years, old Graham said to me, no, you've given so much to everybody. I'm gonna build you a car. And here it is, and he's done a fantastic job. I'm sure this year won't be like last year where I struggled, but this year I'm sure I'm going to have, the main thing is I'm here for a lot of fun, and also the guys that have helped me all these years, I do appreciate it, and all the guys like yourself who's been involved and been competitors. We all enjoyed the motorsport, and that's what I've always enjoyed. I've enjoyed motorsport. I've put in lots of time, lots of effort, The only unfortunate part is there's not many young guys that I would like to have taught how to run a car and do that. And as you know, I ran the junior team for Volkswagen for 4 years. I created 4 different champions in 4 years. But, you know, that's what I like to put back. I like to help the youngsters and get things going. And thanks very much.
You've got a brilliant mechanic who's just run away. We've got to go and talk to him. We're coming back to you now, Peter. Graham Nathan, lovely to see you mechanicking on a special car.
Absolutely. It's Peter's pride and joy, and it's what we created for him. It was lying around for years and years and years. And, you know, all he's done for me in my life with regards to motorsport, I thought, well, time to give back a little bit. And
you looking after the old dog this weekend?
I am. I'm looking after the old dog. We hope that we're going to have a clean run this year. Last year he really struggled, but we're going to have a good run this year.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Let's just last wish, Mr. Kaedi, everything of the best, and thank you for what you have done for motorsport. Keep smiling, be happy.
Thank you, Colin. Thanks so much.
Cheers, Peter. Morning, fantastic Shadowline.
Yes, it's an ex-Tony Viana and Sean van der Linde Class A Group N car. I found it in Zimbabwe, imported it back into South Africa, did a mini restoration, and here it is.
I sent Sean a picture of it yesterday, and this car carries much emotion for him.
It does, most definitely. Also for me, as when I was growing up, I used to go to Swartkorps Kyalami and I used to watch these cars in action, and it was my dream to own one day, never knowing that I'll actually own the original Sean van der Linde car.
I mean, this is the car.
This is the car, the proper car. I've got the invoice from BMW. When it was sold in 1994, it went to Zimbabwe and Gary Kirk bought the car, and I've got the original imports sale agreement from BMW to Gary Kirk, and it was sold for 21,000 Rand.
Unbelievable. It's priceless now, absolutely priceless.
Most definitely. My first time here at the hill, so a little bit nervous for the first run, but you know what, I'll try to keep the car on the black stuff and have fun.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting. Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you.
Gero, we love old Fords. We love this one in particular.
I do too.
It's quite a spectacular machine.
Yes, it is. It's a really unique driving experience to pilot this thing up the hill. It's like nothing I've ever driven before.
You look very serious with the goggles and everything.
I am. Today I'm serious. But I'm also having lots of fun. So
that's what it's about, eh? Good luck.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Move smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.
So Gasoline, Ali, you guys are on screen right now, I think. How are you guys doing up there? Are you...
Burn out there for 50. Jakes comes up behind him. Big Star Suzuki Alpine Stars leathers there.
On track as well with previous problems.
best-in-class features. Do you in the new Suzuki Espresso.
It's a very good afternoon and welcome back to the Simola HillClimb 2023. It is Classic Car Friday, and with me in the hot seat now, Ciro de Siena. We have taken over.
Yeah, one part of this commentator mafia this weekend.
It seems that way. We've had an extraordinary morning so far. And I mean, the action has just been amazing, and you just see the improvement all of the time, and then you can feel the tension as well in the pit lane, Chiro, where you're going, sure, I've got to try and find, 2/10 or half a second or a second or something to ensure that I can get into the class final.
It's amazing to watch, and I think for those who perhaps maybe don't have a whiff of petrol in their veins, and they look at an event like this and they think to themselves, what is the point? There are some people like that, but the point is that it is you versus yourself. That is the beauty of this event. It's how do you be a better, faster version of yourself. It's actually a very human event. It's a very human story. The machines are wonderful to look at. They're wonderful to listen at. But at the end of the day, there's a driver in there, and she or he has to get this car to the top of the hill and get themselves there in one piece and hopefully go faster than they went the time before. Yeah, it's quite an extraordinary element of motor racing. Most of the time, you're up against a competitor. This time, you're actually up against yourself. Now, we do have our roving reporter, the wonderful Colin Hastie, who's in the pits with us, and also this afternoon we are going to be joined by Rodrigo, all the way from Portugal, from HillClimb Monsters. He's actually with us as well. Rodrigo, it's great to have you. Have you been watching some of the action this morning?
And I've been following the action and getting more knowledgeable about the classic machinery you guys have in South Africa. It's always funny how unique the scene is there. People talk about the JDM from Japan, but there should be an SADM somewhere there, because seeing something like a 7 Series and a lot of the other unique machinery you have there, even for a guy who likes to classify himself as knowledgeable when it comes to racing cars, it's quite unique. So let's see. For the first day, it's going rather well, but we know what comes during tomorrow and Sunday.
All right, it's wonderful to have you, Rodrigo, and of course we're going to be going to the class finals in a short while, but let's cross over to Colin in the pits. Maybe you can go through some of the class finalists for us. Colin, what's happening in pit lane? Oh, we're just still waiting for Colin. Chiro, the only difference from all of the other classes is our H1 class, which are the really vintage style cars, which actually work in a handicap kind of system. So those who were watching earlier this morning might be surprised when they actually see the top three.
Yeah, and I've been following that class closely because my good friend and colleague Gero Lalaika, we only hire people if their name rhymes with Chiro or Gero, basically, at Cars.co. So he's in one of the oldest cars in the field. It's a Model A Ford, and he had an interesting morning, but he's got faster and faster on every time he's gone out, and braver. I think he actually went sideways through turn 1 at one point. So he will be hoping to definitely get on the podium in H1.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be a fascinating afternoon. All of the classes, the top 3 will qualify, and from there, then we will eventually go into a top 10 shootout for our Classic Car Friday. So we are going to cross over to Colin, who is in our pit lane. Colin, what is going on down there?
Welcome back to Simola 2023, and especially to the SABC viewers. Thank you very much for joining us. And also to our special commentator in Portugal, Rodrigo. Welcome to Simola 23. It's fantastic to talk to you.
Thank you, Colin. It is a pleasure to talk to you again.
Rodrigo, it's been an absolutely fantastic morning of qualifying, and we now go into the top 10 shootout. A bit of an update, a little bit of drama. during the final qualifying run. The car right behind me in the back of the pit, number 25, the Chevron, the Scribanti Chevron in the back there, stopped on track. The reason he stopped on track is a valve seat came out and the engine is going no further. It is broken. The car is parked for the day. Franco Scribanti incredibly disappointed. So he was quickest of the qualifiers. Now that he's not going forward into the class finals as well as the overall top 10 shootout, we've got Andre Bezuidenhout, who's leading that at the moment from Ian Schofield. So we've got a Ford BDG. They can rev very, very high, 2-litre. Twin cam motors, absolutely brilliant. This is a Lola. You can see how seriously he's taking it with the tire warmers on it. They had a small issue this morning with a gearbox oil leak. That's solved. And Advocate Bezuidenhout over here is unbelievably prepared, focused, and ready to do it. So we're going to go his fight, the fight, down here is with Ian Schofield in the Nels Niemand replica, tribute march, and I'm just looking for him. He's not here at the moment. Guys are preparing to go out, and then the third of the qualifiers for the shootout is Charles Ayrton with this march, which is completely rebuilt. It is virtually a new motor car. It is a piece of absolute art. It is totally magnificent. Then we've got Rui Campos. Now, Rui Campos, saloon car. He's in a Porsche, the Martini RSR Porsche. Josh Dovey is another one of our top 10 finalists. Josh, you had gearbox issues last year. Yeah. Now you've got it sorted. You're in the top 10 shootout.
I'm happy about that. It's been quite an up and down journey today because we figured out after the second run we had a fourth that was not tall enough. So we were hitting the rev limit all the way up the hill.
Have you changed that ratio?
We did a quick change on that and immediately found 2 seconds a lap. So I'm just happy to be in the top 10 shootout.
Well done. Good luck.
Thanks.
And we can get him now. Andre? Would you like to say hello to the SABC? We're with them now.
Well, what do you say? The SABC has been a cornerstone of our lives, since 1976. So fantastic to have them with motorsport. I think motorsport without national TV coverage, is not the right place to be. So it's fantastic that they're back on board, and compliments. Thank you so much.
The other person we've got with us at the moment is Rodrigo from HillClimb Monsters all the way in Portugal. You can't hear him. I can hear him in my ear. And what they say is there was going to be a three-way fight. Franco had an issue with his motor. Now it's a two-way fight. You and Ian Schofield. How are you feeling?
Well, it's a two-way fight, but at the end you have to be there. So it's so unfortunate that Franco, something happened there. I think he missed it on the line. Just missed the second gear, and I think it was a over-revving. But between me and Schofield, it's going to be one hell of a dice. It's exactly the same car, virtually. So it's going to come down to, what shall I say, a little bit of B.
Absolutely love it. Good luck. Thank you very much. We're going to walk down the pit lane here.
Drivers lead to the line for H1. Drivers to the line for H1. Sorry to interrupt their call.
Always nice to hear the cars being called. Charles Ayrton.
No, it's Arton, A-R-T-O-N.
Arton.
How complicated can it be?
Well, for me, racing is very complicated.
No, it is complicated as can be, yeah.
How's your beautiful car going?
It's going magnificently, and very sad that Franco Scribanti is out, but that kind of gives me a shout again,
It's the luck of the draw.
It is. You've got to be there for that very last run. That's the trick here. So, yeah, my car's it's gone faultlessly. I mean, it's just been a joy. I'm so happy. I've had such a good day.
Mr. Arton, thank you very much. I think I got that right. We got Ian Schofield over here, the father of the HillClimb. Mr. Schofield?
Schofield.
I
He's the
mean,
driver. I'm just the organizer.
It's terrible at our age, but we still respond.
Ian.
Mr. Goddard, how are you?
Ian.
And Colin.
I apologize to all the viewers.
Ian, what a magnificent event.
Thanks, Colin. Yeah, it's turned out well today. I think it's our best Classic Car Friday ever. More people than ever. Cars are magnificent. Drivers are cool. Everyone's having fun. You dressed up. Hopefully next year more people dress up. So, what more could we hope for? Great weather. Really, really happy with it.
And it's always good for the town of Knysna to have all these people, Mr. Shrewsbury.
Absolutely. No, look, it's good. It's Knysna's biggest event. By quite a margin, and the economic impact for the town is strong. So one of the reasons we first started the event in the first place. So yeah, good to see people come and enjoy the town, beautiful town, enjoy the motorsport, and spend a bit of money here, and it helps our businesses, local economy. We definitely need it. So really cool from that point of view.
Congratulations, well done. Hope we can come back. We are going to go very quickly. You will see some of the most magnificent cars. Rui Campos is through to the top 10 in your Porsche, your Martini Porsche.
Not yet.
Well, you've qualified in the top 10. Qualifying's done. We now go to class finals. And because you've made the qualifying, you go into the top 10 shootout. Are you prepared for this?
Oh, we're going to try. You only get one chance.
Yeah.
You can fluff the start. You can miss a gear. You can touch. So everyone's got a chance.
But we prefer not to think of what can go wrong.
No.
We think on the positive side
Absolutely.
of life and think of the sound of that roaring Porsche as you belt it up the hill.
I hear it's a great sound.
It's magnificent. Thank you, Rui. Good luck.
Thank you, Colin.
Good man, that. And we come to cars of heritage, cars that are so vital and important to us as petrol heads, as motorsport people. BMW is a much-loved brand, and in particular, the M brand is much loved. The very first car, M car in the world, was that one over there, the BMW 530 MLE, MLE meaning Motorsport Limited Edition. Then came some other magnificent cars. Jochen Neerspasch at the time was the CEO of BMW South Africa. The M88 engine found its way into a 745i. M88, the 6-cylinder, 4-valve, Rever in racing form to well over 9,000 RPMs, capable of somewhere in the region of 540 horsepower in its finest tuned form. Went into a 745 in South Africa, and then the legendary Tony Viana got to race it. Talking about legends, Sean van der Linde, he, the father of the van der Linde boys in racing in Europe and in GT3 and in Formula E. This is the exact car that he drove back in Stanek Group N racing in South Africa. There's so much history, so much heritage. Farouk Dangor has brought his 325 IS out for a run here in honor of his son Mo. It's just spine-chilling. The Lola T70, it's got a huge V8 engine, revs magnificently. This was the car that fought at Le Mans in international sports car racing against the Porsche 917. It was built by Lola as a customer car. They took the other route of putting in lots of V8 horsepowers into a aluminium tub, glass fiber body that ended up being an absolute legend of cars. Talking of legends of cars, one of us is coming past us right now, the Ford GT40. They are going to run now. We shall leave the pit lane and let the cars do the talking.
Yeah, welcome back. An encyclopedia of knowledge from Colin Hasty, and a very good afternoon to all of our SABC viewers as well, from myself and from Chiro de Siena. The action is about to happen, Chiro. We are now into the class final, which is the top 3 from each of the classes, and then from there, a total to get into the top 10 shootout.
It's a hugely exciting part of the day. In the end of Classic Car Friday, essentially, I think we're probably in for close to 2 hours of action here, so stick around with us. It's going to be magnificent. If classic cars and vintage cars are your thing, you have come to the right place. This is probably the best showing of classic cars, well, in action, anywhere in South Africa.
Without a doubt. Here we go. We've got the Ford GT40, Peter McPherson. He's going up the hill at the moment. And then we've got, this is going to be so close, Barry Engel in this beautiful 550A Porsche Spider. And he's been a little bit behind Peter McPherson the whole day. Last year he won this class. He's definitely going to have to start pushing.
The GT40 is a fearsome competitor. I mean, that was the car that terrorized Ferrari famously, and famously portrayed in the movie Ford vs. Ferrari more recently as well. But the GT40 is quite a special car. So Barry really does have his work cut out for him, but he is pushing through turn 1 there.
And then, of course, you have these tiny little minis. This is in the, well, it's an Austin in the hands of Headley Whitehead. He's a little bit off the pace, but to have gotten into the class final, that's an incredible achievement.
It really is. There's a couple of minis out there. The little green one, I forget, it's car number
Nadia,
now.
yes.
That car is, that is a quick little car, that.
Beautiful.
Amazing to see.
And so wonderfully prepared, all of these cars. This is a hill climb. And if it's the first time you're ever watching a hill climb, these cars are up against themselves, the courage, the focus, the commitment, and the B word, and of course, the time. That's it.
Yeah, it really is very much you against the clock. It's quite different to circuit racing. Circuit racing, as Franco was saying earlier, Franco Di Matteo, if you make a mistake on, say, I don't know, lap 3 of 10, you've got quite a bit of an opportunity to make that time back. Whereas when it comes to hill climb, everything has to be perfect. Your launch has to be perfect. Turn 1, turn 2, you've got to absolutely nail every corner, because you know your competitor is doing the exact same thing. And that's how you walk away with the trophy.
Yeah, without a doubt, we've loads of cars. Barry Engel so far is the fastest with a 57.1. Peter McPherson, we haven't got a time on him, which is a little bit concerning. Maybe something wrong with his transponders. We watch the wonderful Alfa Romeo GT Junior making its way up the hill as well. And yeah, just looking at some of the times that aren't appearing on the screen. So a little bit concerning. Oh, can you see how that Fiat 131 Abarth got very sideways? Chiro, you know this hill. You know how scary it can be.
The S's are particularly interesting, let's say. That was probably the only place where I actually really scared myself last year, were the S's. It's fast up there.
It's incredibly fast. Also, the gradient, you don't really get the appreciation on television. It is very steep. What happens at the end of this run, all of the cars gather at the top, and then they make their way down slowly to the bottom. And it's incredible the difference from the top to the bottom.
It's a real climb. It's a 1.9 kilometer course. You are ascending at a rate of knots. You really are. Not exactly up into the clouds, but you're definitely at altitude when you get to the top. And you feel the change in topography from turn 2 to turn 3. That's when you really feel like you're climbing a hill. It's very steep up that road. And that's where the horsepower cars, the cars which have a lot more horsepower, that's where they really make up their time, as we see this Porsche cruising up to turn 3 now to the pedestrian bridge.
Yeah, beautiful, these classic cars. And I mean, we've got cars from 1934 all the way to 1990 or so, because I think it's a 30-year. That 30 years is the minimum that you have to be. Look at that Porsche getting very sideways through the S's there. Chiro, they are pushing.
Yeah, no, this is when it counts. This is the difference between standing on the podium or watching from just next to the podium.
Yeah, we got some of the big guns. Here's that beautiful green Porsche. I mean, mini Porsche. Gavin Rook, fastest at the moment. H4, that's in the Porsche 911. We could see he was going very sideways. That's a pretty respectable time at 52.5.
It is.
It's basically exactly the same time that he posted in qualifying 3.
So he's been very consistent today. And he'll be pleased with that. That should put him in contention.
One of the most important parts of the hill climb is the launch off the line, because that you cannot make up. If you don't get that right, you are immediately on the back foot, and you have to try really hard to make that up.
It's a huge advantage for the all-wheel drive cars, That's for sure. They basically are dragsters. They get to the first corner very, very quickly. Franco told me that in his end of the competition, he's losing about 1.5 seconds to the all-wheel drive cars, and on this hill, 1.5 seconds feels like about a week when you're in the cars. So definitely advantage to the all-wheel drive cars, of which they will almost certainly. I can't think of a single all-wheel drive car out today, actually.
Looking at the Abarth going up the hill, let's bring in Rodrigo all the way from Portugal. Some beautiful cars. I know not exactly your kind of forte of classic cars, Rodrigo, but wonderful to see the spectacle.
Not the forte of my channel per se. Personally, I do love them, and I have a bit of experience with them. And it's always nice to get a palette comfort from the type of cars that I follow and that I show on my channel. There will be plenty of that in the coming days, but today let's appreciate the truly old school stuff and how well maintained they are. And the best thing of them all, people are still racing them hard. That's the true take we should get from you.
I couldn't agree more, and it's so important that these cars are actually seen and driven and raced, where so many collectors in the world, unfortunately, Rodrigo, just keep them locked up in barns or in showrooms, and they aren't seen often enough.
Very much agree. That's something I really don't like, and that's something that during the last decade has really gotten much worse. The collectors really are gobbling up all these cars, and no, these are race cars. They are supposed to be driven. They are supposed to be driven hard, and it's supposed to be a market to have these cars being maintained in the proper manner. Stop that, and maybe we will even stop having this type of cars. And that's really sad for every petrol head out there.
Yeah, let's ensure that doesn't happen. Looking at this wonderful Porsche going up there, but also those Ford Daytonas, Chiro, just magic to see.
That's probably one of my favorite classic cars, and a proudly South African car as well, built by a wonderful company called High Performance, or Superformance rather, in PE. And that Daytona Coupe is just all engine, monster Ford motor in there, and you can hear it going up the line, followed by Paige Lindenberg here in the fair lane, and that's a heavy car going up the hill.
I'm really hoping that we're going to stay on pictures with Paige. She's in the top of your screen there in that massive Ford Fairlane, and the skill of this lady to control this car, especially going through that right-hander and then into the S's as well, is quite remarkable, because that is a beast. There's no ABS, there's no traction control. No. It's just sheer brute power and hold on for dear life.
Turn 3, the exit there, which we just saw the Fairlane navigating, is really tricky, because the corner tightens on you. Not only is the exit unsighted, which is enough to scare anyone, but and she is really pushing that through the S's. That's very good to see. It really is. Absolutely not holding back. What a wonderful drive from Paige, and her time should pop up shortly.
Yeah,
and
that's an improvement.
We'll see how she did.
And at the bottom of your screen, a man who's won here 4 times, Trevor Tuck, in the superbly set up and just attention to detail is personified of this Alfa Romeo Giulia. He's been quickest in his class so far, but a very competitive class in H7. So there's going to be quite a titanic battle between them.
That little Alfa there was heading straight for a policeman on the exit of turn 3, and
whoa, that's incredibly hairy.
That was quite a big slide.
Well, let's see. His best time so far has been a 51.4. Let's see if he's done that. This is his big competition. The 2 Golfs. These cars, though, have turbo 2-litre turbo engines for them. Trevor Tuck went significantly slow. I think it was that big moment
That was a big one.
Towards the top. So
Yeah.
he's done a 52-seconder. That Golf seems to, is it going full beans? It doesn't seem like it.
I think you're right. There we go. No, picked it up there. Maybe just had a little moment.
Could have missed a gear.
Trevor Tuck in that Alpha going really quick. Posting a 52.0, and that should put him in good stead for the class final.
Yeah, it definitely will. They'll have a run. The Porsche below, the 944, Jean-Andre Bezuidenhout, the son of Andre Bezuidenhout, who you saw in the interview with Colin Hasty a little earlier, the advocate. He'll be driving, of course, in his Lola Cosworth a little bit later on in the session, but everyone just having a run just to get the feel of the track. Chiro, also this time of the afternoon, it's the hottest that we've had so far. Tires make a difference. Tire pressures make a difference as well. So they'll be feeling what they might have to just do small little changes when they get back down to their pits.
Yeah, the track, the road's temperature will definitely be a bit. Ooh!
Wow.
That was a well-controlled accident through there.
Okay, so we've
that Porsche, that was close. That was close to closing the track for a while, I think.
Very
well controlled through there.
Very, very close. Just having a see what Jean-Andre Bezuidenhout, 54.6. So Robert Preece is second, only 0.2 behind Trevor Tuck in their class. So that looks like the class final there. Paige Lindenberg is second in her class. James Temple fastest with a 48. Paige with a 54 second. Now come the big guns. Here we go. Rui Campos in this beautiful Martini Porsche 911 RSR. He's been class all day.
What an exceptional car to see go up the hill as well. And a Porsche, you know, it looks like the physics of it shouldn't work. And it just does, with the engine hanging out the back. But I always look at Porsche drivers and think, okay, you know, that takes some skill. But they are exceptional cars to drive. And these classics, it's so nice to see a classic Porsche like that at absolute full throttle.
Yeah, just magic. Just having a look at Rui Campos's best time was a 46 dead. And we haven't seen anyone, Chiro, so far in this class final session actually improve on the times they posted round about an hour ago.
It does seem like the track's a little slower. I mean, you did call it. Sorry, I actually got it wrong. Trevor Tuck did go half a second slower, and I think it was that moment. Half a second slower than his qualifying time. I wonder if I put my mechanics cap on for a little bit, and you've got some mostly naturally aspirated cars here, and with the hotter air, the cooler air in the morning would have benefited them. With the hotter air now going up the track, and maybe with some heat soak as well, we are starting to maybe see the times come down a little bit.
I think you're spot on there. Even Rui Campos, 0.2 slower than he did as his best time. This is one of the Golfs going a little bit wide onto a little bit of the gravel. You will notice at certain points you have these little blue poles that stick out. We'll pick it up from one of the other camera angles. If a competitor touches one of those poles, they immediately get disqualified. There are those blue little poles, the little policemen. And so you have to use the road. You can't use curbs, as in sort of circuit racing. Let's see what this little Golf can do, because they could knock. Nope, goes into a 54.6. So everyone seems to be a little bit slower than what they did earlier.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Rui Campos's time maybe about 0.2, just 0.2 off his qualifying. So he'll probably be happy with that. Close enough, I suppose, given the conditions. And he is actually currently top of the session, although that doesn't matter because these are the class finals and they are up against their class competitors at the moment. We are nearing the end of the run now.
The whole thing about it is the top 10, regardless of class, out of this class final make it to the shootout. So those who are sitting, Paige Liebenberg, Kobus Barnard, Jean-Andre Bezuidenhout, all sitting 8, 9 and 10, they are in a perilous situation, especially with some of the big guns coming as well.
I think we did lose a competitor as well. I think the Capri I saw was full of fire extinguisher foam earlier. Unfortunately, it probably won't be going out in that state. So one car down, unfortunately. And then, of course, the Scribante Chevron, which is usually an absolute crowd pleaser and also vying for the title and has won in the past. Unfortunately, something in the engine made a break for Freedom, and Franco's hugely disappointed he won't be going up the hill.
Oh, I tell you, I mean, I was sitting and commentating, and it was just like, no, I can't believe it's happening to Franco. Apparently a valve sleeve has dropped out. As we watch this beautiful Lola going up, Clive Corder is going up. He was second in his class. He's got to try and challenge Rui Campos, but his best time was 3 seconds slower than Rui during the qualifiers.
Amazing to think that a car like that is from 1969 and still so unbelievably fast. And I wonder, Rodrigo, if you're there with us, if you remember the Lolas, if you've seen them in action from back in the day.
Well, from back in the day, not quite, as I wasn't born yet. But I have seen a number of them. They are quite popular here in Europe, as you can imagine, on historic racing. Although I can't really say that I have seen them in their true form, because they used a variety of engines, and even today some of the guys swap their engines for different units. I have seen them. I think there's a guy here in Portugal with a DFV engine on one, so that's pretty special. But the one you have there, it's quite the unique unit too.
Rodrigo, out of everything that you've seen so far in the classic cars, is there anything that has really surprised you?
A lot of the cars I knew of them. The one that has surprised me quite a lot, because I had no idea of its existence, it's that wide-bodied Golf Mark 1.
Okay.
I really don't know the origin of the car. It looks very cool. It looks very Group 5-ish. I would like to know more of its story. That's the kind of car that I'm normally interested in. On the faster stuff, Chevrons, Lolas, and all that. Those are cars I knew of their existence, but it's always nice to catch up on them.
Great to have you with us, Rodrigo. And Andre Bezuidenhout just set the fastest time of the session at 43.071. He'll be pleased with that.
He will, but it is a second slower.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, this opens it up for Andrew Schofield, because Schofield, his best time is a 42.5. But clearly, the track conditions have changed. So let's see. Whoa! That was incredibly quick as the screen broke, and I thought it was an accident, so my heart jumped a little bit there. Schofield has gone top.
Yeah.
Wow, what a time.
41.6. That was a magnificent run from Schofield up there. His car seemed to suffer less up the hill than the rest of the competitors, and he has really laid down the gauntlet for this top 10 shootout coming up next.
Yeah, but I mean, that means he basically takes his class. Yeah, so I think Advocate Bezuidenhout will be a little bit confused. That's 1.5 seconds difference.
That's properly quick run there from Schofield, and he will be delighted with that, I'm sure. But they have another run against each other coming up soon.
Yeah, very soon.
So Andre Bezuidenhout, a regular fixture here of the Simola HillClimb, he will have another chance at the cherry.
So we're getting into the final 45.9 for Charles Arton, and another beautifully prepared car out there, which is very, very special. The March Cosworth. And he basically got through because Franco Scribante, unfortunately, didn't manage to get his car repaired, not that, and I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. But he finished 4th in his class, but actually made it through because of the sort of disqualification, for the want of a better word, of Franco.
Well, there we go. And that's just the joy and the pain of motorsport, the joy and the pain of classic car ownership. Some days, you know, you want to give the car a swift kick, and some days it puts the biggest smile on your face. And I suppose that is why we love it so much.
Colin, in the pit lane, what about Andrew Schofield getting one over Andre Bezuidenhout?
Carl Brink, you came with the green Mini, you won your class, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. It was a lot of fun. I'd love to say thank you to the Checkered Flag Club. Those gentlemen behind me were the reason I'm down here this year. They gave me support and a place to sleep, and yeah, I'd really like to say thank you to them. And also to my dad, Kevin, who has been supporting me all the years with the racing. And yeah, and Brian Hasty and you yourself, all the years of watching all the other guys in the minis and always enjoying them and always flying the mini flag.
Congratulations, well done.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, thank you.
Well done. Right, we're going to go up the pits now because there are a couple of people that we really do need to talk to who've also won their class. We spoke earlier to Trevor Tuck. Trevor, winner, chicken dinner, well done.
Sure. Thank you very much. That last run was a bit scary, but I'm very happy to have pulled it off and in one piece. What a wonderful day.
What happened in that corner?
I've been struggling all day. I've been trying to do something different and it's not working, and I've been trying to make a few tweaks just to get it. But GC just said last time out, I've had it with you trying stories, and that was the end of that. So I just, I just drove up. So a little bit slow, but I'm still absolutely thrilled. I'm delighted. 5 Neisner wins in the class and 3 for GC. So it's just, I couldn't ask for better. And this is just for my mom. She passed away in September, so this is for her.
Sorry to hear that, and it's a proper tribute to your mom.
Yeah, she always said that car fits you like a glove and it'll never hurt you. So, it's just such a great day.
Congratulations, Trevor Tuck.
Thank you very much.
He called the car GC. That's for Julia Caesar, because it is an Alpha Julia. We're going up the road here. We've just spoken to Trevor Tuck. I want to talk to Rui Campos, who's also just won his class in the Porsche. Absolutely brilliant run by Rui in the Martini Porsche. You'll see the car starting to come back. And then we're going to talk to Ian Schofield, who pulled one over Andre Bezuidenhout and has won his class as well in the single-seaters. Absolutely magnificent stuff. 745 BMW. We haven't found him yet, and I think what we need to do is go straight to the studio because we've got some more stuff happening.
Yeah, I tell you, just electrifying atmosphere out there, Chiro. But we still have the top 10 run, but we do have these class winners, and significantly no one really improving except Ian Schofield, which he must be over the moon about this victory in his class.
The mega run from him. I mean, the car looked quick. It was quick, and he'll be delighted with that. And of course, he has another crack at the hill now in the top 10. And a really moving moment there with Trevor Tuck dedicating the drive to his late mom. And and again, as we were saying earlier, this is a human event. It's a motorsport event, but it's also a human event. There are wonderful stories up and down the pit lane. And he also recounted there, we did see it on the live stream where he had a big moment in the S's. And he recounted there that he was pushing and he was trying something different, and the car let him know that he'd maybe taken it a little bit too far.
Yeah, no, magic. And very emotional from Trevor for his late mom, Jenny, who was such a massive supporter of him in everything that he did as well. So good on you, young Trevor. other winners that that we're going to get through as well. Rui Campos has just been phenomenal in that Porsche 911. No matter who tried to get close to him, Clive Corder was a good 3 seconds off his pace. So that kind of class, there must be people looking forward to next year's Simola for Classic Car Friday who are going, you know what? Let's do something. Let's start knocking Mr. Campos off.
Campos, a name synonymous with motorsport. I mean, the family is motorsport obsessed, has been for decades, and always great to see him campaigning here. Wonderful car as well, and you know, Sasha, this makes me think. I have a little car that might qualify now, a little Mazda MX-5. And I'm seriously considering a Classic Car Friday run next year.
Chiro, if you start now,
yeah,
you'll be ready.
I'll be ready.
Okay, so now we're crossing to our live pictures. These are really, really old cars. This is what we call the H1 Handicap Final. And we have got cars here that are from 1934 all the way through until 1936. And I think first out is Roger Lewis out on track. And of course, they also will become class winners. So, you know, something also very, very special to see these kind of cars. Chiro, you don't see these cars often, and to see them here at Simola with their history, and you're going nearly 100 years ago, these were the race cars.
To me, it's just incredible testimony to the dedication of the teams who keep these cars going. Neisner-based Classic Edge, wonderful family of Brian Bruce and Miss Lalaika as well. They've got an incredible team, and they also have an amazing history of upskilling local talent as well to look after these cars. And I think there's just such a wonderful story there as well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they've brought 5 cars out today, many of them in this H1 class, and it's something special to see a 100-year-old car go up the hill, that's for sure.
There, as you can see, they are not very rapid, but wow, what a joy. And I think anybody anywhere in the world, and Rodrigo, let's bring you out here as well, if these cars, and a lot of these are road going cars as well, they can drive on the roads. Rodrigo, I mean, if you see something like this driving through your town in Portugal, you're going to stop and look.
Way more than that. I will try to stop the driver and ask about the car. I'm curious like that. But it is truly rare. I think even here in Europe, the best place where you can have that kind of luck, it's England, because there are the pre-war cars there, and that's it. And even then, well, good luck. It's like finding a rare Pokemon.
There we go. And if anybody doesn't know what a Pokemon is, Google it. Yeah, Google it. And you can Google some of these cars as well, like an MG Special Hedgehog from 1934, the TT Sprite from 1935, Margaret White in the Austin 750cc 7 Special from 1937. These are just beautiful machines, and to see them still going and well looked after is a real testament to pure passion and dedication.
That's a joy to see, and I think that is something that the Simola HillClimb has provided now for 14 years. It's the 13th running. There was obviously, we missed one, unfortunately, because of COVID. Yeah. So unfortunately, an event did not happen in 2020. So it's a 14-year-old event, but now in its 13th running. And it is a real pleasure and a real privilege to see such rare and special cars go up the hill. I think that's the joy of Classic Car Friday. King of the Hill is, of course, an adrenaline-soaked event with monster horsepower cars coming through as well. But Classic Car Friday, I think, is really just about the joy of motoring.
It really is. Well, I tell you, a man who's also made it into the top 10 shootout is our H4 winner, Clayton Kimber, and he's in the pits with Colin Hasty.
Well, I got Clayton Kimber with me. You won your class. I'm looking at the time here that you beat Gavin Rook. It's 0.006 of a second. How close is that?
No, that's so close you can almost, this photo finish stuff, right?
And it was just all out there. I think we both just gave it as much as we had. So it's both our fastest times of the day, which is exactly what you want, you know.
Absolutely, you both gave it everything, and it comes out tiny margin.
Such a margin. I mean, I don't think there's been a closer result than that in our classes before, which is great.
Cool. I mean, we've got Rodrigo from HillClimb Monsters on the line with us, and just can you open the bonnet quickly? They love monsters, and this is a proper monster. Oh, we're going to have a quick look at this. Then we're going to quickly the engine. What is it?
It's a Ford V8 427 stroked 351, pushing about 650 horsepower. Just been finished by Stealth Engineering. I got it literally last night, so the first run that I had with it was practice this morning. But it's performed beautifully. So it's running about 450 kilowatts, which is it's tough to get the power down, but it worked.
Clayton Kemba, congratulations, well done. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Cheers. And he is back, our winner of the class, I'm told. For now, we're going to have to go back to the studio, but before we do that, we've got a true legend, Willie Hepburn. So fantastic to see you at Simola 23.
Thank you very much. I'm loving it.
Aren't there some wonderful cars here?
Beautiful. It's just so nice to listen to them. There's a lot that are not noisy enough.
Say that again. There's a lot that aren't?
Noisy enough.
Like the record that you brought to this hill and the stuff that legends are made of.
Yes, no, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to doing it again sometime.
Awesome. Willie, thank you very much.
Pleasure. It's been lovely.
What a legend, Willie Hepburn, the one and only Willie Hepburn. Enzo Kuhn he was here. Now he's gone. So we're going to have to go back to the studio.
Just lovely stuff there from Colin. Willie Hepburn, I mean, that's a name just synonymous with just crazy, really, really fast, potent cars. And he's walking down the pit lane. He's probably going to bump into Jeff Mortimer. They're very, very close in age. I mean, can you imagine the stories that these two men can tell about the world of motor racing in South Africa?
I find it so inspiring. I mean, to be that active and to be able to push a motor car up a hill like this at top speed when you're well into your 80s. Goodness me, I hope it's me. I hope it's me and you one day, Sasha. I
do hope so
going
too.
up the hill in our 80s, and I find that incredibly inspiring. And it's amazing to have these legends of motorsport here. And I actually had a good chat with Willie a couple of years ago. He gave me some tips about turn 3, actually, to try and get through there. So wonderful man, a gentleman, and it's wonderful to have him out in pit lane. Just on that Superformance Daytona that we saw there, that Colin was chatting about. I mean, pushing 450 kilowatts without a whiff of traction control or electronic stability control or anything like that. I mean, it just gives you an idea of the challenge of driving these old cars at speed. And I really take my hat off to the guys. That's basically like controlling a bomb up the hill, essentially, and winning his class by just a thousandth of a second. So it couldn't have been closer in that class. And congratulations to the gents there.
And the one thing I don't know if he's aware of it, but he's made it into the top 10. And I'm sure when he hears that, he's going to be even more excited.
It's a very nice feeling when someone comes and says you're going out again for the top 10. It's a lovely feeling.
Quite amazing. Rodrigo, I want to bring you in here quickly in terms of, we have some overage gentlemen, for example, Jeff Mortimer, 88 years old, and the man you would have seen in your screen, Willie Hepburn, who's well into his 80s as well. In Europe, do you also have drivers of this kind of age that are still having this much fun?
Yes, we do. It's curious that HillClimb racing attracts this kind of gentleman that really likes that like to drive really hard until the later stages of life. We have in Austria Rupert Schweiger, who is now 74 and is always fighting for the overall championship there with a 800 horsepower 993 GT2. We have in Spain near me José López Fombona, who races a RS5 DTM from 2018, which is as priceless and unique as it gets, and he is the current Spanish champion. There are a couple more, but just to go back a little, it was very nice to see Mr. Hepburn. I really miss seeing the Opel record, and all the story of that car. It's quite unique, and he is a colorful character, to say the least.
He is very much so. We're on our pictures here. This is the winner of his class, Ian Schofield, and I think Colin is ready to go and have a chat with him.
In Schofield, we said it was a race. You made it a race, and you won it.
I think I got lucky, or I disengaged my brain or something. I'm not quite sure, but I was quite surprised when I saw that time.
But either way, you'll take it.
I don't know. We've still got another run, haven't we?
But this is for the class.
Oh, okay.
So you win the class.
Yes.
And now the top 10.
Yes. Which
is
the big one. Exactly.
So what are you going to change on the car?
Nothing. Pour petrol and go.
Pour petrol and go, he says. What a way to go. The other person that we want to talk to is busy getting out of the car right now, and that's Andre Bezuidenhout. It was a great fight. It was close, but no cigar. So we're going to zip through here and get right onto him over here. He's going to stay in the car, I think. Andre, we said it was going to be a fight. It was close. What a race.
Bad start. You know, I just couldn't get off the line. Car bogged down. Not a good run.
And you sitting in the car now, you going into the top 10 run, you just going to focus and make sure that you get the processes right for your start for the top 10.
Absolutely. No, I need to focus on this one coming. It's all in this one.
Awesome. We'll let you focus. That's what he said. He's going to focus on the next run. This is the most important one coming up. The ultimate top 10 shootout. And we'll go back to the studio.
You know, it's amazing there, Chiro. Andre Bezuidenhout is one of the most likable, friendly, wonderful men you could ever meet. But he's a fierce competitor, and you can see the disappointment. You could feel the anger that he knows he let himself down, and now he wants to rectify that in the top 10.
And it's what we were saying earlier, where if you don't get every single aspect of your run right, you are just not in the running. And that is the real pressure of HillClimb racing. There is just no, especially in a class final or in a top 10 shootout, in this classic car Conqueror, which we're about to see, there is just no margin for error. If you make a mistake, you are not going to take home the title. And that is the real pressure and the real beauty of the sport as well.
Listen, let's have a watch, the replay of Ian Schofield in the March Forward BDG, who has won the class of H9. Hopefully we get our audio as well. All right, let's actually go to Colin. Colin's got another one of the class winners. Colin, we are actually on pictures of Ian's wonderful lap, but who are you chatting to?
Temple, you win.
Yeah, I just got out, so I mean, I hope so. Yeah, no, the car went well. I think we did the exact same time as what we did for the fastest quali time, which wasn't intentional. We actually didn't want to go up that quickly for the class final. We didn't need to, but made some changes and the car felt good.
What sort of changes did you make?
So basically on the high speed, on the rear shocks, we just gave it a little bit so that when we got onto the power, because our biggest issue is traction. Off the line somewhat, but the main thing is actually coming out of a lot of the sweeping corners. Is here down with sea level, we got a lot more power than up in Joburg. So we've had to just let the car squat a little bit, give it a little bit more droop. So as soon as we get onto the power, we've got some more traction. So we made that change, made a big difference. Dropped the tire pressure a little bit to try to get off the line a bit better. And I think they both worked. So I think I'm looking forward to the prospect of this top 10. Hopefully we can knock a little bit off. Yeah.
warming up. It's a lot warmer in your last run than it was. And the tar is soaking up the sun. That temperature makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, remember, we're not running tire warmers or anything. So yes, it does help us out a lot more. But at the same time, these period correct tires that we are running, they don't have a lot of meat on them. They're only 4 mils, 2 mils of runnable. So the other problem is that if you do overheat the surface temperature of the tire, it goes off. So yeah,
fine balance,
exactly. But right now, these conditions is definitely better off than this morning. So the car's getting quicker, setup's getting right. I'm feeling good about it. Yeah.
We've got some international viewers who love huge monster hill climb cars. We need you to tell us about this engine. The bonnet's half open. Show us.
Yeah. So I think at the moment, the way it is now, it's just over 500 horsepower. So this is a 5.8 litre. It's a 350 stroked. It's at sea level probably a little bit more, but very nice engine. It's linear. It's not big block kind of punch, but it still revs out. So yeah, I think it's a good combination. Good engine. We're just battling with traction. I mean, there's more than enough horsepower.
Now you go to the top 10 shootout. Give it all you got, because you got one shot.
100%, that's all. We're not leaving anything on the table. Whatever we get is the best we can do.
Cheers, thanks for talking to us. Good luck.
Cheers, Eko.
Right, we'll go back to you all in the studio.
Isn't it just fabulous, Chiro, hearing a driver who is so mechanically orientated and focused, knows exactly what he needs out of the car, knows every little specific, the width of the tire, how it overheats, what he needs to change. I mean, that's the kind of person that you want.
I think your best racing drivers, I mean, the legend that is Michael Schumacher, Lewis Hamilton, they're very good mechanics as well, or technicians rather, and they can work with their teams to set the car up as they like it so that they can get the best time up the hill. And there was an interesting point there that James Temple made, was that a naturally aspirated car suffers at the reef altitude by about 15%. Mm-hmm. That's sort of the ballpark. So down here, an extra 15%, that's a whack of horsepower. That's a lot of kilowatts. And some drivers, actually, if they've never driven the car at sea level, the car might perform quite differently. And they've obviously had the whole morning now to get used to it. James's opinion was that the track is getting faster. So it's less, I suppose, about the surface, the air temperature, and rather that the hotter surface of the road allows the tires to grip better. However, as he mentioned, if you overheat the tires, then you're also in a bit of trouble as well. So it's very technical driving these old cars. Absolutely nothing like the modern cars we have today with all their electronics.
And also the fascinating part about it, when all of these guys, these are all manual gearbox vehicles as well. You miss that gear, just a tenth of it somewhere along the line, and basically your lap is done.
That's true. That's actually a really good point. And it was, I was grateful that it was something I didn't have to worry about in my electric car last year that didn't have any gears. But that's a very good point. You've got an old-fashioned stick shift in most of these cars. Some of them will have a sequential, though, I would guess. And the sequential is a lot faster. But still, you're clutching in in most of these cars, and that takes a little bit of time as well. And like you say, if your gear shift is not perfect, that's a tenth or 2/10 right there, and that might mean the difference between first and second place, or the difference between being the classic car conqueror here in 2023.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. So we're getting towards the end of our Classic Car Friday right here at Simola. There will be a few minutes for everybody to get themselves prepared. There's a little bit of documentation that needs to be done. And then we will have our Classic Car Shootout Top 10. And you've got to believe that Andre Bezuidenhout is definitely wanting to get one over Ian. Ian Schofield.
Yeah.
But then thereafterwards, I mean, it's a sort of free for all. Just to make it into the top 10 out of 80 cars is a remarkable feat.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, anyone who gets up there it will be very happy to be there. Tomorrow is a little bit different because there'll be 3 Kings of the Hill, whereas today there's just the one, the classic car Conqueror, and the cars up towards the top end of the pits on the left of your picture there. Those are mostly those are the fastest cars in the field, generally speaking, and they will be heading out now to chase down the title of Classic Car Conqueror.
There we go. We are into the top 10 shootout. Oh, just waiting for our live timing to come onto the screen. And we are ready to go. It's one shot, Chiro. That's it.
Yeah. This
is pressure.
Is when it counts. This is pressure.
You've got to get that launch. It's so vital. We heard Andre Bezadeno saying that that's where he lost his class, but he wants to take it back now.
And we can hear and feel that Porsche through the walls of the commentary box, leaving the line there.
Craig Wessels up the hill. He's in the top 10. What can he do?
You know, to hustle that car into the top 10 when the competition is so fierce with the single-seaters is really, really impressive.
Phenomenal. There we go. Let's see. Craig Wessels, I can't remember his time from the last session, but I'm just going through. Gosh, do you think
we've unfortunately lost our times from the class finals here? But it doesn't matter because he who goes fastest wins.
That's how it is. So here we go in a beautifully prepared Porsche. Here we go. Craig Wessels coming towards the end of the line. There you can see how steep it is. Going through that right-hander, 50.6 seconds. That's a relatively decent time.
And here goes one of the Lolas. Another phenomenal car, which we really felt through our bones here in the commentary studio. We're just adjacent to the start line, just down the steps, and well, still a good probably 10 meters away, and we literally felt that car off the line. So if you're sitting at home and you're listening to them, we can feel them as well.
We are, and smell them. That's the most. We can smell them. There we go, the Lola. Craig Wessels, 50.6, 6/10 slower than his qualifying time. So the track definitely favouring some, not favouring others. However, it's a lot to do with setup. And the guy like James Temple earlier seems to have realised what he needs to do in order to try and actually improve his time.
The thing about Simola is this end of the day, the turnaround is really quick. I mean, the guys just went up the hill and it's back in the car, throw some petrol in and get it back up the hill again. And let's see what this Lola's posted. Clive Corder has gone faster.
Yeah, 49.2. So he's currently king of the hill. We got Robert Wolk, who incredibly has made it into this class final. When you consider that they've realized that the gearing on this car is actually incorrect.
Yeah, I mean that's part. I suppose part of the setup, and you know, these things do happen, unfortunately. But that is still a very, very quick car. He'll be making the best of it out there,
and also a phenomenal racing driver.
Indeed.
A really talented young guy. Really a big fan of Robert Wolk. Wow, that was close to the policeman.
Yeah, no, that was close. Just in case you're joining us for the first time at the HillClimb, the policeman referred to the sort of pool noodles that are on the side of the track. It keeps the competitors on the track, and if you touch one, your time is disqualified.
7/10 off the pace. Here we go. I think this is James Temple coming out there in his superb Ford Daytona. He put in a magnificent lap to get himself into the top 10. He will definitely try and improve that. He was 10th. I think anything better than this, he'll be a very, very happy person.
I'm sure he's just happy to have one more run up the hill in this Daytona. He took us through it with Colin just a second ago with this incredible 5.8 litre engine, hugely powerful as well, 500 horsepower, and navigating the exit of turn 3 there really well. Absolutely flat foot, maybe a bit of braking into the S's.
Lots of skill to get that close. Oh, really getting a little bit of oversteer, but very well held. And here he comes across the line. What? 47.8. That is brilliant. from James Temple.
I think that's a remarkable run from James Temple. To take a tin-top car like that and run it faster than some of the single-seaters is really just remarkable. That's
brilliant.
That is some excellent driving.
Josh Dovey, last year didn't go too well for him. This year, beautifully prepared. Let's see what Josh can do. Of course, that is in the Chevron from 1972.
Yeah, Chevron B20. And this year, the broadcasters have made a massive effort to make sure that we can really hear these cars go up the hill. And they sound fantastic.
Oh, brilliant. A little bit of understeer going through the second part of the S's, but coming through, going to be crossing the line any second. Whoa, that's a fantastic lap. 46.1 for Josh Dovey. Rui Campos in the 911 RSR. That was a great launch.
That did look good. A little bit sideways off the line, but that did look like he got away very well.
Total commitment going into one, because you get that good launch, Chiro. All of a sudden, turn one approaches quite a lot quicker.
Yeah, turn one happens quickly.
Very quickly.
You have to be awake. In some of these cars especially, I mean, they're probably heading into turn one already at north of 130 kilometers an hour, I would guess.
Incredible.
A little bit of brakes just to get the weight shifted and turn the car in for that right-hander. And Rui Campos absolutely flying towards the S's. That Porsche looking to step out, but he's held it well. And can he go top of the shootout?
This is going to be 1/10 of a second, but I think that's his fastest time.
So Josh Dovey stays at the top of the shootout. We've had 6 runners. This is our 7th. What a noise.
Music to our ears. Let's actually just enjoy it.
Charles Arton heading up in his March 79B Cosworth powered March. What do you think, Sasha?
I'm in heaven.
Is he?
This is just heaven to me. I mean, you know, you make a mixtape for me of car sounds. I'm more than happy.
Charles Arton has absolutely laid down the gauntlet here with 3 cars to go. He goes faster by almost 1.5 seconds with a 44.763 in his March. That is the time to beat.
Here we go. Ian Schofield going up the hill. He was fastest. He won his class. He was 1.5 seconds faster than Andre Bezuidenhout. Look at that squirreling under braking. Unbelievable how much pace he is going through into the right-hander. And of course, now he gets into the very tricky bits of the S's.
He will not be leaving anything out there on the track. Absolute 100% commitment to taking this top spot of Classic Car Conqueror. And across the line for Ian Schofield, 44.024, he is tops.
But that is 3 seconds slower than what he did last. So this is all open for Andre Bezuidenhout. That is for sure. That wasn't the best time by Ian Schofield. Andre Bezuidenhout will be pushing to become king of the hill, and then one more car after this. But this is where it all counts. Oh, also squirreling under the brakes. Everyone pushing so hard.
100% focus there, I'm sure, in the cockpit for Andre. He knows that he didn't get it right in the class final, and he would have been making adjustments in his mind so that he could push it up the hill as fast as possible here in a bid for glory in Classic Car Conqueror. He's got it.
Oh, 41.7. What a time from Andre Bezuidenhout. Wow. I mean, he has crushed everybody. Ian Schofield, without a doubt, put it all out in his class final. But the class of the field at the Classic Conqueror on this Friday is Andre Bezuidenhout in a 41.715. Well done. We didn't have a 10th runner. I'm not too sure why, but only 9 runners. Well done, Andre Bezuidenhout, Chiro. That was outstanding.
And, you know, Andre, obviously no stranger to Simola. He's an experienced campaigner. Yeah, and actually currently the hill record holder in his Gould, which will be out on the track tomorrow. So we look forward, of course, to seeing that Gould, very special HillClimb car. But he goes to sleep tonight with a title already for the weekend under his belt. And congratulations to him. A phenomenal drive there from Andre Bezuidenhout.
You know, we saw him after the class run. He was disappointed, he was angry, and that's a question where you get a really, really superb racing driver, manages to hit the reset, gone past, nothing I can do about it, focus, and wow, did he put in a lap or not?
Yeah, you're 100% right, and that's big match mentality, isn't it? I mean, that's what separates the greatest sportsmen and women around the world, is that ability to say, exactly as you said, Sasha, you know, it didn't go well before, clear your head and go again. And is this? No, this is a replay.
It's a yeah.
Here we go. So we're seeing his lap again.
Yeah, let's just follow him. Here we go. And there we go. That is the Classic Conqueror. There's the time of 41.7, Andre Bezuidenhout. Chiro, you know the track. You've driven it and you won your class last year as well. Going under the bridge, if you get your braking just slightly wrong, it really messes you up for those S-bends.
Yeah, you're seeing these older cars sort of squirrel under braking there and just shimmying from side to side. You know, the thing is to get an old car to brake in a straight line, especially at that speed, I mean, I'm guessing Andre's probably at about 240 k's an hour at that point. And to get on the brakes and go through that turn, probably going through at 150, I would guess, with an unsighted exit, it is a really difficult part of the track. Without a doubt, for me at least, the most challenging part of the track. And here come our hero cars returning from the top of the hill. But interestingly, Andre, this will be a really wonderful moment for him, because what happened last year was he was bumped from behind by another competitor who was battling with his helmet to get his helmet on or off, and took Andre out last year. So what a way to come back.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, we remember it so well. We were like, oh my word, what is happening? First of all, we had Scribante out because of a technical infringement. And the next minute, after a couple of runs, Andre was waiting to get into his pit box. And somebody drove into the back of him, damaged his rear wing. And we were like, what is going on? So I agree. I think it'll be wonderful, wonderful celebrations for Andre Bezuidenhout. And well done to him.
One of my favorite pieces of trivia about Andre Bezuidenhout is he enjoys traveling around the world. If you follow him on his Instagram page, and you know, we would travel to a country and maybe rent a little a little rental car or something to get around. Andre takes his Porsche 911 with him.
I know. It is. He went to the Rugby World Cup and traveled the whole of Japan in his green 911, which is a classic 911 as well.
Yeah.
And just so amazing to see what he actually does.
No, he's a colourful character, and nice to see him competing with his son this weekend as well, Yandre Bezuidenhout, who I'm sure had a wonderful weekend out there. But I think that with Scribante going out, you know, I don't want to say things might have been different. It's very difficult to say, but the competition probably would have been a bit closer. I think Andre would have had his work cut out for him if Franco Scribante's Chevron was going up the hill. But if I'm not mistaken, Ian did go slower in the Ian Schofield did go slower in the top 10 shootout.
Oh, Ian went way slower because in his class run he did a 41.6.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean he went significantly slower, but I think all of his adrenaline was pumped out from that previous run. I think it was like I think it even surprised him.
so at a 41.6, Sasha, he actually would have taken it. Yeah.
Correct. He was actually quicker.
If his class final run was his shootout run, he would have been our classic car conqueror today. But that is motorsport. That's how this goes. That is what draws people to it around the world. I believe we still have Rodrigo with us. Rodrigo, I just wanted to check in with you and see how you enjoyed the top 10 shootout.
I enjoyed it very much. First of all, congratulations to Ender Bezuidenhout for the win, and seeing that he has the overall record with the Gould. Well, now he has a bit of training. Let's see how he does during the weekend. But I did enjoy it quite a bit. I only joined during this last half of the day. During the weekend, I'll be here during all day, but then I will be among peers with the kind of cars I follow the most. But like I said earlier, the classic cars are also near and dear to my heart. And seeing all this beautiful machinery being raced hard, it's an honor as a fan and a spectator.
Rodrigo, always such a pleasure to speak to you, and we look forward to your company a lot during the course of tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of your day. We will chat with you tomorrow. There is Andre Bezuidenhout. They are wheeling his car into the winners area, I suppose, which clearly is somewhere there. And Colin Hastie is right next to him. Let's hear what Colin has to ask of the advocate.
Great running. Here you go. Thanks, Jan.
Andre Bezuidenhout, you just got out of the car. Last run, your best time of the day.
Well, you know, I always say leave the best for last. And it was a difficult day for us. We just weren't there. The first run this morning was not there. Then we broke the bloody sump plug. But hey, what can I say? Best run, last run. So what can I say more? Fantastic.
Awesome. Congratulations. King of the Hill again.
Well, I think it's the first time in Classic Friday. I don't think I've ever won it in Classic Friday. So Franco's car broke down, this last run. So I think it's a first for me in Classic Friday.
We'll get our historians on it, but congratulations anyway.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody.
Cheers. Right, we'll go back to the studio. Then we're going to go down there and talk to Ian Schofield, who came second.
A much happier Andre Bezuidenhout there as opposed to his previous run.
He looks delighted, and he really does, and just the joy of the weekend across his face there, you can see it. I mean, that is the high that racing drivers get addicted to and spend inordinate amounts of money chasing for the rest of their lives, much to the chagrin of their partners, I'm sure. But wonderful to see there, and also nice for Andre to give a hat tip to Franco, who unfortunately was taken out by mechanical difficulty, and that's always a difficult pill to swallow. I think that's a tough one, I think, for any racing driver, and him and his team, I'm sure, will be doing lots of diagnostics there and trying to work out what happened so that next year they come back stronger.
Yeah, and I think also that's the wonderful thing about sport. As competitive as you are on the field, off the field, it is a sport, and there is an element of sportsmanship as well. And I think that is, one has to eventually say, sorry to my competitor, but these things happen. It happened to Andre Bezuidenhout last year as well. Now, Ian Schofield had a brilliant run in his class final, but couldn't really match it when it came to the Classic Conqueror. Let's hear what he has to say.
Ian Schofield, you had a brilliant run in the class final. What happened in the top 10 shootout?
Had a problem with the gearbox all day, and we've been sort of trying to drive around it. And a couple of the earlier runs, I missed my shift from fourth down to third, going under the bridge. And that time I missed it again, ended up in fifth. So
fine margins, one gear change.
We've got some play in the linkage which needs fixing, and so we've just been, and we had some other issues with dog rings and stuff. So it was hit and miss. I got it right in the run before, but this one it was missed. So what can you do? But anyway, great week, great day's fun. Managed to win my class, which is great, and I managed to get the fastest time of the weekend, I think.
I think so too. Congratulations.
So yeah, overall not too bad.
So a bit of work, sort the gearbox out, and back again next year.
Absolutely, that's what we're going to do. And
Ian
we've got to go a bit faster.
Ian Schofield, thank you so much. Good luck. Congratulations. Right, that was, before we go, the last one is Charles Arton. And we're going up here. Charles Arton, we live with a whole bunch of people. Congratulations. Let's go, just walk closer to this this beauty, this work of art that is absolutely fantastic.
No, it's been great.
What a run.
So the best run of the day. Did a 44. I've been aiming for that the whole time. When I won it in 2015 in this car, I did it in a 45. So my objective was to beat that time. And we just came down. First run was a 52, then I can't remember, a 47, then a 45, another 45. And then finally, at the end of the day, a 44. I'm so happy. It's been a great day. This doesn't get much more fun than this, I can tell you. It's fantastic.
Is that dust in your eye or a gentle tear?
A little moisture. Oh, I got something caught in my eye there. But it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, it really is. And also tribute to these guys who put this car together. From the middle of January to now, this thing was nothing but rivets and pieces of metal lying around in the workshop. And
it's magnificent.
Look at it. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm so happy. No, it really has been a great day.
Charles, congratulations.
By a donkey.
Well, there you have the interviews with the top 3 in the classic car shootout. Boys in the box, it's your turn.
The joy from Charles Arton there, Chira, it doesn't matter what age you are, to just see his just love and enjoyment from achieving what he achieved. It's just so warming.
It's an emotional high. It really is. It can be quite overwhelming, actually. It's something I experienced last year, and I hope one day to experience again. It's a feeling which buries itself quite deep inside you, and it's something that you will just never forget. And Charles had a wonderful run there up the hill. I mean, he was significantly faster than the 4th place as well, and the rest of the competitors. And I think when everything comes together, the car comes together, your drive comes together, the weather's playing ball, the track's playing ball. There's not many feelings better than that, I think, especially if you're a racing driver. So congrats to the top 3 there. Thanks for putting on a wonderful show for us.
Yeah, quite special. Andre Bezuidenhout, Ian Schofield, and Charles Arton. There will be a prize giving in a few minutes from now. But especially for our SABC viewers, Neisner was a buzz yesterday when we had the drivers' parade. So let's go and enjoy that for a couple of minutes.
Hi, I'm Farouk Dengo from Speedy Car Sales in Clarksop, Northwest. We've got an original BMW 325i Showdown. So this is a very original car, one of only 2 that are in South Africa still available. It's our 2nd Simola. Last year we came with the GTR in the King of the Hill competition, but we had an overheating problem, so we didn't finish. My late son has competed 3 events before that already.
My name is Jason Webb. I'm a 4-time South African drift champion, and this is my 2nd year now at the Neisner Simola HillClimb. And yeah, looking forward to going sideways up the hill in this beauty of my Monster Energy Ford Mustang. The most special thing about this event is the unique cars. You don't see a lot of these cars on even racetracks, so it's good to see the cars going up the hill, especially the ways most of these guys drive up the hill. It's insane, and I love to watch it. I love to now I get to be a part of it. I've always wanted to drift up the hill. Last year was the first time, so I'm excited to do it again. Know the track a bit better now. We dialed in the car, changed a few things as well. So this is a 5-litre supercharged Roush V8. It's a convertible car, which is a lot of people say it's a Mustang Bucky, but it's actually a convertible that we left the roof off. We just think it's really unique and really cool, and yeah, it's got the Roush supercharger on it, 800 horsepower, and yeah, full drift spec. So if you'll excuse me, I gotta go and start this parade.
Hi guys, my name is Nadia Viljoen. I am from Vatswaye or Vintage Cars South Africa. This will be my second Simola HillClimb. It's one of the most prestigious motorsports events in South Africa, and that's why we come back every year and compete here every year and just enjoy this whole space. And I'll be driving my 1967 Mini Cooper. My personal goal is just to better my previous time, which won't be too hard. My biggest competition will be the Alphas racing against me with their very big engines. There is no other motoring event like this in South Africa. You see classic cars, you see the most awesome race cars, new race cars. You've got international drivers, you've got drivers from all around competing. It's the most awesome event in South Africa. Bring your earplugs and make sure you wear them.
I am Gerald Alaka. I'm a motoring journalist working for Cars.coza, and I am driving a 1931 Ford Model A Speedster. This is my second Simola HillClimb, and I'm looking at getting onto the podium this year. In the H1 class, we are handicapped, so essentially we are racing against ourselves. So it really just depends how the car performs on the day and how I perform. So we just have to take it as it comes, because we are racing under handicap.
Welcome back. A magic day in Knysna. Such a big event for the town. Everybody gets involved. I was out and about last night, Chiro. All of the restaurants full. So just such a wonderful boost for the economy down here.
The camaraderie and the hype and the vibe that this event creates is something that's difficult to describe, and really you should try experience it for yourself if you've never been to the HillClimb. I can't recommend it enough. I mean, everywhere you go in town, you bump into familiar faces. There's big smiles. Obviously, everybody enjoying the wonderful cuisine out here in Eisner as well, and it's from this little moment on this little area of the hill. It's sort of just absolutely the vibe just gets distributed across the town. It's really quite wonderful.
Yeah, it is. It's very, very special. Now, we've got to start looking forward to tomorrow. And apparently Rodrigo is still with us. And tomorrow he's very much his forte. Of course, he runs the whole outfit of HillClimb Monsters. Rodrigo, tomorrow it is brute force power and unbelievable commitment. Anything from 350 horsepower up to close to 2,000 horsepower tomorrow. You must be feeling pretty excited, as maybe as much as we are.
Maybe even more. Who knows? This is exactly what I live for, exactly why I created the whole HillClimb Monsters page, channel, and the whole concept. And the funny thing is, Simola HillClimb contributed a lot to that, because one of my very first viral videos was of Desi Gutzeit's R32, the silver one and then the yellow and black one. And the level has just gone up from those years. So, and the numbers reflect that. So, because let's say the top 10 videos I did from 2021 and 2022 combined just on YouTube have over 2 million views. So the interest is there from the public too.
That's so great to hear, Rodrigo. And I remember Desi Goodsight's car very, very fondly. That launch control, he had that launch control programmed for that car. It was a custom launch control software for that car, and he also had anti-lag, so it was just the most phenomenal thing to watch get off the line. I'll never forget the sound.
And
of
the
that car.
sound,
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, those who are watching, if you enjoyed some of the big sound that you heard today, you have no idea until we start up tomorrow. Also, for those who don't know, we do have an international spice to this as well. We have multiple rally champion Peter Solberg, who is down here with the VW team. Also his brother Henning Solberg. And ex-Formula One driver Mika Salo, who's going to be racing in a Mercedes. So that also adds a little bit of extra flavor to this event.
It's truly wonderful to have such international talent here. I remember fondly when Randy Post came out, having a great chat with him. I'm a big fan of his. And I mean, to have the likes of Solberg and Salo here. Solberg will be in a Volkswagen supercar, a WRX car, north of 400 kilowatts in a Polo. Can you imagine the power of that thing? That's all-wheel drive as well, so it'll leap off the line. Mika Salo will be in a modern Mercedes AMG 45S. The A45, sorry, AMG S, and which Mercedes SA have provided for him. And I think that those two names are definitely going to draw the crowd tomorrow as well.
And also on top of that, you know, as South Africans, we're rather proud, Chiro. So our South Africans are going, all right, I'm not going to let you beat me. So there's going to be some great needle tomorrow.
I wonder. I'm going to go through everything in massive detail tonight and see where they've put Peter Solberg, because that's quite a difficult car to categorize that one. That
and it's
WRX
Peter
supercar. Yeah. And it's Peter Solberg. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you just tie one hand behind his bank, I think, before you send him up the hill.
Yeah. I mean, just some of the car. There'll be tons of Nissan GTRs tomorrow. We also, as we celebrate BMW 50 years, there's the car that you drove last year up the hill.
Yes. So I am very much looking forward to seeing a friend of mine and fellow motoring journalist Thomas Falconer go up the hill. I can't say I'm looking forward to him beating my record.
Let's not mention that. He has to do it. Don't forget.
I have enormous confidence in Thomas. He can really pedal, that guy. And my good friend and colleague as well, Ashley Oldfield, will be taking the extraordinary new BMW XM up the hill as well. We also have Suzuki, who are very much involved. They're a headline sponsor this year at the Simola HillClimb, and they are sending 3 of their Swift Sports up the hill in a media challenge. So there's so much to look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a tremendous amount of fun. Just to give you an indication, we had the fastest time of a 41.6 overall today by Ian Schofield. Tomorrow, the fastest time on a Saturday and Sunday on the King of the Hill is a 35.3. Okay, that is 6 seconds faster over just 2 kilometers. So you've got to understand the difference in the power of the cars that we are going to be experiencing tomorrow.
I stand to be corrected, Sasha, but I think Andre actually did a sub 35. Either last year or the year before.
Oh, he did. He did.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry. 34.1. 34.1. There we go. There we go. Clearly, I cannot read too well. We'd like to say to everybody who's joined us on SABC, please join us over the course of the weekend tomorrow and, of course, on Sunday for the just incredible atmosphere, the unbelievable spectacle and the speed and precision of all of our drivers at Simola HillClimb 2023. So, yeah, we really look forward to your company tomorrow and, of course, on Saturday.
Best-in-class features. Do you in the new Suzuki Espresso.
Start following.
Yeah, no, he really changed the game for the tin top cars, I think, with that GTR, and building on the legend of guys like Wilhelm Barth and Desi Goodsight as well, who also definitely played their part in making the tin top cars part of the spectacle here at Simola. But maybe it's a bit more difficult to relate to those extreme cars, and there will be some normal, well, run of the mill. I don't think a McLaren 720S is run of the mill. But there are some fantastic road-going cars as well, which will be going up the hill tomorrow. My competitors last year in the Toyota Supras were very, very quick. They really were. So a couple of McLarens going up the hill tomorrow as well. It's there's this beautiful sort of dove grey McLaren 720S driven by a gentleman named Garth. He is quite a character, and he does not hold back up the hill.
Oh, it's going to be fabulous. I was just checking. Peter Solberg is in Class B3 tomorrow in his Polo WRX supercar, and he'll be up against various other Volkswagens as well as some Subarus and a couple of Mercedes vehicles as well. So should be rather tasty. But I mean, I cannot wait to see that Polo with 420 kilowatts on the wheels go up this hill.
It's really exciting. I made it to when WRX was in Cape Town. I made it to the first race, and part of the Cape Town course was a jump, and there was this wonderful moment on lap 1 where all 6 cars were in the air simultaneously.
Incredible.
I could see right through all underneath them. The WRX is a fantastic sport.
Oh, I love it.
Of course, it was also made more famous by the late Ken Block, unfortunately with his tragic passing. No longer involved. The world of motorsport misses him very much, that's for sure. But it is so great to see a WRX car, or it will be fantastic tomorrow to see it go up the hill.
Yeah, and I mean, they just sound incredible. The launch off the line. Just to give you a small little statistic, the organizers here at Simola, Chiru, have had to move the speed gun, a further 20 meters away from its original position because they believe that the WRX, if Solberg, and well, I mean, it's better Solberg, gets it off the launch properly, the speed gun wouldn't actually be able to catch him if it was in the original position. That's how fast those cars are off the line.
Wow, that's fantastic. It really is. There was a gentleman here last year, Cole Powelson, who builds and races hill climbs in America as well, and hill climb monsters as well. And he was saying that the cars that compete here at Simola are really special because what's quite interesting with other hill climbs, say like Pikes Peak, for instance, it's not a standing start; it's a rolling start.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah, so you're up to speed. Quite some speed by the time you go through the transponder. And that means that the guys who go up Pikes Peak, they don't have to put an enormous amount of effort into making sure that they can get off the line quickly. So he said to me that these cars are incredibly special in the way they're built because they can handle the violence of a launch on sticky tires, which means that the drivetrains are really strong. And then they're great sort of track cars, circuit cars, further up the hill, which is quite a tricky feat of engineering.
Yeah, I think that's rather unique. I wasn't under the... I was oblivious to the fact that Pikes Peak was a rolling start. I mean, that makes life very easy. Easier. Makes it easier. Makes life easier. Other interesting cars that listen. Everything tomorrow is very interesting. But I'm just going through here. Peter Zeele in the spectacular MR2 Toyota. Is just something so special. The car is so well respected. I mean, he was invited to go and take that car internationally as well. So just something to hear and to see. Just beautiful, beautiful.
I love Peter Zeele's car. I mean, he's campaigned here many, many years now. We were very grateful that he shared his car with us as well for our channel. I think my favorite fact about that car is it used to be his wife's, and he nicked it and he's turned it into the car it is today. Suffice it to say, she doesn't use it anymore. It's not exactly road legal. So I wonder what she does drive these days, what he replaced the MR2 with. But that MR2, without a doubt, one of the fastest in the world. I mean, I can't think that anyone has put so much time and effort into a car like that. He's focused a lot on the aero for this year. He reckons there's a lot to be gained in the aero. And I mean, he has guys fabricating custom carbon fiber parts for that car, to improve the aerodynamics. I mean, the effort that goes into preparing cars for Simola is incredible.
It really is. There are a couple of drivers also to watch out for too as well. Nati Misimanga. Okay, watch out for this young guy. Very, very special racing driver. Now, Rodrigo, I must apologize. I didn't actually realize you were still with us as we talk about tomorrow. This is very much your baby. I can see your smile already looking at tomorrow. What brought you and what makes you so excited about HillClimb racing?
The uniqueness of the sport in itself. I was originally a rally guy, still am in many ways, but there's too much repetition. There's not that much freedom on those rule books, and the old days of Group B are far gone there. But that spirit still remains on HillClimb racing in a lot of ways. In some ways, the king of the hill cars you guys have there are reminiscent of that. Let's take, for example, Peter Zilli's MR2. He took a quite, let's not say normal or average car, but not exactly the most aggressive thing in the world. And he turned it into, he's still keeping turning it into a true HillClimb monster. And now with Andrew Brilliant Aero and all the horsepower the car has, well, it attracts attention all over the world. You can't really say that happens with a lot of other cars on other types of motorsport, let alone on a grassroots level as HillClimb racing is. And having something still with this close connection to the common person and not getting it way too important and to a level where people feel disconnected to the sport, well, that's what keeps me here and what makes me really passionate about the sport.
Rodrigo, you make such an excellent point there, and it's something that motorsport fans around the world often voice their frustration about, that motorsport is sort of dulled down by the incredible amount of regulations and red tape that there is around the world, in racing series around the world. And of course, we understand it. It's very much driven by safety, and motorsport is safer than it ever has been. And that's of course of utmost importance. But you make such an excellent point there that the spirit of competitions like Group B and the spirit of just building the best, fastest, most powerful car that you can lives on in HillClimb racing.
Yes, for sure. Here in Europe, HillClimb racing really took that mantle. In some ways, I have the suspicion sometimes that FIA doesn't really like HillClimb racing because of that. It's a bit of a liability at the end of the day, but that's another conversation for another day. But the thing is, you guys on South Africa are second to none following this spirit. The way you guys have on Simola, you have a very unique race that really encourages this type of car, and the way that you guys have this very unique HillClimb where it's sort of a drag race with a couple corners thrown in, really makes it possible for these high-powered, high-aero cars to show up, and the numbers don't lie. The common person really wants to see that either online or on person, and those who haven't, as soon as they see it for the first time, they're hooked. That's it. Other types of motorsport, I've seen people watching once or twice and then they get bored. No such thing here.
That's also another very, very good point. There is something, Chiro, very fascinating about HillClimb. And I remember the first time I, came down to Simola, which was pre the COVID era, and I was hooked. As Rodrigo says, I was hooked. I just sat there and I went, man, this is you against the machine. Strangely enough, it reminded me of probably the slowest game in the world, and that is golf. And golf is you against yourself. And this is exactly, you've got the tools, now it's you to execute the best that you can.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And we spoke about it earlier, that sort of big match temperament, to get back in the zone after you might have had a terrible run and then put up the best time of the day for yourself. Rodrigo, I'm curious, this sort of setup that we have here with a sort of a little drag race and then some corners, is this something that you see in Europe or anywhere else in the world? Is it a format that exists elsewhere?
Not really. The closest we can find, it's UK hill climbing, but even then it's way narrower, and they're while closer, it's not the same in any way. You guys, it really is unique. And sometimes I wonder, I would really wonder what would happen if Simola HillClimb car would fare on a normal European HillClimb. In some ways, that's why I helped Peter Zilli coming here to do Osnabrück last year on Germany. And the results, well, he was pretty fast there too. So there's some conversion from one place to the other. And I am quite suspicious that the opposite would not work. A lot of the top hill climb cars here in Europe probably would struggle a bit on Simola because of the lack of power.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, very much so. Quite interesting to say lack of power. It seems as though us here, Rodrigo, in South Africa, are obsessed with power. And I mean, if one had to combine and add up all of the if one had to add up all of the power of all of the cars from tomorrow, I think it would be very close to plenty thousands of horsepower.
There's more to it. It's just not just lack of power, because we do have very high horsepower cars here, but the way they are geared and the way because let's take for example probably the most powerful hill climb car on mainland Europe. It's Simon Lukaszik's Evo 5, which is 1,100 horsepower. A lot of power, even on Simola. But that car is geared to, I think, at the most 230 kilometers per hour, if that. Because there just isn't an hill climb where you are going to reach that amount of top speed. If we go for two other cars that can go that have more top speed, we can take some of the Judd V8 powered cars, which may reach 240, 250, or even 260, but then they only have 600 horsepower or 650 in naturally aspirated form, and that would struggle a lot with the lack of torque compared to the similar cars. And on the launch, they will really struggle. And we all know how important launching is. A good launch is on Simola.
Rodrigo, this has been a fantastic conversation, and I think that it's one that we should repeat tomorrow for our audience who joins us for the King of the Hill over the Saturday and the Sunday. And I look forward to chatting to you again and chatting to you more about Simola. I think that hill climb is a fairly rare thing in South Africa. There used to be one in series, which unfortunately no longer runs. This is a very unique event, and I think it's wonderful for us to hear your international perspective on our hill climb, on the Simola hill climb, and put it in context, I think, for us and the viewers as well.
Yes, context here is key, because hill climb racing, even here in Europe, it's not equal on all countries. The normal hill climb in Italy, it's not the normal hill climb in Germany for the World Cup, and it's not close to the normal hill climb in UK. For example, Italy, it's more like it's a rally style hill climb. They are longer. They are 4-minute, 5-minute runs with very, very narrow, plenty of hairpins. You go to Germany, it's very smooth. 1 minute, 1 minute and a half, but this butter smooth tarmac and all that. You go to UK, it's even shorter, like I said earlier, a bit closer to Simola, but then really narrow. And then you go to Poland, where some of the really high horsepower cars are. We have smooth tarmac, but long hill climbs. So there is a lot of context to account, and from my side, I have hill climb monsters to show how the amount of variability we have on this sport all around the globe, and Simola fits right in because it really adds an extra level of spice to it, as you can imagine. So in the end, what I would like to see everyone against everyone and see which philosophy works the best in the end. And little by little, I've been getting there, and getting Peter Zilli to Europe, and maybe in the future we'll have Scribanti or someone, or Joubert or something like that back here in Europe, or maybe I will convince some of the guys here in Europe to go there to Simola. Let's see, there's cross-pollination potential here.
Yeah, I think that's wonderful. I mean, what you've done for Peter Zilli, but I think that's exactly what is needed now, is a sort of cross-pollination, getting people from Europe to come here, getting some of our competitors to go over there, broaden the sport, share amongst each other, and you know, I mean, Simola just grows year by year by year. They might have to build another road.
I love that idea. I absolutely love that idea of experienced hill climb campaigners from around the world going head to head. And who knows, maybe it'll happen right here in South Africa. I think there's quite a good chance of it, actually, because let's face it, it's a lot easier to bring your euros here than to bring your rands to Europe. So maybe we'll see a couple of those Polish hill climb monsters that Rodrigo was talking about. Maybe we'll see them down in South Africa sooner rather than later. Well, we do have a WRX car here, so it's definitely not impossible.
Yeah, just wonderful what we are looking forward to. If you're just sort of tuning in, just to let you know that let's actually, first of all, before we do that, Rodrigo, listen, thank you so much for your time today, and we look forward to spending a lot of time with you during the course of tomorrow and Sunday.
Well, thank you. Much appreciated for your patience with, through all the stream, and we got through some technical difficulties, but now I think everything is set up properly for 2 very long days and 2 very enjoyable days where we'll see plenty of horsepower really doing the talking.
It's going to be amazing. There we go, Rodrigo from HillClimb Monsters. And go check it out as well, and all of the live stream there as well. Giro, let's just recap. We've had a fabulous day in Classic Car Friday today. I suppose the big disappointment, Franco Scribante with a sleeve valve that has unfortunately popped on his chevron. But what a dice it eventually turned out to be in the class final, and of course the top 10 shootout between Schofield and Bezuidenhout.
The top 10, the Classic Car Friday today was hugely exciting. Probably one of the more exciting ones we've had over the years. A massive congratulations, of course, to everyone who made it into the top 10, and Andre taking the Classic Car Conqueror title there today. But I think that there's been such great depth today.
Yes.
Some wonderful stories coming from up and down the pit lane. 61 competitors today, just having a wonderful day out and putting on a show for us, for those who have traveled far and wide to be here on the hill with the cars, and for everyone watching at home and around the world. Today was a good day.
It was a fabulous day. Our director and producer, Peter the Prince, Colin Hasty in the pit lane, Franco Di Matteo, who is jumping in and out of the studio with us as well, and Fritz the Magnificent, who's put everything together. It's wonderful, and all of our camera, all of our crew. If we could give you a behind the scenes how crazy it has been for the last 24 hours. It's just been fabulous that everyone has just pulled together. It's really been brilliant fun bringing you Classic Car Friday here at the Simola HillClimb. Tomorrow, it is the start of King of the Hill. We'll be with you bright and early from Ciro Di Siena, as well as me, Sasha Martin, and go. Thank you so much for your time, and please log in early tomorrow. Enjoy. Ciao, ciao.